Hey folks, we got ourselves a pre-show for the next, say, 12 to 15 minutes. Hey, Cat's Eye in the chat. Let's go! Glad to have you aboard, Cat's Eye. I believe this is your first time tuning in to our video show anyway. You've been with us for, how many years now? Back in our internet radio days. I'm your host, Howard. We are awaiting our brilliant co-host, host, as equal host, Morgan. We got a big show coming up, guys. Big show. Man, it's so big. I'm so excited. So excited that I'm tempted to just kind of log off of Restream and tune in on YouTube or Kick myself and just kick back and watch. But then again, I might just fucking fall asleep. I've been up since silly o'clock this morning, baking in the bloody sun. It's after a day of driving around for no audio. No audio. Really? Oh dear, I need to figure that one out. Let's see, can I listen in to my own stream here? Disregard, all good. Ah, good. Thanks, Dooge. You had me worried there. But that's why it helps do a bit of pre-show, because yeah. God help us if we dove right into this show and nobody could hear us. That would be terrible. So thanks for joining us, folks. All right. Since we have these few hours, or these few minutes rather, let's look at the recent developments between Ukraine and Russia, which aren't really anything really by the standards of the last few months. You know, negotiations in quotes have been going on thanks to Donald Trump, who leads the other belligerent in the war, and the only real entity that America can the only entity that Russia can really negotiate with, since Ukraine is basically a non-entity, a vassal, a proxy. But that fell apart very slowly. It was very promising. It was very promising indeed at the beginning. It seemed like things were going to go somewhere. For the first time in 3+ years, the Americans and the Russians were speaking to each other, which is, that was a scary situation to be in for a few years. The two biggest nuclear countries in a proxy war weren't talking to each other. As commentators like Alexander Makuris has been pointing out all this time, the only time, well, no, rather, he said that even during the Cold War, at the most tense moments, Russia and either the United States always were on the phones to each other, making sure that the world didn't blow up. So we survived a very strange period of history. However, it didn't result in peace, which is a tragedy, because just hundreds of thousands more people have died since. You would think that that's an exaggeration, but no, it's pretty brutal out there in Ukraine. Miss Pagina, Mukalon, nice to have you in the chat and watching along with us. The talks, the very first thing that happened between the United States and Russia is that Witkoff, Trump's personal envoy, went to Moscow and spoke with the Kremlin, probably Putin himself. I believe it was Putin himself that spoke to Witkoff. And the next day they exchanged prisoners. Big. Too bad it just didn't go anywhere. However, these talks in Istanbul, in Turkey, have resulted in the agreement to exchange captives. However, that's as far as it went. Let's see if TASS is as candid about what went on as a lot of the other news agencies and commentators online have been. Russia and Ukraine wrapped up talks in Istanbul, Turkey. The sides agreed to exchange 1,000 prisoners of war from each country and present a vision of a potential ceasefire. TASS has put together key facts about the meeting. Statements by the Russian side. The head of the Russian delegation, presidential aide Vladimir Medinsky, said he was satisfied with the outcome of the talks and Moscow is ready to continue communication. The sides agreed to 1,000 exchange of prisoners of war. According to Medinsky, Ukraine requested direct talks between the leaders of the countries, and Russia took this under advisement. It's basically, go fuck yourself, is what under advisement means. Moscow said Kiev would present their vision of a possible ceasefire, with each side spelling it out in detail. The head of the Russian delegation said to the sides that the sides plan to continue negotiating. That's very tame wording. Very, very tame. I'll address why it's tame after we read the Ukrainian side. The head of the Ukrainian delegation, Ukrainian Defense Minister Rustem Umerov, said Kiev primarily discussed a ceasefire. He also announced an agreement to swap 1,000 prisoners of war on each side. Umerov did not discuss further plans for talks. That is so sanitized compared to what actually happened today in Istanbul. The Europeans came up with this idea that there has to be a ceasefire now, indefinite, no other stipulations at all, just an indefinite ceasefire, and then the talks can begin. That's arse around. What does it the English say? Arse about face. There we go. It's all upside down. You're supposed to have talks like they're doing here in Istanbul, and everyone gets their say as to what each side gives in exchange as a sign of goodwill for the ceasefire, which then leads to further talks. It's a natural progression. It's how you de-escalate a fight. You don't just end a war out of nowhere. That's not a thing that corresponds with human nature in any circumstance, any level of human organization. It just doesn't happen. We have Morgan in the background here in the studio, or the backstage, or whatever the fuck it calls itself on Restream. So I'm going to do what I should have been doing all along. We're going to play the intro before we bring Morgan in, and we're going to pretend as if the show just began, because I need that in my life. All right, catch you in a bit, guys.
Mark, I'm heading for Boyle, Connor's Common.
Do you do that commute every morning?
I do, yeah, I'm tarmacking down there.
Oh, good stuff. So have you much tarring to do today? He said that he's furious.
The welfare benefits were cut for those under 26 in the budget.
All you have to do is listen for...
And Arthur Griffith was...
For your journey, as long delays are expected.
For you, and if you're pulled out tomorrow, you can pick a ticket with...
It has come to our attention that radio broadcasts on the planet have degraded to such an extent that there is nothing on the airwaves but absolute rubbish. We apologize for the delay in our response, as the airwaves carrying this bullshit have only reached our source system today. We've dispatched two of our brightest agents in the field to rectify this problem.
Howdy, 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 folks.
Hello.
Welcome to the anti-broadcast on the 16th of May, 2025. Whew, we got a big show coming up.
Yeah.
Jeez, I'm
I can't
excited.
Feigned and I'm fucking exhausted. I hate this weather. I swear to God.
Oh yeah, it's wiped me out too.
Oh, it's unreal. It's not fair at all. Yeah, we got a big show.
Mm,
Lots of stuff to get through. The
Yeah.
gift that keeps on giving,
mm,
or the gifts that keep on giving.
Mm.
Paul Murphy and Ruth Coppinger. God bless their rotten fucking souls. So we'll catch up with those two guys. Not content to take the loss from the run in the grip. They just don't know when to accept defeat. But that's hardly surprising for
They're not used to it.
Murphy and Co. Yeah, it's a new phenomenon in Ireland where more than one journalist is doing their job. Nice to see that they're late to the party anyway. So we'll start there, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's so much to get through. We could be here till 6 or 7 in the morning.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to title this episode, but there wasn't enough space for all of the things because I was thinking, okay, this is more important. No, actually, this is really important too. We can't leave that out.
Yeah, there's so much happening, and you have to kind of pick and choose. But we'll start with those two. That we need to pick up the energy. So we'll dive into some cocaine, which I've never tried. I think I'm the only person in Ireland, possibly Europe, who's never tried cocaine. But I think I might just to bring the energy levels up. So we'll have a look at Macron and Starmer and what's the German dude's name? I can
Mers.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so there's some controversy over whether it was a hanky or a bag of cocaine or a cocktail store or a bump spoon. So we'll delve into that. We'll see what we can make of it. Then from there, where do we go? Oh, tragic news, of course. The death of
Oh yes,
a guard. Yeah, I'm sure people couldn't have helped but notice. So we'll have a look at that, or we might do that second. I'm not sure. I don't know. What time do the guards go to bed at, or do they sleep? Did I go into their coffins? That was just a terrible analogy. At sundown, is it? So we'll have a look at that anyway. Then our friend and regular, we'll talk about him, Ty Kicky, who's finally brought out some new material. So we have that to look forward to. All
exclusive as well, huh?
Exclusive, yeah. Even released before Ty released it. So that'll be fun. And then we'll finish off the show. We'll revisit our friend and new messiah, Abdullah Hashem. So we got our hands on a tape that Abdullah made maybe 15, 16, 17 years ago, before he had any grand notions of being the next messiah. He did a 1.5 hour interview. I've cut it down to maybe an hour. So that could take us 2 to 3 days to get through. But we'll try our best. But we'll get an understanding of the psychology of the man. And that will help people going forward to recognize who they're dealing with and what signs to look out for. And you might even recognize something about yourself, especially if you're anywhere near our age and you're anyway involved in conspiratorial circles and the truth movement and all that good stuff. So that should bring us up till 6 or 7 in the morning.
No joke, man.
We'll see if I can stay awake. But like I said, we can understand why people, rely on that old crutch of cocaine, especially if you're a busy person. You just you need a little something to keep you going. So we dive into let's dive into Coppinger and the Murph. I'm sure people have been paying attention. They got into trouble with Grip because they don't want to talk to them, which isn't very inclusive at all, really. If you don't want to talk to journalists, they're not sure if they are journalists. I think they're othering them, aren't they? By saying that in fact they're not journalists. They're a right wing propaganda outfit Ben Scanlon ran for a right-wing party, which the last time I checked, it wasn't illegal to have right-wing leanings or right leanings or centre leanings, or to be Catholic for that matter, or to be all sins against abortion. He was involved in a campaign against the killing of children in the womb or fetus, depending on, or a bunch of cells, depending on your political or moral framework. So they want nothing to do with that. And any good communist knows that the only way to stop another Hitler rising is just to kill anybody, even before they get a chance to leave the womb. If you think they may become the next Hitler, well, then it's just best to do away with them altogether. And if they make it out of the womb, well, then they have to be isolated. Even though the left, by and large, is all about tolerance, certain things just can't be tolerated, and any kind of right-wing notions or conservative notions has to be squished at the first. Sorry, that's a terrible word to use given recent events as well. Taking that poor guard who recently lost his life. But anyway, let's get into Coppinger. It's going to be hard. It's going to be fucking hard.
Oh yeah. I think we're going to dig our own graves tonight, man.
Yeah. Oh, you see, you can't even help yourself, like, right. I know it's just going to be one after the other. So do bear with us. Bear with the cringe if you can. Right. So
all right, let's
Coppinger.
get into it.
Now it hurts me to even look at these people, but
yeah,
it is a public service. We do. So
yep.
Yeah. Can you see those guys? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there we have the lovely Ruth in all her glory. I've never seen her that frizzy. It's like someone should get the woman a brush, for Christ's sake. Like,
yes, no, brush ain't doing anything about that, man. That's
maybe it's static or something.
Yeah. You know, maybe it's just the vortex of hell that she came out of that gets just left a permanent aura of negative energy around her. It just frizzles her hair constantly.
It's like Ghostbusters when that demon comes through the portal. It's all that excess energy. So yeah, when she enters through the portal every morning, she just doesn't have the time to brush through her hair.
What's this comment? A wasp's mouth?
Wasp? Yeah. Look at that. That's like that's a nun's vagina right there. Look at how dry. Well, what's this going on here? It's a nice bit of jewelry. Very understated. I wonder if it has any symbolic meaning. And is that a growth or no? That's a microphone, is it? Yeah, the microphone. Right. So, and then of course we have our man, Mr. Mars. Yeah, the great working class hero, whose father was CEO of Mars Ireland. And I do believe I think we discussed it many years ago. We had a look at Paul's background, and he went to the best schools, like most good working class proles do, the highest paid private schools, and was kind of straight into politics. I think both of them understudy to Joe Higgins, was it? I think. Yeah, or maybe just Ruth, or could have been. I'm not sure which one it was. It was possibly both. But Ruth again, can you guess what Ruth's profession was before she decided to venture into politics?
Like a ghoul at a theme park ride or something that jumps out at the kids.
Similar. Yeah, she was a secondary school teacher of all things. Like, shocking, isn't it?
All right, I could never have guessed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so she took a hiatus, a year break to enter into politics, and she hasn't been back since. Somebody mentioned somewhere, I think it was one of the comments, that she's still employed as a teacher, so she hasn't lost her job yet. So they're still keeping the position open for her.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think she went. Yeah, I think she was working as an advisor maybe for Joe Higgins. So she was getting paid for that. Then she, I think, got a council seat. Was getting paid for that, and I think she was. Because she's on a career break, but I think she was still getting some money from the school, or she kept her pension. Don't they get their pensions kind of immediately once they become a teacher proper. So she has all that money, and that was back in, I think, 2011. And there was some there was some controversy in the newspapers, but she said don't worry about it, because she gives some of her money to people for profit, or whatever it was called at the time, because that's what they do, because they're of the people, so they only accept a wage, the average. I'm not sure if it's the average or the mean wage anyway, and then the rest of the money goes back into the organization. So we can respect that if that is the actual case. No, I have my suspicions. But Ruth, Ruth does.
Wait. So you're telling me this school thought, yeah, we can't do that, Ruth. We just need to keep this position open for her for like 14 years, just in case she loses her post and we can get her back.
Yeah, it's the power of a union, So I think every, absence of leave, it's dealt with on an individual basis. But as we know, we're very heavy. Our political makeup leans very heavy on teachers, So Micheál Martin, again, I'm not sure if his position is still open. So I don't think he's ever been, fired as a teacher. Now, I could be wrong, but I know there's many of them who've come from the teaching profession and their jobs are still open, and they can, draw down on the teacher's pension when the time arrives, and then they'll get their TD's pension and, minister's pension if they climb the ranks. So she'll be well catered for, but she does have pedigree. So she does come from a working class background. I think from a family of 11. So, a good old fashioned family. So maybe that's where her love for abortion comes in. And maybe she doesn't get on well with her brothers and sisters, or felt left out as a child. If only her mother had aborted the other 10, she would have got more attention, Paul, on the other hand, is a wealthy, rich boy from the Mars dynasty. And I have it on the highest authority that Paul is a fan of the Mars bars. And you can tell a lot about a man by the way he eats a Mars bar. So if you take it out of the wrapper, and I don't know if you've ever examined a Mars bar, but it's very phallic. Like there's a big kind of thick cock-like vein that runs across the top of a Mars bar. So if you put that Mars bar in your mouth with that cock-like vein up against the palate, the roof of your mouth, well, then it's a sign that you're straight. However, if you turn that cock-like chocolate around and you run that vein up and down your tongue, well, then it's a sign that you either are or you may well be a closeted homosexual. And I've seen Paul eat many a Mars bar, and every time it goes into his mouth, vein side down. And I don't know if that's something he inherited from his father or... Yeah, so there you go. An unknown fact about Mars bars and homosexuality. And I'm calling for all Mars bars to be taken out of schools, out of the vending machines, or get rid of the vein like cock. There's no reason to have that vein in a Mars bar. Like it's perverted, The mind the books in the schools. Get rid of the cock like chocolate out of the schools, and we'll be fine. Anyway, as I get distracted, I could actually be a closeted homosexual myself here. There seems to be a lot of cock references and cock vein references already, and we're only a couple of minutes into the show. I'm sure there'll be more later as well. Right, so let's listen to this pair.
Right, let's jump right in.
Yeah, again.
I've had to endure a week of threats and trolling as a result of declining to answer a question here last week. So I've been subject to relentless trolling, and there is no question that declining to engage with Gript brings on...
I know, he's frozen. He's fucking frozen. He hasn't had a Mars bar in weeks. His energy is seriously depleted. But I think this is what he looks like when he's thinking. I'm not sure now because we know the context. But to me, like if I didn't know the context, I think there's some level of shame going on here, or he's trying to remember where he put his car keys. That's generally how I look when I'm trying to think of where the fuck did I leave the car keys, or did I leave the iron on? Or maybe it's the shame of the Mars bar. Maybe he had a Mars bar before he came out here, and he knows every time he eats that Mars bar and puts that vein up against his tongue that he's denying who he is. You know.
Yeah,
'Cause
I mean, when you have an imitation of something, and it's going to be a while. You can't get the real thing out of your head.
Yeah, I know. It's showing, isn't it? Yeah, but I don't know, but we'll keep an eye on him, like, because his facial expressions tell us a lot. So I think he's dejected. I think this is shame, because I think deep down, in his blackened soul, he knows that they're wrong and they don't have a leg to stand on. But it is politics, and in politics, we all know you can't be seen to be wrong for some unknown fucking reason. I don't know what it is. It's not like anybody ever resigns in Irish politics anyway. So you can literally kill tens of thousands of people and just wave it off with your hand, like, and well, I'm not fucking resigning. Who's going to do anything about it? No one. The opposition.
At worst, you become a senator.
Yeah, yeah. You don't. Nobody's forced to. I can't remember the last time anyone resigned. Who was it? Bertie Ahern, was it? What did he do? The minor crime of destroying the country, and that forced him to resign, but the party stayed in power. But yeah, I think he knows deep down that.
That was my first instinct. He's got nothing to say. He's like, what am I going to add to this situation? I'm just going to make myself look worse.
Yeah.
If I look like I'm even enthusiastic about this.
Yeah, just say nothing. Stand there in solidarity with Ruth. Excuse me. And just take a couple of steps back every now and again, and eventually they won't even realise you're there at all. But it is Paul, so there is a stage where he just can't fucking help himself. So he's going to have to pipe in at some stage. But we may feel some pity for Ruth. I don't know if people have any pity left for her, but she's been trolled apparently during the week for refusing to talk to Gript. Now, you might think, looking from the outside, this is all a bit fucking childish, like, grown men and women refusing to talk to each other. It's a bit, childish and a bit playground kind of stuff, But we must remember that Ruth is a teacher, and this will make it clear to everybody, like, the energy of, well, not just the teacher, because I don't want to, smear the whole profession, because I had some good teachers when I was a child, some really good teachers. But when you get a cunt of a teacher, it's like it's a special type of cunt, you run into cunts throughout your life, but when there's something about that profession.
It's the undue power. It's like a Garda, when you have a cunt who's a Garda, it's horrible because that person can ruin your life. And, a teacher doesn't have the authority to throw you in prison, but they can fucking torment you. Even though they can't hit you anymore,
Yeah, I think that would have been better, wouldn't it? Just a short bout of physical pain versus a teacher taking a disliking for you and then just torturing you. Now, thankfully, we only have them for a year, at least in primary school, but this is a secondary school teacher. I don't know what she taught in school. Maybe someone can find out what subjects it was she taught.
That would be interesting, yeah.
Yeah, but I can only imagine what kind of teacher she was. Now, I might be surprised, and there may be reports that, she was a wonderful teacher. I had a look online, ratemyteacher.ie, no sign of her, scrubbed from the internet. Tried to find out what school she taught at. Again, nothing. So I had to do a bit of a deeper dive, and apparently she taught at Killinarden Community School in Dublin, as if those poor fucking people haven't suffered enough to have this creature teach them. But thankfully, bullying children wasn't good enough for her, that she had to go further and bully a whole nation of people. And that's what this woman is like, and Paul as well. They're cry bullies. It's that simple, like, they bully every fucking person in sight who doesn't agree with them, and then at the first moment that somebody raises a voice against them, they start crying and accusing people of this, that, and the other, like Nazis and far right. And let's not forget, there was no far right in Ireland before COVID. of all things. Isn't that amazing? That the term far right appears in Ireland just as people are, finally going, listen, I don't like living in a totalitarian state, so we're going to protest about it. And then all of a sudden, oh, there's Nazis everywhere. Side effect of not being vaccinated is Nazism, apparently. And that's what happened when we didn't take our injection. It was actually an inoculation against far rightism. And as a result of not getting the vaccine, we all contracted Nazism by proxy. So that's Ruth. Just always remember, this is a teacher. And I don't know if in your school, if you ever put it up to a teacher, but it never worked out well. They kind of tend to band together, and then they all make your life a living fucking hell. And when you do put it up, they're shocked. Like, how dare you question me? Like, and then they start accusing you of bullying, and like Ruth here starts accusing others of trolling her. Now, I don't know. Maybe she was trolled. I wouldn't classify it as trolling. I classify it as a deserved response for her shitty behavior and dangerous behavior. Because it's not just like, well, it's you or I or the average citizen who just doesn't want to talk to someone. So it's like just fuck off. Like, just go away. I don't want to talk to you. And that would be fine. But this isn't the case. This is an elected politician who has a responsibility to answer questions from the press. And these two people here would be the first people to be up in arms if, a right-wing politician refused to answer a question from a left-wing media outlet. Oh, there'd be apoplectic, like there'd be protests up and down the streets. There'd be, free something or other would be chanted for the next 6 months. The teachers' union would be out on strike. The nurses would be out. There'd be blue flu. There'd be fucking murder to pay or hell to pay. Anyway, let's listen to it. I do know how people love it when I pause videos every 6 seconds and talk 40 minutes.
Yeah, well, that one person can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, it ruined my life. All day I've been agonizing over that shitty comment.
Massive response from people who support it. So I just wanted to say that we will engage with the media, but every single person, like Leo Varadkar, didn't engage with Gript at one point. Enda Kenny didn't engage with Vincent Brown.
All right, so what?
Yeah, like, isn't that amazing? That's where you have to go. Like, these people
he didn't do it either, so why should I have to do it?
But it's not like that. This is it. Like, this is the left. Like, the people who despise Fine Gael, who view them as Satan, and now that's who they're calling on as for help.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
well,
yeah,
Leo,
they're their peers.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and that's all. That's the only fucking reference point she has, is that Leo Varadkar wouldn't talk to them. But guess what, Ruth? He was wrong not to talk to them. Enda Kenny wouldn't talk to Vincent Brown. Guess what? He was wrong not to talk to Vincent Brown. And she's going to try and play it off that she has a right, not to talk to people. Which, again, there's a logic in that. But when you're a politician and an elected politician, you represent not just your favoured few who voted for you, but the constituency. And, unfortunately, constituents generally don't get to talk to their politicians. Now, you may go to a clinic and, talk to them if you can nail them down. But I would imagine Ruth, like, given her penchant for, bringing down the ban hammer on social media for people who just, slightly disagree with her. It's like, okay, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. So I can only imagine coming into this woman's office and trying to raise a point with her that goes to her personal politics. Like,
we can maybe watch a video of Stephen Kerr's run-in with her and one of her heavies at a local meeting in Dublin. That was interesting back in 2022.
Oh, that's the guy who had his phone taken off, was it, or punched as well? Is that
punched or shoved or something like that? There's an ongoing assault case for that, and Ruth Coppinger was so fucking rude to this guy.
Yeah, it's just a fucking disgusting, dangerous person. Like, people tend
Yeah.
to just dismiss them as, the loony left or raving lunatics. And sure, they'll never get into a position of power in any event. But this is Ireland, so it's a continuation of coalitions. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael plus stragglers. And if the Green Party could get in, it wouldn't take much of a miracle for, say, Sinn Féin to get elected with a couple of independents, and then these two ghouls to make up the numbers. And God help us, seriously, God help us if these two ever got within an inch of an actual ministry. Like, it would just be hell on fucking earth.
Lots of people don't engage with the Sun newspaper, and
Yeah, thank God, like, that journalists in Ireland finally are actually, responding to politicians as they should. By calling it like, that's wrong. And of course we have fucking Murphy over here. No, it's not. That's not wrong. That's not wrong. That's not wrong. It is wrong. And this is the relationship journalists should have with politicians. No kindness, no politeness, no lunches, no special meetings, no favoritism, no jobs down the line as press advisors. If you ever become a press advisor for the government, then you should be out of journalism forever. That's it. It's over. It's
Well,
done.
you aren't a journalist.
Yeah. You're done. Like, you're gone. Like, there's a massive conflict of fucking interest. And
It's like you're a psychiatrist, but then you go to work for the CIA in the MK Ultra program, fucking tormenting mentally ill people for some experiment. It's you're selling your craft for evil purposes. That's fucked, man. They're not journalists.
No, where's the ethics in that? This supposed profession that is its only goal is the truth, and then they go and work for a government to spin lies. Like, give me a fucking break! Like, disgusting behavior. So this is what it should be like, and and that's all it takes. Like, so now they have this. Ben was slighted last week. So they've taken it personally now. I'm just going on face value. We don't know what's really going on, but at face value, one of their colleagues has been slighted. They're offended, and so now they're putting it up to these guys that, hang on a minute, that's wrong. Like, you have a responsibility as a politician to be accountable to the press, and the press likewise has a responsibility to the citizens and its patrons to hold these guys to account. That's the way society's supposed to work. That's what the press is supposed to do: hold these fuckers to account, and not just these two, but all of them.
Yeah, and the side of my brain that takes this on face value is saying that Ben Scanlon kind of broke a kind of consensus spell. Everyone would, this inbred relationship between the media and elected officials has kind of been just stagnant, and everyone just kind of goes along with the program. But then in comes this wild card who asks actual challenging questions, and then last week when not just Ben was refused an answer, but told point blank with scorn and hatred that I'm not talking to you, then, I think that kind of woke up the guys from, what was it? The Irish, no, it's not the Independent.
Irish Times and the Mirror, yeah?
Yes, Irish Times and the Mirror, which is fucking shocking that the Irish Times has someone with a soul working for them.
Yeah,
but,
I know.
That's my theory anyway, that Ben Scanlon just kind of broke a spell with his presence merely.
Yeah, and ultimately, when push comes to shove, if they want to make money, well, then they have to act as journalists. You can't just have this cozy relationship with politics, where you don't push a question or you don't investigate anything of worth. There's only so many climate change stories that people can swallow, and so many fluff pieces. And like, what's the recent one? The guy from the Irish dude from the World Health Organization has apparently resigned, or he's the budget's gone, so they have to let a load of people go. And
Yeah, half of them are being let go, aren't they?
Yeah, and so our media is painting the guy as some sort of fucking angel, fluff piece about his heart and his soul, because he previously was a surgeon and he helped some poor people in third world countries. But they just forgot that this is the guy who was calling for people to be dragged out of their houses if they weren't vaccinated, and to be forcefully vaccinated. Now that's fucking nice. So we can look forward to him coming home, getting a nice plus job in the HSE. And then we'll have this another goon roaming the streets, and I believe he's from your neck of the woods. So, yeah, if you see it down there, give him a good kick in the hole from me.
All right, let's get back to it.
I'm glad to see some journalists are rallying on this great point of journalistic principle, but it is our right to refuse to engage.
Did she just validate the issue that she's arguing against?
No, it's pure sarcasm. Like,
is that what it is?
Yeah. So,
see, she's such a humorless cunt.
Yeah.
That I can't, like, I didn't even know that was possible for a human being to be sarcastic and for me to not be able to register it.
It's because she's just a sarcastic cunt all the time. Like,
right. Okay,
it's like, look at those frown marks, like that. That won't change, and that's just there all.
It's like a fucking Klingon.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like a 7-year-old's elbow or something that's just grafted onto her fucking forehead. Yeah, no. So she's saying, it's nice to see the press stand on this fine point of principle, standing up for Nazis.
That would fucking enrage me if I was standing there looking at this cunt. I swear to God, if I was as a journalist, I would be like, no, you fucking didn't just say that. But of course, like me, for them it went over their heads. So
it's not even that. They're just they're our journalists. They're fucking pansies, man. They're too nice. Like, they're just too polite.
I don't know, man. I watched half of this video already. I left the rest of it as a surprise for myself. But I was impressed by their responses here.
Yeah, but only because of what we're used to. So we're used to essentially nothing. I think there's maybe 2 or 3 Irish journalists who will actually have a go at politicians. That guy Fionn O'Sheen or whatever his name is, irrespective of what you think of his politics. He does a good job at holding politicians to account, and again is not afraid to fly off the handle. But generally, they're overly polite and terribly nice. And I think it's because we've all, been put through the national school system. So when faced with a teacher, even as an adult, it's like you just regress to a 6-year-old,
right?
Because they talk to you in a certain way, even when I go to school about the kids, when you're faced with the teacher, like they just have that, like a guard, they have that presence about them that you've been fucking indoctrinated to, oh, yes, miss, yes, sir. Yeah, it's terrible torture that they put us through, really. Sorry, you were going to say?
I forget, but it doesn't matter.
With whoever we feel is not acting in good faith.
Ruth, you've talked about trolling online. Do you think it was appropriate for you to call myself and Jack Corkin-Jones very pathetic during...
So there's the tweet. So Ruth, yes, thanks to 2 very pathetic journalists giving him footage. Ben, who stood for a far right part. No, I thought I cropped. I thought I cropped that when I stitched it in there, but no, she misspelled party.
Yeah. Part, and then she replied to her own comment, or no, she replied to the comment she replied to again with party.
Yeah.
Stephen Kerr made the excellent observation when he was describing this tweet. He said that she posted it on Saturday, or early Saturday morning at 1:00. As in, she like, come on, 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
What are you doing awake there
Yeah.
on a fucking Friday night? She's not out for drinks because nobody would go out for drinks with her. She's at home, necking the fucking wine, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna fucking get these pricks."
Yeah, going through like that. Yeah, that must be her routine. From fucking midnight to 2 a.m. 2 bottles of wine and banning people on X, like going through all the comments, like.
But you know what's really pathetic though is that this isn't a tweet from her account. She was looking at tweets about that situation, and then reading the replies to those tweets and responding to those fucking replies. That is pathetic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can't
it's
do
obsession.
That. You can't do that. It's not good for your health at all. Actually, keep doing that, Ruth. Keep doing it. It might throw you right over the fucking edge. Right, so we listen to this. So let's see her admit she was wrong.
Over the weekend.
The pathetic display of rallying around Gript.
Do you think myself and Jack pathetic?
I think a lot of things weren't appropriate last week, Louise.
But do you think we're pathetic? Do you not see the hypocrisy? Look, I was told last week too. I didn't say a word about you, and yet.
Look at Murphy's body language. Look at the blinking. Look how uncomfortable he is. All this excessive blinking is a sign of turmoil and inner stress and torment.
You over the weekend branded myself, Jack Morgan-Jones, pathetic. Do you not see the hypocrisy in that? Giving out about people, and I'm sorry if you had threats, I'm sorry if you had to go to the Gardaí, that's not nice. But you're talking about general trolling. You were trolling myself, Jack. Do you not think that
wasn't a troll? I posted about what happened here last week, Louise, because I knew it was going to be covered after. So I put up a tweet saying what happened.
Paul.
That a number.
He's driving me crazy, Paul.
I know. He's just yeah. I think
he doesn't know what to do with himself.
No, because he knows. Again, he knows she's in the fucking wrong, and he knows that they have her skewered. Like, so I think now he's just trying to think up some sort of retort and how to save the situation. But they can't do it. We know they can't do it. They double down and double down and double down, and they just can't let it. They can't let it go. Anybody who's been following on social media just knows this. They're still banging away at it, like bringing up stuff from Ben Scanlon's past, like in 6th class he kicked a football that didn't belong to him over a fence, or it's fucking pathetic. Like,
Paul Coors seemed to rally behind Gript, which is exactly what happened.
I'm not talking about that tweet. I'm talking about the one you sent at 1:30.
Cunt.
Branding my
fucking cunt. Fucking trying to doing everything to avoid the fact that she called the person standing in front of her pathetic. She won't fucking own it. And I think that's a good, politicians will always do that, but that's actually, I think, good indication that she in fact was almost blackout drunk when she wrote that.
Yeah, it's either that she's no recollection at all, or she just will refuse to admit it in the hopes that by not acknowledging it at all, that the journalists will just get tired and then move on to the next question, because that's normally what happens, isn't it? Like the politician, they refuse to answer the question, then when pushed they answer a different question, and then when pushed further they acknowledge the question but still refuse to answer it, and then the journalist goes, oh fuck it, like because somebody else is trying to get in, or one of their handlers is dragging them away to some meeting. But there's only 3 journalists here, I think, which is pathetic. Like, so this is obviously a close up of their faces, but when we pull back out, you obviously there's usually just 2 microphones there. Like, it's RTE and News Talk. That's it. That's Ireland. That's the size of our media. RTE and news talk. That's the entirety of Irish political coverage. Even fucking Abdullah Hashem, he had 5 microphones when he's speaking. They can only muster 2. And I don't know why Ruth is wearing this mic here. Is this her own mic for her own record or something? It makes no sense why this is here. There must be some
Okay, yeah,
indie media. Is that still going or something? Is it maybe that's for them? But again, the refusal to acknowledge it, and fair play to the journalists, because it's rare that we see this again, just pushing and refusing to be fobbed aside and to make the fucker answer the question.
Yeah, unheard of.
Myself and Jack very pathetic. I'm asking you, is that what you think, and do you think it was appropriate?
I think it was something like the pathetic rallying behind Brit. It wasn't a very if that's all you had to worry about.
No, I'm just asking you.
Yeah, again, that's pure snark, like teacher snark. Like
teacher snark. Yeah.
Well, if that's all you have to worry about, like I've been receiving death threats, and if all you got to worry about is me calling you pathetic, well then there's something wrong with you for even questioning me like it, or gaslighting from this fucking cunt. Like, so yeah, it's like say one more thing and you're in detention for a week is the energy from this woman. Like,
that was far from that wouldn't have even come into my radar, because the level of misogyny and abuse that I got as a result of authority that was given to Grit last week by 1 or 2 folklores, to be honest.
I thought trolling as well from your side, I'd just like to point out. But you said thanks to 2 very pathetic journalists giving him footage. Ben, who stood with the fire eyes, that was 1:23 a.m. on the 10th of May, which is Saturday. I'm asking you, do you not see the hypocrisy in that? Because myself or Jack never mentioned you.
Nobody in the media mentioned it all week, actually, which was also quite interesting.
Again, making it all about her. Just skip past her concern and then straight back onto her. Well, nobody even rang me. Nobody even mentioned about me, how I felt.
Like I think I'm gonna take this to my feminist friend. Like actual genuine fucking feminist, teaches in her fucking college course and all that shit. I'm pretty sure that she's going to tell me that this politician is being very anti-feminist to this journalist right now. While complaining about misogyny, she's being misogynistic to this fellow woman.
Yeah. We need to get away from all this misogyny horseshit and all these magical shields. It's not because you're a woman, Ruth. It's because you're a cunt. You're an utter fucking cunt. That's it. And it's again, people like same, using the homophobic, the homophobia or the Islamophobia or the, bigotry. That's not why people generally hate people. They hate them because they're cunts, like just out and out cunts. And there's no other word for it other than cunt. That's what this woman is, a pure cunt. And, I'm sure she would call me, misogynistic for using the word cunt to describe her. I know a lot of women get offended by that. Like, well, why? As I gently play with her lips with my with my pointer. People get terribly upset by that word, but there's no better word for this than that. Like, it's just pure cuntiness is what it is. But again, it could be easy, couldn't it? Just say, oh yeah, well, I apologize, that was out of hand, and that's it. Then it's done. It's done, and that would be refreshing. The people would just go, oh, thank God we don't have to put up with this fucking silly charade anymore, where people are finally just being fucking honest. In that sense, like, we generally don't want honest politicians because they're a fucking nightmare, but just honest in their speech. Like, just be a fucking real person for once, and maybe we might actually get something done in the fucking country. Like, put aside the horseshit, all this display of nonsense, because it is childish. It's pathetic, really, that these are the best of Irish people. These are our representatives. This is what we get. Silly fucking name calling at half or 2 o'clock, almost 2 o'clock in the morning, because she's a fucking lush. And she just, hates being slighted because she's that level of a fucking narcissist that she can't take any slight at all. And
Yeah.
again, still can't acknowledge it. And now it's going on with the misogyny. She had to deal with misogyny. I doubt it was just men who were calling you a cunt. I'd imagine there's a fair amount of women as well who are going, "Oh my fucking god!" And she does a disservice to women, and a disservice to teachers, and a disservice to human beings in general, with this shitty behavior. And again, it's a crying shame because they're supposed to represent those people who don't have a voice. And I just can't imagine for the life of me that there's that many people out there calling for the issues that she is concerned with. They've gotten everything they want. Like, you can kill babies at will. You can fucking suck 10 dicks walking down the street at will without being bothered if you so wish. Like, what's left? Euthanasia, that's coming down the road, isn't it? So we'll be throwing grannies and granddads out of windows next and waving flags. Maybe we'll come up with some sort of fucking euthanasia flag, a skull and bones or something. We can stick that onto the pride flag as well, on the back of the pride flag. Fucking the Jolly Roger.
Yeah. Look, all this fucking. Whoa, Jesus, buddy, what is that? Did you blow into the microphone? That
yeah. Maybe I
scared
just
me. Sorry.
Exasperation. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That. Sorry, that gave me a shock. All this stuff about fucking water charges and rent freezes and shit like that. That's just cover for this demented neo-Marxist crap that they're pushing. That you just listed off there. It's not real. This person isn't real. But as we've seen from her fucking activity at 1:30 in the morning on a Friday fucking night, she's just the same as everyone else. She's a human being, and she just employs fucking voodoo words to kind of create an image of something else entirely.
Yeah, but let's be fair. Like, so, right. If you're in this position as a politician, stay off social media. Just stay off it all together, right? Stop trying to ban everybody else in the country from fucking using it or needing a license to go online because you don't want any hurty words pointed in your direction. Just stay the fuck away from it and deal with people when they come to you, okay? Because it's not a good look for a politician to be censoring people, to be banishing them from your presence, okay? And, granted, it's only social media. But, there's actual people on the other end of the fucking screen. And it's not a good look for a politician to be going, okay, I'm done with you, I'm done with you, I'm done with you, I'm done with you. And now it's journalists. Okay, no, I don't like you. Get the fuck out. Get away with him. And then it's not too far a step to, actually, okay, now we're in power. And I'm at the levers of power and I have access to these guards and the prison system. And, I can change legislation at will. When it's like, okay, well, anyone now who I identify as far right, it's like, okay, gulag, 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 gulag. And then
this is the beginning of it right here in front of us. Yeah.
Yeah. And finally, all the dim-witted, fucking soggy, teabag-headed gimps out there are finally coming to the, I see what people have been complaining about. This might actually affect us too. Because I didn't think this was possible from, the anti-fascists. Because, they're concerned about the Nazis. As long as we take care of the Nazis, well, then we'll be okay. But not these loving people. They have everyone's welfare at heart. And it's those other people that they want to do away with. I'm not one of those others. Like, I'm a valued member of society. I'm a member of the press, God damn it. And then they come, so if they have an issue with Ben today, they might have an issue with me tomorrow. Is that the sound of a fucking penny dropping somewhere? Yes. Yes, it is. And that's why it's important. And that's why it doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right when you see tyrannical cunts like these, or Fianna Fáil, or Fine Gael, or Sinn Féin, or the Irish Freedom Party, or, fucking the Heavenly Host Party. It doesn't matter. It's all horseshit. If you see a tyrant anywhere, they deserved to be metaphorically kicked in the dry, powdery vagina, be they male or female.
That's not true. That nobody interviewed me all week or came to me for a comment or point of view about what happened here last week.
You're on news talk. We didn't get any media.
A number of a number of well, I saw one journalist.
What's going on there in the background?
I think there's a host of white knights in the background trying to rescue her. She's been bemoaning the fact there that, well, no journalist approached me, nobody came to me. I had to drink alone in the house. I was hoping that a journalist would ring me and we could have wine together, and then I could wine together. But no, nobody contacted her. But then, lo and behold, someone in the background there says, "Oh, well, hang on a minute." Maybe it was one of the journalists said, "You're on News Talk. What are you talking about? The media did contact you. That's 50% of the media that are interested in politics. You've got News Talk and RTE. So News Talk were on to her. She was interviewed by News Talk. And every time I look around, these people are being interviewed. God knows why. They don't deserve to be. They represent a fraction of the population. And their presence on, national television they're well overrepresented on every fucking level. But she's, crying and moaning that nobody contacted her. No journalist even, picked up the phone to see how she was. But she's caught lying. She was indeed interviewed by News Talk, so she had a right to reply. And why should she be given the right to reply is beyond me. It was glorious that it happened. So now everybody can see what these people are actually like. And again, it shows their level of unawareness around what people think. They think, okay, well, because it's gripped and they're Nazis, well, then I can essentially do whatever the fuck I want and say whatever I want about them and act in any way she so wishes because they're Nazis. But people aren't fucking stupid. And Ben is quite likable. And he doesn't act anything like a Nazi. He's very polite. He's very respectful. But he's assertive, And only in Ireland could a journalist who's asking, not hardball questions, but, just, pushing a point and asking for the question to be actually answered instead of just being fobbed off and pushed aside with continuous deflections. And people respect that and yearn for it. And they now respect Ben. There's always been that fan base for Gript, which I think was small to begin with. It was a very kind of select group of people who would be, kind of hardcore Catholics. The majority of Ireland, I think, historically would have looked at Gript and go, "Oh, these people are fucking are nut jobs." All they care about is abortion, and they're a bunch of whack job Catholics. But over time, and especially in the times we live in, given their stance on COVID and their stance for free speech, which is still a very important part of a free functioning society, And I think that's what people have realised, that, oh my God, these people are fucking anti-free speech, that they would happily bring in the most draconian hate speech laws in the morning if given a chance. And God help anybody who spoke out against them. Can you imagine what would happen if these guys were at the lever of power? Every guard in the morning would be reassigned to hate speech duty. Anyone who disagrees with anything these people say would be gone. People would be disappeared in a matter of fucking weeks, We'd be gone. Yep. Half the people on YouTube in Ireland would be gone, and there'd be nobody fucking left. And then people would go, "Well, how did this happen? I don't understand it. What happened? These jokers, how is it that these jokers who people generally laugh at could end up, the ruination of a country?" It's very fucking easy because, unfortunately, there's a couple of 100,000 gimps who work for the state who'll do whatever the fuck they're told, no matter who says it, irrespective of their own morals, if they still have any. Sorry, I interrupted you. You were going to jump in there.
No, I forgot. Look, no, wait. Look, if this is how they behave with the ego stroking that comes with standing in front of 3 or 4 journalists to speak their mind, what's the station of Taoiseach or something going to do to them. You know, they'll go fucking crazy. You know, you're not exaggerating. In a matter of weeks, you know, they'll be completely away with the fairies. And you know, actually, that would be the best thing that could happen for this country. Let these nut jobs take the reins, and we can just, you know, skip a bunch of steps and just go to complete tyranny.
Yeah.
You know, COVID did a good job waking people up. Maybe these guys can do the same.
No. We wouldn't live to see it. we'd be gone. How many times have you said that as well? The best thing that could happen is for people like this to get into power. And then what happens? They get into power and it goes on for another 20 fucking years. So then like, we'll end up saying that the best thing that could happen would be that, you know, the Romulans arrive from fucking whatever.
Reanimate Pol Pot.
From, you know, Delta 9 or whatever star system the imaginary Romulans come from, and have aliens rule us. No, we need to get rid of these people. Now, before you have a panic attack, Ruth, I'm not saying we should kill you. I'm just saying we should remove you from politics, that people shouldn't vote for you, because she's very quick to report these apparent death threats that she's been suffering from. So I think they have to be credible, not just somebody online saying, "Oh, I wish this cunt would die," or, you know, someone should, you know, shoot her in the back of the head with a shotgun. Like, they're jokes, okay?
Or, you know, drown her in a barrel like a kitten or something.
Yeah, in a bag with
fucking hit her with a plank repeatedly,
or shove a microphone down her throat and bash her face in with fucking Mars bar boy over there. They're jokes. But a lot of it's brought on. Like, I just can't comprehend this hate. These people who are so, you know, filled with love and joy and want to protect everybody from the horrors of hate. Why they seem so hate-filled themselves? Why did they get to hate and we don't? Like, why should it be illegal for us, yet they get to fucking hate everything and everybody? And nobody seems to call them out on it. Like, it's baffling, you know. And again, it's because they have the buzzwords that they'll frighten people, you know, misogynist and homophobe and God forbid racist of all things. I'm surprised she hasn't called one of them a racist yet.
That did kind of cover it. But I just thought it was interesting that no journalist kind of contacted to see what has happened that week. So, you know.
Do you not believe in the press council's ability to function? Because if we don't use the press council as adequate means to critique behaviour that is improper, I mean, then it's not up to the whim of politicians to pick and choose who they talk to. But it is, of course, very Trumpian, and we see the impact of that.
It's not Trumpian. Like, I read...
look at him triggered. That's all it took. The mention of Trump. And look at Ruth as well. Look, like how...
PDS.
Yeah, how dare you compare me to Trump? So here we go, Paul. You finally get your moment to shine in the sun. I just hope you have your fucking sunscreen on that giant balding dome.
Right? And the distinction between Trump is excluding Associated Press because they refuse to use the term Gulf of America. They correctly use the term Gulf of Mexico. But he is excluding...
No, that's not true. No, he has refused to talk to the media for fucking years now. Liar.
Yeah. But I think he's partially correct. He has, I think, refused to let various members of the press into the White House meetings if they refuse to refer to the Gulf of America, or the Gulf of Mexico, as it was formerly known as the Gulf of America.
Yes.
And that's fine, right? Well, it's shitty behavior. Let me just go back there, right? You shouldn't be banning members of press from politics or the right to ask questions on any account, you know, even if they're from propaganda outlets like, you know, MSNBC and what have you. It would probably do more good to have them in there, and then you can kind of embarrass them when they're inside. But what he's doing is just going, okay, you can't come into the White House briefings, but he's not banishing them from existence, which is what these guys are doing. Like, so he's right. He's they're not like Trump. They're worse by a factor of like 1,000, because they just don't want to, you know, well, Ben, you can't come into the Dáil, or you can't come into our meetings and events and rallies. Don't they want him gone? from existence. He can't operate anywhere. If it was up to these guys, like, they don't even classify him as a member of the press. He shouldn't be listened to. He's like, gripped shouldn't be normalized, in their words. They shouldn't be allowed to operate at all. And he hasn't, he can't even see like his own madness here, where he's actually, praising Trump in his own perverse way. It's proving that Trump is, better than these guys who would happily, bury Ben and Gripped in a ditch somewhere, just so they're, vanished or disappeared.
From the White House. That's the difference. We don't have the power to do that to Gripped. We're not doing anything like that in terms of
But if
Gripped.
you are in power, it's very slippery slope, and that's the issue.
No, but we defend the right of freedom of speech and freedom of press.
Who are we not going to speak to next? It's Grip today. Is it the Mirror next week? Is it the Mail the week after? Do you not see why there's an issue?
No, because we draw a very clear line. We disagree with the line of the Mirror. We disagree with the line of the Mail. We disagree with We do the line of the Irish Times. We disagree with the line of News Talk. We disagree with RTE. We disagree with Virgin Media. We disagree with all these media outlets.
We live in a democracy.
But we treat them as media outlets with which we disagree with. Gripped is different and should not be normalised as if they're just like that. They're not, and I'll explain why they're different again.
Yeah, but why do you not take it up at the press council is my issue.
People have made complaints to the press council.
I think the comparison to Trump is just ludicrous. I'm not a sexual predator. I'm not somebody endorsing a genocide.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What does that have to do with the current conversation?
Nothing. Again, it's just more deflection and more red herrings. How dare you compare me to Trump and the way I'm acting, far worse than Trump. It's a good comparison to make, because these are the very people who would be, complaining about Trump, saying like it's an outrage that he's excluding members of the press from the White House. Yeah, but now, of course, she can't accept that and acknowledge that, oh, well, I'm just as bad, if not actually worse, than the devil incarnate Orange Man. So again, it's like, well, how dare you make the comparison? I'm not a rapist. I'm not a misogynist. I'm not a man. Granted, our hair is fairly similar. I do have the same kind of hair as Donald Trump. Granted, a little bit longer, not balding as much. But she's worse. She's worse than Trump. Everybody knows what they're getting with a Trump. He doesn't pretend to be anything other than what he is.
Point.
People knew what they were getting when they voted for Trump. I think if people voted for this or these creatures, I doubt it will ever happen in any large number. They don't have the numbers in the party, but people don't expect that. Okay, we're going full gulag now, where we're expelling members of the press who don't meet our criteria to actually qualify as members of the press. You don't get to fucking do that, Ruth. There's a name for that. Remember the fascists, the guys who limit press freedoms. Guess who that is? It's not the far right who are trying their best to keep free speech as a value, irrespective of where it comes from. And free speech absolutist goes, yeah, well, you can pretty much talk about anything, best to deal with these issues in the sterility of sunlight instead of have to hide them. But no, you guys are the complete opposite. You guys are the fascists. You are the bad guys. It's really that simple, and it's plain for everybody to see. And the journalists were right. Who was it? The Mirror today, the Irish Times tomorrow, and he's saying, Murphy's saying, well, we're not in power. Well, thank fucking God. Because if you were in power,
that's the worst thing he could have said is because when the severity of their actions are scaled down relative to their power compared to Trump, how that came out of his mouth and he didn't catch himself, or maybe he did catch himself because you can see him looking down at the ground, probably thinking, "Oh, Jesus Christ!" What did I just say?
The power these guys have is shame, like to shame people into silence by calling them like rapists and misogynists and all the usual horseshit.
Oh,
But yeah, that's not the point they were making, Ruth. They weren't saying like, oh yeah, you're just like Trump. You're male, and you're overly suntanned, depending on which news outlet you appear on, and who's doing the color grading, and you like to play golf. They're not saying any of that. They're just drawing the comparison between, Trump on the one hand, who you despise and criticize for refusing to talk to members of the press and acting fascistic, and you, who is also acting fascistic by refusing to acknowledge people who, disagree with your politics. And what did Ben even do? He asked her a softball question. What do you think of the minister's stance on immigration? And then, just as we saw last week, just pure and utter disgust and contempt. Only the contempt that a teacher would have if you, ask them a question or let them know, oh, that's actually the wrong answer, miss. How fucking dare you? You ignorant fucking child. Don't you know who you're talking to here?
I'm not a misogynist, a racist, a homophobe.
Do you think it's appropriate to call two political correspondents very pathetic?
I think the behaviour, like if it's being put bluntly to me, yes, was pathetic last week. That's obviously up to them to decide what they do, and they have every right to do it, to be clear.
Just on that last question, what was the behaviour that was described as pathetic to the journalist?
Okay, apologise for that word, Louise. Okay?
Look at that.
Oh, it took that long, and only the woman was apologized to.
And it's not. It's not genuine. It's true gritted fucking shit.
No, it was very snarky.
And look at this gimp as well. I think we kind of missed that. Just completely flummoxed.
Put her back then. All right.
Described as pathetic to the journalist.
Okay. Apologise for that word, Louise. Okay?
Grip trying to ask a question. I think it's the format for that.
What the fuck?
Shit. Yeah, the maniacal grin. Look at that. Yeah, that's fear. That's what that is right there. That's fear grin. That's like a baboon baring its fangs when it's frightened. And they finish up by asking Grips, does he want anything to say, or Ben? And he's right to say no, not the forum. And what they should do is none of them should ever ask these guys a question again. Give them a dose of their own fucking medicine, If you want to exclude the press, grant. Well, they also have some power too. Without the press, you guys are just left floundering on X, getting ratioed every single fucking day of the week, and they'll become social pariahs, like, so to associate yourself with this, like, and then to think of yourself as the good guys, it's fucking laughable, man. It's absolutely laughable. Right, I need a palate cleanser.
All right. Before we bring up anything else, let's look at the pendant that she was wearing. A viewer asked if we could look at that. Don't know what exactly that's supposed to be. Some kind of paganish kind of thing.
Is it a Celtic knot of some description in the center? Is it?
Oh, you know what? It could actually be a knot. Yeah. I've just never seen it in that shape.
I don't know. We'd have to look in. It could be just some generic jewelry, but I'm sure we'll get a better look at it.
Actually, yeah, I believe it is kind of knot. It is a knot design in the middle. Anyway,
it's too degraded. The image is too degraded to make it out properly. But I wouldn't be surprised if it had some, special meaning, or if it's it's harder for coven.
Oh yeah, she is into that weird stuff. Maybe it contains the souls of her boarded babies.
Yeah, I think it contains the
trapped for eternity
ashes of her poor dead husband. So I think last week we accused her of being a lesbian, but she was indeed married. She was married for 20 years to I think it was an Indian man. Sadly, he passed away in 2024. So that answers the question: how long does it take to suck the soul out of a human being. 20 years is the answer. Like, and it can only be a fucking Indian who would marry Ruth. Only a Hindu would put up with that kind of shit, and just put it down to fate, you know. Any other ethnic group wouldn't have it. It's like, no, fuck this. I'm out of here. But yeah. Well, I don't mean to shit on her poor dead husband. But that's what happens, you know. You lose all sympathy and respect for these people,
Yeah.
and that's what needs to be done. Unfortunately, in this day and age, they need to be ridiculed and continuously hammered until they get it, because that's all we've got, you know, as average citizens. Like,
Yeah.
all we have is our voice and the ability to speak and to mock and use the tools that are at our disposal. And again, while we can, because it's not going to be long before, you know, they try to attack every fucking avenue and shut down everything that's available to us. So we have a short window of time, and while we can, we will we'll hammer away at them, you know, every little bit that we can.
Yeah. Are we going to address this comment that we got about, oh, you know, you're saying hurty things about these people. Maybe you shouldn't do that. You know, the tone policing, as our friend Sean mentioned.
Maybe, I don't know. Is it?
Well, I mean, I've said it, so it's all on the table now. Look, everyone's fair game on this show. You know, we'll shit on anyone, and I think that's kind of, you know, healthy. I think it especially when the subject is somebody who is in a powerful position.
Yeah.
You know, has a position of privilege, and you know, we can't talk to these people. You know, you saw them reject our voice, who, you know, just happens to be Ben Scanlon. You know, with his flaws, he's, you know, closer to our voice than anyone, and he was rejected. He wasn't allowed to speak to them. And at the end of the day, the thing that really dismantles all tyrannies is satire. Tyrants are shit scared of satire. They lock up the comedians first. Okay, look what Stalin did.
Yeah. Yeah, and that comment. Well, what was it? Yeah, like here's the thing. Right now, this is probably the last time we're going to address, you know, silly fucking comments, or maybe it won't be, because there's always something to be learned, but from everybody, really. So the guy came in first of all, said, what was it, like, show shit or something like that. And then whatever, and it's like, okay, well, fair. I can deal with that, you know. That if that's your honest opinion, great. You know, I'd rather have that. But then it's followed up with this kind of passive aggressive horseshit. Oh well, you know, change your tone, or we appear just as bad as the people we're criticizing. Take it. As,
oh, you know what? I have it in front
all
of
right.
me. I dislike these people as much as you do, but mocking them the way you do doesn't do you any favors. It comes across as smarmy as they are. Call it constructive criticism.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, you know, whatever. Who gives a fuck, really? But it's not like it's like, I don't need constructive criticism. You know, there's too many fucking outlets out there where it's like, okay, well, let's discuss this, you know, in a calm and reasoned measure. No, because the whole idea of us doing the show is to be, you know, authentic, and that's what we need. We need people to be authentic, because you know what you're fucking getting with a person, and it's difficult to be authentic at the best of times. You know, you only really do it with your close friends and family, because it's dangerous to be authentic, because guess what? People aren't nice, calm, measured individuals. Like, nobody talks like a fucking politician, because, you know, you wouldn't be friends with someone like that. You wouldn't be around them very long. It would be like a world of work where you're talking to your manager every fucking second of the day, where there's a disparity in power. You can never really say what's on your mind. And that's the problem with fucking dealing with teachers and politicians and doctors and guards and anyone else who has more power than you. You cannot be yourself. You're not basically treated on the same fucking level. You can't do it within yourself because you've been conditioned to think you're lesser than these people because they have more power or they've more money. But fuck that. It's all horseshit. At the end of the day, you know, you have the same fucking rights, the same God-given rights as the guy at the top of the totem and the guy at the bottom of the totem. And you're all given a fucking mind, and we're all given a mind to use, and we all have discernment. And that's it, you know? And granted, this is a show, so it's amped up because, you know, who wants to listen to two fucking guys endlessly droning on about, you know, the finer points of politics in Ireland? We're done. We're done like 20 fucking years ago, you know? We're done. Nobody fucking buys it anymore. You know, everyone and their fucking granny can see through the horseshit at this stage. Like, you know, the curtain's been well and truly pulled back. The only people who still engage with it are the political class and the fucking media by and large. And even they're, you know, waking up at this stage where, you know, we've got two fucking journalists out of God knows how many who, you know, who've taken a personal slight. But it seems like the fog has shifted and they're going, oh, well, hang on a minute. Like, we don't have to take this from you fucking people. You know, they're realizing that, you know, their profession is worth something. And maybe these are young guys. So maybe this is hope for the future where, you know, people are actually realizing, okay, well, Jesus Christ, this is
they both
this is an important job, you know. So they haven't had the life sucked out of them yet. But it's a very fucking important job, you know, to have the ears of the nation by and large, you know. And granted, there's a host of people on YouTube, you know. And bigger channels, much bigger channels, would have a bigger responsibility. But again, the only responsibility you should have as a human being is the truth. To speak truthfully and honestly as best you can. But always, you know, put protection. It depends who you're talking to as well. You know, there's certain people that you just shouldn't talk to. And in certain situations, there's, you know, certain ways you talk to people when you're when there's a disparity in power, you know. But at some fucking stage in your life, you have to take a stand and you have to, you know, put these people in their place in whatever way you can, you know. And if people are going to get upset because, oh, well, you know, you're using naughty words and you're being silly and you're being a little bit childish, so fucking what? That's how you stay young, you know. Look at my grandparents. When they were 50, they looked like they were 120 because somehow they forgot to be fucking happy. They forgot to have a bit of joy and a bit of lightness and a bit of fun about them, and then they just became miserable cunts. And both of them suffered from Alzheimer's. But I don't think it was Alzheimer's. I just think they were terminally fucking bored. They forgot how to laugh. Yeah, I know.
Like, you made a lot of good points, and the whole thing about, like, you know, we're not going to come in here and fucking talk the minutiae of politics, and you know, I would if there was actually politics going on in this country, but there isn't politics. There's just this fucking clown show in the Dáil and the Shannon to a different and more bizarre extent. So I'm going to treat the clowns in the circus as fucking clowns.
Yeah, and we're paying the admission fee for all of this, so, you know. We're the audience.
That's true.
We're the audience. They're the performers, so, you know.
Out of my fucking veins, they fucking extract money to live their fucking lavish lifestyles. No, fuck them.
Yeah,
I'll say whatever the fuck I like about them.
Yeah, we're their patrons, so to speak, and they dance for us. You know, they're the monkeys, not fucking us. So, like, those monkeys will dance to our tune. And what about the comments? Like, all our comments will stay up, negative or positive. So there's some negative. The majority of them have been massively positive, and thank you for that. And we've had, you know, a nice few new subscribers and lots of comments, and that means a lot because that's what it's about for us as well. It's to build a community, even though it's an online community, you know, and people shit on that, but that's not to be sniffed at either, because we've been, you know, traveling in these circles for very long time when numbers were low and people were still under kind of a much heavier consensus spell. So we're delighted that people would watch and give us something very precious, which is your attention and your time, and it means an awful lot. And we in our own small way just try to make light of things, because there's enough fucking cunts in the world who are just
and
filling
you know
people
what?
with misery and doom.
Social media, it's just constantly, this thing's happening and that thing's, oh my God, it's terrible. What's going on?
Yeah, the country's falling apart.
As if we haven't fucking noticed. As if walking down the fucking street isn't a constant reminder of what a shit bucket we live in.
Yeah, we know. Embrace the absurdity. Probably come to the realization that there's not much you can do on a grand scale, but on your own personal scale, there's lots you can do. Like,
and everything has a ripple effect. If especially when you're standing in your own power. And you know what? I love just jacking myself off. Here's a lovely new comment for us. Without being a total sycophant, this is the best online shit I've come across in years.
Good stuff. We hope to get you addicted, like any good drug dealer, and then cut you off. No, we won't. But thank you. The nice comments are great, and it goes a long way. And it's difficult for me to say this because a big part of the show is shitting on people, but shitting on people who deserve to be shat on, and where we see good, we will acknowledge it
and elevate it.
Yep, and as pointed out, we've been, I won't say shitting on, we've been examining the work of Ty Hickey for the last couple of weeks, and we'll return to that a little later on.
I can't wait.
Yeah, but he deserves to be roundly shat on. Not because of anything to do with the guy's nature or how he is as a man or as a being.
Clear mental deficiencies.
Yeah, we don't know anything about him, personally. I'm sure if I met him in a pub and we didn't talk about politics or anything at all, we could all fine. Yeah, if he sat in one corner of the pub and I sat in the other corner of the pub and we never locked eyes.
That was okay.
Yeah, we'd get on great, we'd get on like a house on fire. But like as I've been, going through his material, the guy's a fucking fantastic singer. Like why he didn't put his energy really we looked at his video of him singing, that kind of goofy song where he's dressed up as a woman, and you could tell that he some level of talent because he can hold the tune,
And he was really into it, he looks absolutely feckin' miserable at every other moment he's on camera, but when he was walking down the street in drag, singing "Are You Sorry for What You Did?"
Yeah,
so he lit up.
He did, didn't he? Yeah, it's like you could see like this glow about him, and maybe it was the women's underwear he had on or something like that. But you can see, and again, I've seen bits of him singing, and it's not even cringy. It's really fucking good, and he has a presence about him, obviously. But I don't know why he. Maybe it's just too hard. Maybe it is very hard, isn't it, to be successful as a musician? But really, really good voice. So never let it be said that it's all negativity. And I will leave a comment for him saying that he's a wonderful singer, even though he doesn't respond to my comments.
You do that. You do that on my behalf as well. You know what? I figured it out. He doesn't lean into the singing because you see what happens when you do something that you are really good at, then you become successful. But the side effect of being successful is that you actually have to work.
Yeah.
You have to do stuff regularly.
Yeah.
I don't think that's Tag's bag at all.
Yeah. Communism and laziness, it's a nexus. That just can't be, it's intertwined, and you'll stop having showers next and everything. It's fucking terrible stuff.
Hey, man, it's not my fault it hasn't rained in 3 weeks.
All right. Yeah, so I think we'll have to have a look at Tig next and get him out of the way. Right, I'm going to need to get some liquid refreshments.
All right.
I don't know if you want to hold the fort or if you got some AI music for us. Like YouTube has to lighten up. Like, it's killing me not to be able to play music. Like a big part of our radio show was the music. Maybe we can get Tig on if you can get some of his original work. We can play some of Tig's music, or maybe you can hold forth by singing a ballad there. No pressure. Right, I'll be back in.
Yeah, you do
4 or
that.
5
I'll
minutes.
figure out what to do for the next while. Yeah, I think it's just gonna have to be some AI music. So hold tight, folks. We'll be back shortly.
I am a government minister, yes I am. Started out as a counselor in Leinster, that was the plan. I joined the party, shook the hand, and now I'm in with the man. They knew I had potential, so they gave me a quick scan. Off to the big house in Dublin, they said. Knocked on every door, made sure I was ahead. Election night came, and I was truly elected. They hoisted me up, quotas all respected, and the party was flush. A cool extra 10 grand from the dollar surprise. Shook hands with the fools and celebrated with cognac and blow. Never tried that before, but oh, what a night. Until the man whispered, take care of us and you'll be all right. Arrived at the doll, brown envelope in hand. Just photographed today, thought this life is so grand. Drank with Mary Lou, Brad, Carr, and Martin. No one pays the tab, they said you're just starting. Next session at the dial, another envelope for me. Signed off on the bike shelter, good for the air, you see. Then the party took notice, my charm and my wit. You're perfect for a leader, you've got the right fit. Election rolled around and we won it by far. People said I played a blinder, I was now a star. But those brown envelopes, they never stopped, reminding me daily of the ladder I topped. Ignored the hobbit next door with his dubious ways. School still unfinished, hospital in a haze. But then Brussels called, said my career's not done. Hiked up the taxes, the people were stunned. said he made quotas the norm. But the mob got unruly, they were no longer warm. Lost my seat, my ego, bruised and deflated. But Mary Lou said, don't worry, you'll be reinstated. Now as a legal consultant, life's a bit strange, but in a few years, I'll be back in the game. The other party won, but that's quite alright. Mary Lou's my pal, she'll get me back in sight. So here I sit, a senator soon to be. The game's not over, just a break for me. We are a politician, we never truly fall. We just changed the title, but we've still got it all.
Right. We're back.
Yeah. All right. I've had a change of mind. I'm going to hold over with Tig.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at this cop.
Oh, right.
Yeah, let's get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, right, we'll have a look at the RTA's reporting on it first. As always, fair and balanced from RTA. So you have to be careful here because they, a very powerful organization who, you rightly said, can make your life a living hell if they so wish, but they can do it at any stage really. And like our good lefty friends, you got to take on the power. Fight the powers that be, as NWA would have said. Right, where are we? RTE. Where the fuck has it gone? Right, give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. So on the break, I knocked over and smashed my last cup. I still have the EV radio cup left over, and
oh, nice.
The New York Natural History Museum cup that my departed wife brought from the States.
Oh, nice.
So I need to get out and buy some new fucking mugs.
There you go. Okay. How's that looking on screen? Can we see that okay?
Best blow it up if you can.
Okay. Careful now what you say. Might be taken out of context.
Oh, fuck's sake. Jeez.
There we go. Is that better?
Yep. That's good.
Okay, so as we may have heard, Garda Kevin Flatley has died. Like, talk about a terrible fucking name. Like, we may as well just get it out there. Like, nobody's mentioned it anywhere. Like, how could people not be mentioning the cunt's name? I'm sorry. Like, I know it's tragic for his family that he died. But
Yeah.
my first, well, when I first heard of it, it was like, did you hear a guard has died? He was hit by a motorcycle, and my initial honest reaction was, eh.
Yep.
It just was like, I tried to feel sorry for him, but I couldn't, like, and that may, it might come across like, oh, you cold-hearted cunt, but I just couldn't, like, because I can't, and that sounds like I have no emotions now. I did feel genuine sorrow for his wife and his family. Like, it's tragic for them.
Yeah.
But beyond that, it's like, and what do you want me to?
Yeah, I
to
mean,
do?
like, how many people die in the roads?
It's like, every day, like, you can't turn on the fucking radio without hearing about somebody. It's like it's some sort of weird fetish in Ireland where. Or maybe it's just because nothing generally happens, that's newsworthy, that it's like they're just scouring the obituaries or scanning the Garda scanners for news of, tragedy on the road. But it's always, somebody's died or somebody's got a flat tire and, in Tuam, and we need to know about it, apparently. Like, I don't care. Like, I genuinely don't. You might as well tell me that put a story that, a bin man died of a fucking heart attack. It's like, so what? Like, people die every single day of the week, and it's a personal tragedy for their family and friends. But I can't do a fucking thing about it. And if you're asking me to feel sorry for a guard or the institution of An Garda Síochána, good fucking luck. And I'm not on my own. I'm not. There's enough people out there, historically, who've had contempt for the institution. We'll leave the personal individuals out of it for the institution. And, over the last decade, more and more people, are joining the club, so to speak, because, people get to see what they're like in action, the organization, because it's a behemoth, and it very rarely, if ever, changes for the better or acts in the interest of the citizens. We may as well do away with Garda Síochána. Just get rid of the fucking name. Just change it. Just go for police force. That's what it is. It's a police force. They enforce policy. That's their goal. And granted, they keep the peace, and they're helpful in certain situations where if people are terrorizing you, well, then you can go to them because it's a large organization with guns and a multitude of weapons. Personally, I preferred if I could have the same access to guns and weapons and my family and friends, so we could, muster our own support in the local neighborhood. I think it would be a safer neighborhood generally. If, we could get a militia together to keep a track on things. But that may be, 2, 3, maybe 400 years in the future for dear old Ireland, the land of monopoly. They're not going to give that one up very easily. So I heard of this, and then it's like, okay, I'll have a look on RTE, and the story's been changing throughout the week. So again, it's a guard who's died, so it may as well be an archangel in the eyes of the state. There's no greater tragedy than the death of a member of An Garda Síochána. So it's every newspaper, every radio station. I even think they brought back Morse code just to tap it out that one of their favoured creatures has passed away. But people soon forget that 220 odd people have died at the hands of the Gardaí in the last 15 years. Never seen that in the paper. Never seen a state funeral or a flag waved or it going out over the airwaves. Just don't talk about it. Sure, didn't they? Must have deserved it. They must have done something to deserve it. Sure, they wouldn't. They wouldn't break your nail unless you deserved it. So we'll have a read of this anyway. We'll see what RT makes of it. Funeral was today. It makes him a bit crass to be talking about this now.
Yeah, it's just accident. It's Friday. You know,
Yeah.
what are we to do?
You know, people might be saying, "Oh, too soon, too soon, too soon," or you know, it's you shouldn't be. What about his family? And what about
Yeah.
what about this? Well, here's
Well,
the
it's
thing.
just, the thing is, the fucking family aren't listening to us, so that's
Yeah,
okay.
and even beyond that, like if you were really, or if they were really concerned about the family, but just leave them to grieve in fucking peace. Don't make a national news story out of
Yeah.
it. Like if you
Yeah.
want the family, if you're concerned about the family, well then just leave the family. Maybe not even put it in the fucking newspaper. Like why do we need to know about this? And we know what's going to follow. Like there'll be a flatly law introduced.
God. Oh,
Where it will be a flat 10 points on your license, so to speak, if you're caught speeding. But yeah, the name, like talk about an unfortunate fucking name, like and then to be killed by a motorcycle and flattened, and there's so many jokes. He flatlined, and the guy on the bike was flat out. You could just go on forever. But there's something about names. I don't know what it is. Is it just confined to Ireland, or maybe it's just our minds? But every kind of news story we cover, the names are always bizarre. If it's a mass shooting, the guy's surname is Magnum or Glock or something like that. So I wouldn't be surprised tomorrow if I open the paper and John Anvil has died from an anvil falling on his head. It seems bizarre. Maybe it's some defect with me, where it's just some weird schizo fucking pattern recognition that's going on. So anyway, Paul Reynolds, everybody loves Paul, RT's crime correspondent. So the funeral of Garda Kevin Flatley has heard that he was adored by everyone in his family. Well, you
would want to be, wouldn't you?
You kind of expect that, It'd be a shitty, newspaper article who was, barely liked.
Right.
Funeral of Kevin Flatley was.
Yeah, it's kind of like George Carlin's honest obituary.
Yeah.
He was an asshole, but
Yeah.
he was a well-meaning asshole.
Yeah, despised by everyone in his family. And the loss their experience is refreshing. Garda Flatley died after he was struck by a motorcycle while operating a speed check last Sunday. The congregation in St. Peter and Paul's Church, Balbriggan, was told that the 49-year-old father of two young daughters died in service of the state, keeping the roads safer.
Service of the state.
Yeah.
Not in service of the people.
No,
to
state.
keep.
Yeah, so at least we have some level of truth there. So he died in service of the state. Keeping the roads safer, I don't think so. I think,
no.
Collecting money for the government, fining people, maybe keeping the roads safer. Would the roads be safer if people were just, left to their own devices and you didn't have guards everywhere? Or I'm not so sure.
I'd be a safer motorist if I could just focus on driving my car and not worrying about what's around the next corner.
Yeah,
there's no of, these people.
Yeah, there's no joy in it anymore, is there? It's like, you see the color yellow, and it's like, oh, fuck. You think it's either a cop or, one of those speeding vans. So you jam on the brakes even though you're not speeding anyway, and then it's like you're constantly staring at the speedometer to make sure that you're only going 80, and then you put on the limiter on the car so you don't go above. It's too fucking confusing. And then they change the speed that you're supposed to be going at, but they don't change the road signs. It's massively confusing and dangerous. Like, you're just a bundle of fucking stress and nerves. You don't know where to be looking, what to be doing. So it would just be, people are generally safer if they're relaxed and at ease. I don't like the fact that they mentioned his two young daughters, because it makes me feel shitty, knowing what's coming ahead. The motorcyclist who was seriously injured in the collision was also prayed for at the mass. That's nice. That's the first time I've heard about the motorcyclist. Yeah, so the motorcyclist is in critical condition in hospital, so he's still alive. I imagine they probably got two guards posted outside the intensive care unit waiting to question him, because whatever happened, I don't know exactly what happened. I don't know what happened at all, really. But this motorcyclist, like, he's not going to be in a good way.
No.
And it's not going to be forgotten about, that you he killed this guard. Now they're investigating it at the moment. I don't know what evidence they have, if they've got CCTV footage of the guy speeding. But what I was reading in the news, that's how it was presented, and that's what's inferred from it, isn't it? The guy's out. He's a road traffic cop, so he's out there, making sure people aren't speeding. And then this guy crashes into him, obviously, going at a fair amount of speed, and then goes into him, and then it results in a fatality. So I'd imagine they would at least want to question him, and he may end up, being charged with something or other. And then it's, if God forbid you ever find yourself in a court and there's a dead guard, like Jesus Christ, like they'll probably bring back hanging for that, So celebrant Father Dan Joe O'Mahony asked people to show courtesy on the roads in Memory. Never a fucking minute's peace. What do you what like to show courtesy on the roads? Like, oh, go ahead, like the light's green, but please, go ahead. It's just stop it. So show courtesy for the family, or just I don't fucking know, or just say nothing. You show courtesy. What does that even mean? Show courtesy on the road. Okay, well I won't give that annoying cunt a finger. When they're driving up on the motorway, like, come on.
The thing is that, like many other situations, the people who need to hear this aren't going to fucking listen to you anyway. We are courteous on the road.
Yeah,
we're lovely on the road.
Yeah, and especially coming from a priest, it's like, shut the fuck up. Where does it mention, driving in the Bible, or be courteous to other donkey fucking jockeys? Just shut up and focus on what you're supposed to be doing, like preaching the word of Jesus Christ. Like, so he said driving can unleash road rage and immoral behavior, and he asked people to be considerate of others, as Kevin was. That's I don't know Kevin, but I know guards, and I wouldn't describe them en masse as considerate, but it is a funeral, so Okay, now he goes into the golden rule. Treat others the way you would like others to treat you, he told the congregation, which included President Michael D. Higgins, Taoiseach Micheál Martin, Taoiseach Simon Harris,
sake, man. What?
And public representatives from all parties. The whole of the state.
Why
was there? Because it's a guardian angel, or a Guardian angel. Was murdered. So the head of police was there. Joe Harris was there. The head of the army was there as well.
What the fuck is going on here?
I don't know. I was trying to figure out why. Like, this is unprecedented. It's like, it's not like he was killed by the fucking IRA. Like, even when that happened, that cop Jerry McCabe, there was none of this. Like, it was a big story, but there was no, like, the whole state apparatus shows up for this one fucking guy. Like, it was hit by a motorbike, and we haven't even got around to discussing, well, what could have possibly led to that. And then I'm thinking, like, why? Like, there's always an angle. Granted, politicians will turn up at any funeral because, generally they get to meet the constituents, especially if it's a popular member of the community who's well known. Well, it's a chance to meet and greet and be seen, the kind of whorish nature of politicians. And again, for them to be not to be seen at this would be, very damaging for them. It's like, well, why weren't you at this funeral? But if it was me, if I was Taoiseach, or president, or the head of the guards or the army, I'd stay away, because it's like, this has nothing to do with me. Like, and it's crass to kind of to go there and to benefit from it, and to have it reflect well on you that, oh, look at you there to show support for the family, because as soon as they're out of there, it's like it's gone out of their minds. They couldn't give a fuck.
Look, I can understand Gardaí, even like from all over the country, showing up, because it's one of their own. But look, all these politicians and figureheads, like, no, it's cynical. It's just if I lost someone I love, I would definitely just want to just have my fucking mass for them and bury them with dignity and not have it be this fucking thing.
Yeah.
You know,
Televised.
I could excuse it if. Oh, televised even? Jesus Christ. The fucking whorishness of these people. I could forgive it if, you know, my relative was a rebel fighting an oppressive regime and the people loved him or her so much that they came out in their droves and it was this big thing. Then I'd be like, yeah, you know, this is larger than life, you know, it's fine.
Yeah. And again, the only thing I can think of, trying to put a kind of conspiratorial eye towards it, and it popped into my mind, Conor McGregor and his interview with Tucker Carlson.
That just popped in my head too. Go on.
Yeah. So when he was interviewed by Tucker, Conor, you know, mentioned the guards, and in particular the road policing unit of An Garda Síochána, and how they make people's lives a living hell for something as simple as a speeding fine, where it can essentially destroy somebody's life, because, you know, they can have their living taken away from it, or taken away from them. And then people were, you know, rightly pissed off to point out, well, you know, Conor only gives a fuck about it, really, because, you know, he's been done for speeding so many times. But he did mention that it's the most successful unit of An Garda Síochána, because they, you know, they extract a lot of money from people for fines, even if you're 1 kilometer over the limit, you know, and, you know, they'll fine you for this, that, and the other. So I'm thinking, well, maybe they can use this to browbeat Conor if he ever does become successful, and they can bring it up, and then they can wheel out, or rather scoop up, the kind of Flatley story, but that's you know, it's a bit of a stretch. That's a bit of a stretch. But maybe
I don't think so, man. It just clicked into my brain here. Like, what are the fucking chances?
Yeah,
you know,
I know. We haven't even had a look at this guy now, like, so I'll go even more down the conspiratorial road in a minute. I look at this beautiful creature. I'm not playing this video. I'm just not.
Okay.
But so a former colleague described Garda Flatley as a family man. Is that the best you could come up with? Like, he was a fucking family man. Like, it's only one word short from saying he was a man. Like, come on, like, fucking hell. Someone describes you as a family man, it means there's nothing else going on. You know, that's it. Like, he went to work, he stayed at home. That's essentially it. No hobbies.
I'm sure she said more than what was in this 46-second clip, but, you know, this is just the fucking phony fucking crap that they just have to peddle out.
Yeah, I'm not playing because it's cheesy as hell, and I can't look at that misshapen ear for more than a few seconds. What is it with Irish fucking people, man? Like, Jesus Christ, I hate to be drawn into, you know, making the argument for immigration, but sometimes. You know, maybe we need to get some of those South African immigrants over, those Afrikaners, like the good-looking ones, to interbreed with them for a while, like, or maybe certain parts of the country. But fuck me. So Father O'Mahony said that Kevin Flatley worked in community policing in Castleknock in West Dublin before he went to roads policing, and there people were sorry to see him go. I don't know anyone who's sorry to see a road policing cop go. I think most people would be happy. Not go in the sense of die, but just, you know, it's not like you'd miss him, would you? Like, you'd miss the road traffic, or you'd miss getting, you know, pulled in at the side of the road and getting spoken to like you're 6 years of age. Not just good enough to, hey, you were speeding, here's the ticket. No, here comes the fucking lecture, and you know how fast you were going, and, you know, I have to knock on people's door to tell them that their loved one has to. Just give me the fucking ticket. Give me the fine. Give me the fucking fine for €80 and put the points on my license. Just fuck off and leave me alone.
€80? When's the last time you received a fucking fine for speeding?
It's been a while. What's it now? 120 or something? Is there fucking
160?
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I know.
Yeah, if that's not a reason to knock someone down right fucking there on site, like, €160 or take my chances with the fucking course. Like, oh, I don't know, it's a fucking rough one. But that's a lot of money these days, you know. That's what, 2 hours of electricity, €160, 2 hours of putting the boiler on. Symbols of Garda Flatley's life were brought to the altar, including an O'Dwyer's GAA club top and jersey, a fiddle, his hurl, books, family Bible, a bar of chocolate. Let's hope it's not a Mars bar, or there might be questions to be asked. And the remains of 7 dead prostitutes' bodies, and pictures of all the people he abused and beaten, and tax receipts for all the money he extracted out of people. Episcopal vicar of Dublin. Jesus Christ! Does everyone have to get in on the gig now as well? Like, what even is what's an Episcopalian? What do they believe in? Are they Protestants, or is it just it's an all inclusive? Is there no imam there? Like, where's the Muslim? In any event, Episcopal vicar of Dublin, Father Richard Sheehy, said Kevin Flatley gave his life in the service of the state. Okay, great. Balbriggan falls silent, it's been renamed, much like the Gulf of Mexico was renamed the Gulf of America. The new name for Balbriggan is Blackbriggan. There are no white people left in Balbriggan. It's now it's an African colony on the outskirts of Dublin. So I'll have to write to RTA and have them to amend that. Garda Flatley's cortege was escorted by Gardaí, led by the Garda Commissioner, Drew Harris, from the funeral home to the church. Now, that's bad form. Like, I would have thought they'd have the good sense to leave the motorbikes at home, given the nature of the fucking accident. Like, you don't want to be reminded about that, do you? Like,
oh my God, yeah, Jesus! If you're actually, you know, a person who's in this guy's life, you know, then that's going to fucking trigger you.
Unbelievable. So Garda motorbike riders escort the funeral hearse and cortege in Balbriggan, making his way to St. Peter's and Paul's Church. It's like, look at the fucking Navy and everything's there. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, and of course it's too much, isn't it? It's just way.
It is. It's way too much.
Yeah. Colleagues of Kevin Flatley carry his coffin into St. Peter and Paul's Church. Mihal, of course. Mihal is there with Drew. Is there ever a moment in this guy's life where he's actually relaxed? He's always looks fucking on edge or cringing or is bent out of shape in some way, shape or form. Have you ever seen a picture of him just standing, you know, upright in a natural pose? It's just the most uncomfortable person I've ever seen in my life. So he arrives at the church. Then we have the Garda motorbike corps here in their new baseball caps. It seems that the old cap is reserved for the upper ranks. So Garda Commissioner Drew Harris salutes as Garda Kevin Flatley's coffin enters the church. Drew won't be with us much longer. Not that he's going to pass away or anything like that, but he's due to retire in September. So we'll have a new Garda Commissioner to look forward to. People will be happy to know that the Assistant Garda Commissioner is also a former member of the RUC. And the rank below the Assistant Commissioner is also a former member of the RUC. So anybody who thinks that, you know, An Garda Síochána might be being infiltrated by, you know, British interests, you're a conspiracy theorist, you know. That only took fucking, like 7 years. That's amazing, isn't it? So then a big screen, of course.
Is there any other photo of this guy?
That's
at
it.
all?
That's it. I know. That's the one photo.
I'm beginning to think this dude doesn't exist, and this is AI generated.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like you'd be right to question it. Now, you know, we don't want to be Alex Jones here, like, so we don't.
Oh, all right, yeah.
You have to be careful. We don't want to have a Sandy Hook or a. No.
Actually, you know what? I'll say too. I'm not entirely sure about Sandy Hook myself.
Yeah.
And nobody deserves to just be sued into absolute oblivion to the point of where your great grandchildren are still going to be paying off your fucking debt.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not sure we can be sued. But yeah, it is a bit suspicious that there's
Do
just
you
the one
think
photo.
though that those lights on top? Do you think they don't look a bit fucking crooked?
Yeah, they do look a bit off center, don't they?
Yeah. No, this is AI, man. It has to be.
Okay. We'll have a look closer, or a closer look even.
Mm.
Garda gathered at a viewing screen outside St. Peter and Paul's Church in Balbriggan. Picture by Rolling News. Again, like, what's with the naming? Like the Rolling News? How about the Squishing News or the fucking Garda marching through Balbriggan to the funeral? Now, where are they getting these fucking guards from? Is beyond me. Let me get to that picture. Where is it? There we get a bit of a closer picture. Yeah, I don't know, man. So these guys, like, these must be like the new recruiters. This Balbriggan Garda station. Look at this guy. What the fuck is going on there? Look at him. Look at this fat piece of shit. Like, what could that guy do to anybody? Nothing. And again, look, skinny guys, clothes don't fit. Like, 60 years of age. This guy back here, even though the picture quality is shitty. We got a guy with Down syndrome over here. Look at this guy. What the fuck is that? Like, we are doomed, man. These guys are who lord it over. Then look at this, another little fat midget. Vanguard here. It's fucking embarrassing, like. Okay, here's the top brass. That looks embarrassing. Just bring back that uniform, It's it's much more fitting, isn't it? Like, when you're ruled by Nazis, you want them to dress like fucking Nazis. You don't want them dressed there like they could be, working for Lidl or Aldi or just out for a jog. Not that you'd know by their general physique. But yeah, I prefer this, and it's much more fitting.
Yeah, aesthetics go a long way,
Yeah. So again, there's another big screen, 2 big screens.
Wow. Who funded all this, by the way?
Yeah, the state. Well, us, of course. Like, the state.
Oh,
this mythical entity
right.
that funds itself. So he's cherished by everyone who knew him. Garda Flatley's colleagues in Blanchardstown, Garda Rosanna Cole, spoke of the privilege of having shared a life with him. Man, that's a bit fucking close, isn't it? If I was his wife, I'd be asking questions. You shared a life with him? I thought you just worked together. What are you talking about? Speaking on behalf of the Flatley family, Garda Cole described him as a family man. She said that on Sunday, when Garda Flatley was killed on duty, the lives of his wife Una and their daughters were changed forever. Yeah, sadly they were, and that's the real tragedy. But that's a tragedy that plays out throughout the country, and normally one that's private for good reason, because you when you lose a loved one, you don't want this big fucking. At least I didn't. Like, any kind of times I've lost a member in my family, you just want to be left alone for a week or two, just to process it. You don't even want the fucking people at the funeral, and it's awkward for the people as well coming up, and because you don't know what to say to somebody when they lose a loved one. It's like, what can you say? It's like, sorry for your loss, and I'm such a cunt. I'd say, are you really? What do you mean you're sorry? Like, did you do it? And that just gets awkward, She said Kevin hailed from Newcastle in County Dublin, where he lived with his loving parents, Michael and Breda, his brother John, and his sister Elaine. Garda Cole said he was devastated by the passing of his sister Elaine in 2014 and was dedicated in keeping her memory alive. They are now reunited in heaven and are their family's guardian angels. Garda Cole said Kevin's friends from Newcastle remember his infectious smile and laughter. Let's have a look at his infectious smile. Yeah, infectious. Right. Like, there's something odd about that picture. Like, there has to be a better fucking picture than that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you might be onto something, or maybe it's just a poor picture. Kevin was never happier than when he was supporting his girls playing and enjoying the game with their friends into Gaelic football, apparently. She said that Kevin Flatley had never been all about the winning, but participation, teamwork, and being part of the community. This is DEI. She must be a DEI officer in the Guards or something like that. Nobody talks like that. It's about the participation and the teamwork. It's a fucking game. It's about winning. Kevin is safe in the knowledge that the club and the game will remain part of the girls' lives. She said he was an amazing dancer and lover. Like, if you could steal Kevin from Una for a whirl around the dance floor, you were very lucky. Where is this, 1950 or something? Are people still dancing around the dance floors and, whirling people off for a quick waltz around the fucking dance floor? What's going on? She said that his love of music was instilled in his girls. He had a varied taste from traditional Irish music to Metallica. Music was so important to Kevin. He always tried to learn new things, a new instrument or a new song. He wanted to pass this on to his girls. She said he had a graw for the Irish language and culture and had taken additional classes to develop his Gaeilge. Kevin's memory will never be forgotten. He's draped in the flag of his beloved O'Dwyer's GAA club, where he coaches the under-10s. Agus the Rear na Grá a bhí ag don Gaeilge agus on culture. He says he has a love for Irish and the Irish culture. His coffin was carried out from the church to the sound of parting glass. Is that a Metallica song? That would be cool, wouldn't it? If he, come out to like Sandman or something like that. Exit light, enter night, take my hand.
It's a Scottish traditional song.
Oh, right.
Okay, cool.
He and his family were then taken under escort by his Rhodes policing colleague for private family burial at Newcastle, County Dublin, where he was from. Okay. Right, so you're right about that photo. There's something very odd about that photo. And it reminded me of another Irish person. I'll bring it up here now. Let me get back to that screen. I'll share it first. See if maybe it's just me, but see if you can see the resemblance as well. Now, that's wee Daniel O'Donnell.
Oh,
can you see the resemblance, or is it just me? It's sounding like it's just me there, or you can't see the resemblance.
So this is Kevin on the right, yeah?
No, that's just some random guard. This is just a random picture of Daniel O'Donnell.
Oh.
So I don't know. He was doing Rose of Tralee or something like that. But yeah, I think he looks fairly similar. This isn't Kevin. There's only the one photo of Kevin. So I don't know.
Oh no, that's what I'm asking about. I was wondering what's this photo of a fucking Garda with a bride. No. Now that you tell me, I can see the resemblance. Yeah.
So I don't know if they've hired Daniel as a crisis actor to play the role of Kevin Flatley. But to my mind, there's a very very similar in appearance, and the wedding ring matches as well. Not that wedding rings are too dissimilar. It actually looks like my wedding ring that he has on there as well. But yeah, and did you notice the flashlight? It's the old Garda flashlights. I don't know if you can zoom in on it there.
Not enough, anyway.
Can we see it
No,
there?
I'm not familiar with the Garda hardware. No.
Oh, sorry again. It's Daniel's nose there.
There you go.
Yeah.
What is that even?
So it's the old Garda flashlight with the rubber nozzle.
Oh, right.
So that's why the lady there is smiling. You're so slow. It's the top of a dildo. Jesus Christ! Like the work I put in for nothing. Like this 12-year-old sense of humor of mine is wasted on people.
It's so fucking abstract, man.
Well, I have to keep myself happy as well. If I'm not engaged, nobody else can be.
Yeah.
I just thought he resembled good old Daniel there. Right, so we move on. So, of course, Drew Harris was interviewed, and
Lord help us.
yeah, so he spoke some nice words and described a little bit about the nature of the accident. So we'll have a wee listen to that. Where are we now? Drew, where are you going? There we go, Drew. Okay, this beautiful man. Yeah, so we've only got 2 minutes and 10 seconds to get through. So yeah, so we'll hear about the nature of the accident anyway.
As Commissioner, I have to say this is a desperately sad day for Garda Síochána. Kevin today was performing his duty as a roads police.
Again, the same fucking photo, like they said, just the one
photo.
The one photo. Northern Ireland action is fucking terrible. Like it's.
I'm glad you changed the pitch on that because
I put bass in it. Like you don't know idea the amount of bass I put into that, just to bring it down so it wouldn't pierce people's fucking ears. Like, yeah, because I got a fucking wasp in a jam jar of an accent. Terrible.
Member. He's been engaged in roads policing from 2018. He's a very professional and proficient officer. He's engaged in duty to prevent.
Hang on, does he have 6 fingers?
Wait, what?
That photo? Did I count 6 fingers?
Wait, let's see.
No. Yeah. Well, let's do the AI check. Like so.
Yeah.
In this photo, the kind of the light, it does look, or does it like it's kind of extended?
Yeah, I guess the angle of the car. Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to come across this particular.
Or no, it should look crooked in the opposite direction then with that angle.
Yeah, I've never seen them like it because it doesn't look like it's raining, does it? Yet, like he has a rain cap on the.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
I thought they just liked looking like fucking twats.
No, that's what it is. It's to keep the rain off the hat, but there's no rain on the windscreen.
No.
There's no rain on any of the other windows. Maybe it's just it's standard regulation just in case it rains because it is Ireland. So you never know, and it's all about safety on the road. You don't want your head getting wet.
You might melt.
Yeah, you might end up with a wet brain.
Duty to prevent speeding, and he was involved in the detection of speeding on a road known as the R132, the old N1, as you travel north towards Balbriggan. And really regrettably, a collision takes place. He's struck by a motorbike and subsequently then dies from his injuries. And I'd just like to say...
Be laughing at the fucking tragedy, man. Jesus Christ. Poor man died.
You know well I'm not laughing at that.
Don't be, I know what you're like. Look at the price of fucking diesel, man.
Don't fucking start me.
Actually, that's not bad. Like a 163 was 169 in my and for Circle K, is that right? I'm going on getting my fuel in Balbriggan. Maybe that's why the guy was going so fast on the bike, like he's trying to get the fucking petrol before the price went up, like massive rush.
Kevin has been a very faithful public servant. He has served in Garda Síochána for 25 years. And prior to serving with roads policing, he served as a community officer in the Blanchardstown area and was well known and well liked there, and indeed well known throughout the organisation. If I might pass over to Paul. Paul's the AC for roads policing and DMR.
Yeah, so just why they get someone? Oh, he's the head of the road policing. Now this looks like if ever there was a pig, it's like this is the fucking guy. Like talk about stereotyping. Yeah.
So Kevin was a 49-year-old man, 26 years service in the Garda Síochána, well regarded by his colleagues, very much involved in his own community where he lived out in Balbriggan, local GAA club, and very well.
That's what you want in a guard, like good manly voice, no neck, all pig-headed. Look at the size of that fucker's head, like the amount of material used in that hat must have fucking cost a fortune. Look, that's an enormous head like that. He has the proportions of a woman. Like, so, it's one head to his shoulders. Maybe it's a fucking female. Or his head is just absolutely enormous. I've never seen a head that big on shoulders that small. It's fucking incredible.
Person, very well respected, and a huge loss to our Garda family today.
Weekend, we had another Garda member seriously injured, being struck again by a motor vehicle, and his leg badly broken as well. And this is a regular.
What's going on?
Yeah, I know. Like it's carnage on the roads. So a badly broken leg, as opposed to a mildly broken leg.
Where we are enforcing legislation, road traffic laws, but also the criminal law in respect of road users, and just the dangers our members are facing, my members are facing, is just extraordinary. Acknowledge the tougher sentences that have been put in place by the government, but also this does call for a real reset and rethink about our approach as society to road safety. Excessive speed, drink driving, distraction, not wearing seatbelt, all these things are regularly killing people on our roads.
Yeah, but he throws that fucking in. Like, there's no proof that this guy was speeding. There's no proof he was distracted. It's now I don't know if anyone's ever ridden a motorcycle, but it's very difficult to look at your mobile phone when you're riding a motorcycle. You don't need a seatbelt. And granted, drinking and driving, depends how much you've drank. But this is the message. It's the same shit. We need now a reset of road policing. Like, what more can they do to make it the system more draconian? Just take vehicles off people all together. So that's what we have to look forward to now, is just more nonsense about, again, higher fines, increasing penalty point system because this fucking guy died. And again, no mention from him of the motorcyclist, but we have some YouTube comments just for balance. We've kind of had. It reminds me of when there's a movie review, you get the critics' version of what happened. So the critics will rate a movie, at 20%. Then you look at the fan reviews, and it's like 90% or the other way around.
Yeah.
So I always go to YouTube to see what the fair people of the country think about a particular event at any time. And this is just the first 5 or 6 random comments from YouTube. So let me throw these up. How's that for size? Do we need to zoom in a bit?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Okay. So Piranha 2003. Drew Harris has some neck to get on TV and point fingers when he shares a major portion of the blame himself. Potentially 2 lives lost. The biker isn't out of the woods yet. And the leader of the Gardaí won't accept even the slightest bit of responsibility. This accident could have been worse and was completely preventable. Why is it standard operating procedure for Gardaí to walk out in front of vehicles moving at 80 kilometres or more? Most police forces are trained to never step out in front of a moving vehicle because it's a clear danger to the officer and other road user.
Really?
Yeah, I won't be surprised if the Garda's family sue over this. I would. The biker probably has a case too if he survives. And he's right. They're fucking cabbages. What cabbage, jumps out in front of a speeding vehicle to wave it down? And it's happened to me. Like, I remember coming back from fucking, I think I was coming back from somewhere. Like, I can't remember where. I don't know. So anyway, but I was driving through Tipperary and heading to Dublin, and I needed to get there quickly because I was in a hurry. And I was speeding, like I was doing like 100 miles an hour in whatever it was, an 80 mile an hour zone at the time.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It depends on the road and the conditions on the road and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the car was flat fucking out. Like, I think there was nuts and bolts. It was some sort of dirt car Rover or something or other. That was a company vehicle that I was using. And I was shifting like... So then I come around the bend, and then I think I spotted the guard car at the side of my eye, but then I see the fucking guard, like, he leaps out into the middle of the road and starts waving me fucking down, like, so I have to, swerve right to get out of the way so I don't run the cunt over.
Yeah, because your brakes aren't going to fucking stop you in time.
Yeah, and it's dangerous because it's on a bend as well. Like, and what's he doing? Just get in the fucking car and come after me. You know,
Yeah.
or use your thingy and take a picture, whatever the fuck they do. But it's retarded. Like, it's the most stupid approach to road safety you can get is to have a guard jump out in front of a moving vehicle to wave them fucking down. Like, they give you a car for a reason. Get in the fucking car, chase me. You know, make it exciting for both of us. It can't be great for you to be fucking standing at the side of the road all day. So come and chase, or maybe it's not enough. Maybe that's the problem. The adrenaline wears off after 6 or 7 car chases, and they've got to make it more exciting for themselves. So they're playing chicken with the road users just to make it more exciting for them. That's the only way they can get a kick out of it. But it's bananas to be jumping out in the middle of a road and trying to wave car users down. How more of them don't die, it's fucking beyond me. And I thought it was just maybe it was a rare anomaly that it happened to me. But no, it seems to be kind of standard practice. And it's not too much of a stretch then, is it? To think, okay, well, maybe this guy, flatly, tried to do the same thing. Saw the guy coming down the road on the motorbike, stands out in the road to wave him down, like, because, most people will stop or swerve. But the guy was just, going so quickly, or he jumped out rather suddenly, and then like fucking kaboom, he's gone. The motorcyclist is, in critical condition. He could possibly die too. So let's have a look. Z99ZZ. That sounds like the model of a motorbike, to be honest. I think Z9. Yeah. How's the biker doing? Doesn't give a fuck about the public. It just shows. In all seriousness, why are they standing in front of moving vehicles? I'm sorry, he's dead, but there's a man critically ill in hospital because of what that guard did. That's what I'm hearing. And from a pre-accident audio video I listened to from an eyewitness, the claim is that the guard was allegedly seen acting recklessly, and that as a result, he caused his own death and caused a motorcyclist to end up in hospital with serious injuries. So maybe the facts should be told to the public about what led to this terrible accident, and that's what we don't hear. I don't think we will hear. And maybe that's why this big fucking show funeral. So it's a distraction, like, so it's it captures the public's attention and garner sympathy. So then people will go into work and everyone's, isn't it fucking terrible? Did you see that poor guy? Yeah, and everyone's lying to each other. Yeah, it's a tragedy, isn't it? It's shocking. When really internally they're going, I couldn't give a fuck. Like, no sympathy for the devil. And especially if you're jumping out in front of road users, like it's beyond reckless. Like, so let's have a look. Carnivore dietitian. Yeah, pity about him. Probably was looking for an easy fine in the middle of the road, and the motorcyclist had no way of stopping correctly. They always do this on the roads, hide behind something and then try to get the easy fine. In fact, I'm surprised there hasn't been more accidents. They think they own the road. I hope the motorcyclist is okay and makes a full recovery. Deepest condolences to all of Kevin's family and friends. May Kevin rest in peace. Respect. And then Barry Hall, Moner 8250. Not a word for the poor biker in hospital due to this guards action. So the public sympathy isn't with the guards. It's with the poor guy on the fucking bike. Yeah. Because people just know that something's amiss, and that's the most likely probability, isn't it? That the guy, jumped in front of it, got a rush of blood to the head, jumped out into the road to wave the biker down.
Well, I know for sure that the motorcyclist didn't see it and then see him ahead and then just immediately swerve into the hard shoulder in order to hit him.
Yeah.
It was the other way around. It had to have been.
Yeah, and there's a suggestion here that the cop was acting erratically. And that, people had seen him earlier in the day pretty much, obviously, doing the same thing, like jumping out in front of the cars and waving people down or getting out into the middle of the road and telling people to slow down. So God knows what's going on in the guy's mind, to cause that. And he mentioned that there's some video floating around on the internet, and the guards have warned about it. So telling people not to listen to it and don't engage with it. It might hinder an investigation, or are still investigating, and it could be disinformation, and it could be disinformation. But we're allowed to speculate. We're allowed to hear things and discuss things, and come to our own conclusions and make our own mistakes. The world won't fucking end because people speculate.
But no, the Gardaí contacted all the social media platforms and asked them to take it down.
Yeah, and I suppose they complied, did they? Or did maybe X decide to keep it up and everyone else bottled it? And
I have no idea. Someone's saying that it's been scrubbed.
Okay, well, luckily I have a copy.
Entirely.
Yeah, I have a copy, so we're going to listen to it now. And it's fucking glorious, I have to say. It's the best piece of information I've gathered, because most people think, oh well, it's probably come from just some fucking scanger from Dublin or something, and but no, you can tell from the voice that this is a professional woman of some description. Somebody mentioned that either a High Court judge or some barrister, somebody basically high up in the legal system in Ireland anyway. So it can't just be dismissed as, some random commoner. So we'll have a listen to it. It's 3 messages from a WhatsApp group. The woman is describing what she saw. And I think this happened like maybe 20 minutes before the fatality actually happened. Like so.
I drove past that, right? It's a Garda car with the boot open. There's one copper. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him, but he's running back and forward to the other side of the dual carriageway. Slowing cars down. He ran out in front of me on a truck. He's going to be fucking killed. He's like someone in the middle of a breakdown or something. I don't know what the fuck is going on with him.
Okay, I just say that's impressive. Like to get I think 6 fucks into one sentence is amazing.
Only the Irish.
I know, right? I thought I was bad. This woman puts me to shame. It's fucking brilliant.
Well, usually the boot open is an MIT checkpoint, but I don't fucking know. He was on his own. He's hardly conducting one of them on his own on both sides of the fucking road. He's a fucking psycho. He's opposite the Circle K there. Now I have to pass the company going back up wherever the fuck his problem is. I hope the fuck he's not out in the middle of the road again.
So there we have it. Now we don't know. This could be, faked, but I don't think so. Who's going to bother their ass to do that after an event like that? So we have this account. This alleged account, let's put it that way.
Right.
So the woman sees the guard. He's acting erratically, jumping, in and out of traffic, waving cars down. And for quite a while as well. So she's going wherever she's going, and she's coming back past the Circle K. So that corroborates her story. We saw the photo from the scene. It was indeed a Circle K where he was struck. So he's acting erratically. So,
right.
And thankfully we have this. So we've got one more message anyway.
Now, still acting the absolute fucking cockwamble. I don't know what. I think he's having a breakdown. I swear to...
I have to stop it. Have you ever heard that term before?
Only once in my life.
I've never heard it.
Cockwamble.
Yeah, it was completely new to me. I love it. I'm gonna make a song out of it.
Remember, you're a cockwamble.
Cockwamble. Beautiful. Right, let's just get back because I don't know how many times I've listened to just her say cockwamble.
Round again. Now, still acting the absolute fucking cockwamble.
Glorious.
I don't know what. I think he's having a breakdown. I swear to fuck. He is like a madman. going from one side of that road over to the Circle K, back over to the car. He's deranged. So just be careful going down there. The speed is 80 on the road. He's telling people to slow down. I was only doing fucking 60. So I think he's in the middle of a crisis or something.
Jeez, I mean, if you're going 60, a Garda should be saying, pick up the pace.
Yeah.
You need to be at the speed of the road, or maybe at 70 at the lower end.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. All we have is that woman's account to go on. So,
Right.
you know, acting erratically by the roadside, randomly stopping cars. So I don't know if the guy's just having a bad day, is taking it out on road users, which wouldn't be unusual. It's kind of shitty human behavior. But I don't think it'd be that. It sounds like, what did she say? Like, it looks like he's having some sort of a breakdown.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do people have kind of nervous breakdowns in the middle of the road? Who knows?
I mean,
Why not?
If your job is in the traffic corps, then yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's where you're spending most of your time. That makes sense. It makes me look like a retard as well. Thanks for that. Or the other thing could be like, substance abuse.
Who was it? 420 in the chat said in the evidence bag.
Yeah, well, there you go. Like, the magic of the evidence room and Garda stations where things get lighter. They should start a weight loss program, and everything that goes in comes out like fucking stones lighter. So it does have that ring about it that some sort of fucking coke-induced frenzy. But this is mere speculation. We don't know the outcome. But from my point of view, one, difficult to have sympathy to begin with because of the organization and the overreaction of the state to kind of sanctify this guy out of nowhere. And have we ever had what's this now? This is the 82nd cop to die on duty since the foundation of the state. So maybe it's a big event, that doesn't happen that often. And when it does happen, it's their own fucking fault by all accounts. Like, so, maybe they should put him on trial before they buried him. Like, he'd be the first person in history to be convicted and presented in an evidence bag to the court. Like, sorry.
Actually, there was that one time a few hundred years ago where the Vatican dug a dude up and then put him on trial.
Yeah?
Yeah, some kind of heretic or something.
All right, that'd be nice, Exhibit A and the accused. Yeah, so I have my suspicions. To me, the most probable cause here is that he was indeed either under the influence of drugs, having some sort of breakdown, or just being a shithead, hassling people on the roads because they don't give you a break. They never give you a fucking break. Like, if it's 5 kilometers over the limit or 50, it's the same shit. Like, and you can't even bribe the cunts these days. They're not having that. Like, there was a time in Ireland where you could just throw a bent copper 100 quid to let you go on your way for it. But no, not anymore. You wouldn't even take the risk because they've cracked down so hard. People used to give out about bent coppers. You don't want to do away with those things. Especially if you have a few quid. It's nice to be able to buy your way out of trouble. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not buying this faux sympathy for this guy. Granted, personal tragedy, absolutely, but no different from any other person who's employed in a job. Bin man, nurse, doctor, mechanic. It's all the fucking same. Like, there's no special treatment should be given to a guard just because they're an agent of the state, and it's always the same. Like, if it's a guard who dies or a teacher or anyone who's involved with the state, well, then they get all the state honors. And if it's just your average fucking Joe who's more valuable to society all around, nothing, Not a fucking thing. And again,
Mhm.
our money that pays for this. So God knows how much that funeral cost. It must have cost fucking probably in the millions when you add everything up, like between, you know, the time spent for all those guards to go there, the motorcycle unit, taking the entire Navy was there, all 7 of them. So that's if the Russians invade off the coast, we're fucked. All 7 members of our Navy were at a funeral, watching on the big screen of all fucking things. And then even the cop himself, he may not even be real. It may be Daniel O'Donnell making a few quid on as a crisis actor. So yeah, I'm not fucking buying it at all, not in the slightest. And if the guards want to make a deal out of it and hassle us and make our lives a misery, well then it just reflects badly on them. Have you nothing better to be doing, for fuck's sake? Like.
I don't know anymore, man.
Yeah, like we shouldn't be bothered with this nonsense. We don't need to be fucking talking about this horseshit. It's only for the fact that it's so over the top that we mention it at all, and the fact that his name is Flatley, that can't be stressed enough. Like that, you know, come on. Like, how could you not be suspicious when you're only short of having his first name as fucking Motorbike or something like that? That was his nickname, Kevin Motorbike Flatley. He's doing the liver dance out there on the fucking road in Balbriggan. All right, I'm taking a break. I need a cup of tea, man.
All right.
Yeah, I need another cup of tea. I think I'll have to start drinking, or fucking maybe like the Coke is the way forward.
Have you ever heard of this really handy thing? It's called a fucking teapot, man.
I do, but
make a pot of fucking tea.
Yeah, but it'll get cold, like, you know. And I don't have any. No, I'm too lazy. It's just it's easy just to put the kettle. I have a teapot. I have a beautiful fucking Japanese teapot just behind me there, and I ran out of tea leaves as well.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and I have like fucking 35 children in the house, like, so. Yeah. Granted, they're in bed at the minute, like, but yeah, that's not a bad idea. I just find it difficult to accept good advice. So yeah, I'll take the good advice, and I'll get the kettle out of or the teapot out of the sink. Right, I have to go for a cup of tea anyway, and I need to take a piss. So I'll be back shortly.
Okay, I guess it's time for another AI song. Oh, back in a while, folks. Jesus, I'm exhausted.
Well, I drive an old stick shift, a 68 Mustang. With a raw connection, man, I feel every bang. Got my hand on the shifter, foot on the clutch. When I'm on the open road, there's nothing like the rush. Oh, I love my manual transmission, can't you see? It's a real man's ride, it's wild and free. Those boys in automatics, they just don't know what it's like to feel the engine and let the horses go. Back in the day, it was man and his steed. Now it's me and my Mustang, fulfilling every need. I control the gears, I'm the master of the road. When I hit that gas pedal, it's like a heavy load. Oh, I love my manual transmission, can't you see? It's a real man's ride, wild and free. Those boys in automatics, they just don't know what it's like to feel the engine and let the horses go. A second's notice, I can shift down or up while those auto boys struggle, spilling their cups. There's a magic in the motion, a power in the glide. With my hand on that shifter, my car and I collide. I can't wait to get there with a 99 in sight. That sweet ice cream cone, it'll make my night. But the journey is the story, the drive is my song. In my stick shift Mustang, where I truly belong. Oh, I love my manual transmission, can't you see? It's a real man's ride, it's wild and free. Those boys in automatics, they just don't know what it's like to feel the engine and let the horses go. Oh yeah. So here's to the men who still shift their own gears, to the ones who ride free and face no fears. In a world of automatics, we stand tall and proud. With our hands on the shifter, we're loud and unbowed. Oh yes, you get there with a 99 sight. That sweet ice cream cone, it'll make my night. Oh, but the journey is the story, the drive is my song. In my stick shift Mustang, will I truly belong?
All right. 420 was asking, do you have video of the guard? Is there a video of the guard out there? Like a video of him dead or?
Oh, God, I fucking hope not. I don't like that kind of thing. I mean, for myself, I don't like to experience it, and I don't think it's a good thing to have that stuff floating around, you know?
I want to see it. Slow motion, frame by frame, like a Kennedy assassination.
Oh my God, I heard the most heartbreaking fucking theory about the JFK assassination.
Oh yeah, go on.
Okay, so the night before the whole thing with the motorcade and Dallas and all that, the Secret Service went out on the piss, and they went to like a stripper bar and shit, and they only like fucking went to bed at like 5 a.m. or something. So the theory is that the guy who they got to, you know, keep the mark on the president, you know, or, you know, around him, was like a fresh into the fucking force guy, you know?
Yeah.
So when the first bullet rang out, he freaked out and accidentally shot Kennedy.
All right.
Which is It's so depressing, man. But it can also explain why, even to this day, like, fucking Trump is saying, yeah, we're going to release those files, and it's going to be great, and then nothing. Because
Yeah.
I think he was inducted into the secret. The real secret is actually, no, it wasn't Oswald. It wasn't even us. We accidentally killed him.
Yeah.
We can't. One thing, we can't let expose this grand fucking incompetence to our citizens because they won't trust us anymore. And also, we don't want to take that magic away from them, because we're still talking about it, we're still theorizing about it. How much fucking energy is wasted talking about that assassin?
I know, yeah. Talk about YouTube watch hours, like Kennedy fucking query hours. Yeah, it'd be like hundreds of thousands of lifetimes worth of people speculating about what happened there. But his funeral was deserved, I think, or was it even? I don't fucking know. Like, everyone has this notion that Kennedy is this kind of Christ-like figure.
Well, no, he was, yeah. He had his problems, but he was revolutionary in many senses. Him and his wife, like they just completely new for the United States. That's a discussion we can have.
Yeah, we're not going into Kennedy. We've got other shit to get through. What's this? I'll just have a quick look at the chat. Trump is the swamp. He's never going to release any. Or Trump is the swamp. He's never going to release anything that may show government in a bad light.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't disagree. Like, it's people know who he is and what he is. It just so happens if he's going to benefit them. So he's off around the world at the moment. He's doing trade deals everywhere, isn't he? Qatar and people got their knickers in the twist because Qatar gave him a $400 million private jet. Because they can't trust Air Force One because they hired a load of retards to make.
Well, it is. Yeah, it is a Air Force One. There's two of them. So yeah. Well, the thing is that Boeing had like 7 years to fucking fulfill the order. They didn't.
Yeah. I'm sure the captains of industry in America will be quite happy. They get to sell their weapons to the Kuwaitis and the and the Saudis, so they'll be sending them kind of downgraded F-16s and F-35s or whatever it is, like, and making the arms industry great again. So everybody will happen, and maybe the trickle down effect will happen. But if it's a Trump versus a Biden administration, on the optics, you'd have to go for a Trump. But what really changes, I don't know. And we've our own fucking problems to be dealing with anyway. So
yeah. And look, this whole fucking Air Force One gift, that was a red herring to take away from the fact that he went to Syria and he met with the president or prime minister, whatever he's calling himself, of Syria, Al-Julani. He's changed his name again. This is the third name change. I don't know what it is now, and I frankly don't fucking care. Because just like a year ago, he was a top Al-Qaeda leader and wanted man around the world. But now he's a great guy because he overthrew Assad.
Yeah. I don't know. I think they're happy. Once there's a bloodthirsty fucking lunatic in power in the Middle East, things tend to settle down. That tends to be what's needed over there, isn't it? Like anybody steps out of line, it's like, okay, cut the fucker's head off. But I thought they kind of had that pretty much covered with Assad. But yeah, who knows what's going on? It's just this fucking. It's never ending, isn't it? It's just it's the same cycle over and over and over. Again, right? I have to turn the chat off because I get distracted and I want to join in.
Because there's a lot of interesting things being said in there, and we love our community, but we can't always pay attention to them. I hope you understand.
Okay, we'll I think we'll hit up Tig. It's time.
Yeah. I've been
Checking
waiting so long for
Tyke,
this,
you're
man.
going to be sorely disappointed. I hate to fucking say it, but you built it up far too much already. Yeah. So Tyke, we've been kind of pressing Tyke a bit because he keeps promising us, new comedy series, live series with fucking music and special guests, and he's got a studio now that he managed to blag off somebody. So as one of his patrons, I feel like one of the Medici family, nurturing and funding Tyke in his endeavors. And nothing, like, he's been coming up with absolutely nothing. He's completely sidetracked with the whole free Palestine, and free all Muslims everywhere seems to be the shtick with Tyke. And so we've kind of been asking this question again with the recent events in India and Pakistan, that's difficult for a leftist activist, because we don't know which flag is going to be flying in the profiles, So okay, will they go with Pakistan because it's a Muslim country, or will they go with India because of the similarity between Ireland and India, and we both suffered at the hands of the colonial powers of Great Britain. And so for an activist, it's kind of a difficult one, It's like, do I choose India? Do I choose Pakistan? Do they just stay quiet and say fucking nothing and just wait until it plays out, because it's all very fresh. But Tyke got hold of this, and he must have been inspired. It must have, that magic that everybody just hopes for. You have a dry spell, people get writer's block. Comedians, they go dry, they can't have any new material. But this, he seems to have got Tyke going. So it's
wow.
So he threw something together in his own unique style. Put it up on Patreon. So I got the notification, downloaded it in preparation for the show, kind of roughly, because it's very hard to rip material from Patreon without going through the motion. So I just recorded it in Restream here, and then I went back to see if I could get a better version, but it was gone. He'd taken it down, so he decided for whatever reason to not release it, or maybe he's holding back because what followed them was a new update on Patreon that he's had his baby, his new child was born. So I think it's his second daughter, which is a brave step considering he's starving, so he's no money. But he announced the birth of his second child, another girl, and he named her Saoirse, which of course is the Irish for freedom. I know, right? I was surprised he didn't call her fucking Palestine or something, to be honest. Or Aisha,
or whatever the Arabic word for freedom is.
Yeah, so it's just cringy as fuck, and it's like, would you keep something private, for Christ's sake? You don't have to announce everything to the fucking world. I understand people are excited, and you want to share the news of your new arrival with people, maybe on your private Facebook account or something like that. But for me, anytime I see someone do that, it's like, just shut the fuck up.
Maybe he just doesn't have any friends.
Maybe I don't know. For me, I always found it cringy. People announcing, or maybe I'm just fucking, I don't know. Maybe I'm just odd. But for me, it was like, why would you bother? Just tell people, and people know anyway, like that. Oh yeah, you're having a baby. Okay, then when you have the baby, you tell them, or you message them. You don't fucking announce it on Facebook. But I suppose he has his fan base to appeal to. But if we ever get any significant following, people can, they can fuck off. If you ever catch me, putting up posts about it, oh, my child did well in the football match, just you have my permission to throw something fucking at me if you see me walking down the street. So we'll check in with Tyke and his new piece of material, and it's very layered. You can read a lot into it. I don't think that was deliberate.
Oh wow!
It may just be accidental. So where are you, Tig? Where are you hiding? My bald-headed friend. Let me see. There we go. World's shortest comedy special. Okay. Okay, so now Packies and Pajeets look very similar, but you can generally tell a Packie by the long beard and the turban.
Yeah, that's about it, because they are the same people. They're Indians.
Yeah,
that's all they are. Is fucking Indians. Okay?
Indians, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know if people know the history of Pakistan, but Islam became airborne around the year 700, and it floated over to India and just took hold magically, And then the British arrived and fucked everything up. Like they partitioned the country in 19
did it badly.
47. Yeah, it never worked. But we know about the British. We know about partition. We know about how they play one side off against the other. But if you're ruling a mass continent like that, and there's trouble of brewing, that the Packies want. It's okay to call them Packies, isn't it? Like it's a friend.
Yeah, because it's Pakistan.
Yeah. So the Packies wanted their own state because they wanted an Islamic state, and they were pushing for that. And then there was a lot of fighting. So the British said, being the British, it's okay. Well, let's cut the country in two and see how we can use this to our own advantage. And they were fucking jaded. It's they did a war to deal with. The Paddies were causing a fucking ruckus, and they're rolling it. We can't manage this empire. It's too fucking complicated. It's taking too many resources. Let's come up with a better plan. Let's, give them independence, let them think they're free, and then let's look at how we can do this through the banking system and keep all the money and not have to expend so much energy ruling these games when they'll rule themselves anyway. So that was implemented. But yes, so, Islam took a hold in that part of the world through the airborne virus and some trading and swords. I think some swords were used to cut people's heads off, and threats of killing them unless they paid the jizya or convert. And then eventually things settled down, and they brought over a couple of Sufis who got in touch with a couple of Hindus and mixed with a bit of Jainism, and it all settled down for a while. But then it bubbles up every now and again, and it's almost as if two competing cultures shouldn't really live in close proximity with each other, because it causes trouble. And that when you have a kind of homogenous society to begin with, it's not the best idea in the world to bring in, the crazy head cutty off religion. It tends to cause friction amongst the natives. But for the ruling class, as Tig would know, it makes sense to have competing nations, because then you can divide the people, set them against each other, and you get to sail off into the sunset. But Tig, God bless him, can see that in every other fucking context in the world, except for Ireland, because it is a magical fairyland here. And, we will just, because we're so lovely and kind and caring and nurturing, and we know what it is to be othered, and that we will take care of the world, and it will just magically work here. Now, forget about Northern Ireland and the issues up there with the Protestants and the Catholics and the Loyalists and Republicans. Like that's an anomaly. And once we have a united Ireland run by Europe, well, then everything will be fine. And give it another 100 years, we'll all be Packies anyway. And everything will work out for the best. So Tig, in his own unique way, manages to encapsulate the history of India in 90. I believe it's what have we got? 99 seconds. He wraps up this complicated issue through the wonders of Tig.
Whoa! What happened here? What it is he's a common criminal. I've never done anything to him in my whole life. He broke into my house, terrorised me and my whole family. Fuck around, find out. Okay, what have we got here? We got a heroic homeowner defends himself against evil. Hey, you're the...
That's Tig has an issue with the press, much like Ruth, so he finds the press is very unfair, especially to him. So that's his impression of the press being nasty.
Right. Yeah.
Right. I'll just let it run first, especially for editing purposes.
Yeah.
And then we can go back and pull it apart second by second.
Yeah.
Whoa! What happened here? What it is he's a common criminal. I've never done anything to him in my whole life. He broke into my house, terrorised me and my whole family. Fuck around, find out. Okay, what have we got here? We got a heroic homeowner defends himself against evil. Hey, you're the criminal who broke into his house.
I can't do it. I can't. Yeah, I can't get through this without pausing it. It needs to be stopped at every second with this cunt.
I just don't have anything to say. It's just shit. Like, I get what he's going for, and you could argue that there's merit to it. It's just so cringe, man.
I know, and he's done it to death. Like we get it.
Yeah, he has a thing about this already where there's this guy, he's living in this rundown fucking abandoned house, and then this guy comes along and says, yeah, you need to get out because this is my house now. And like, it's just okay. Is that it? Is that all you have? Someone came into someone else's house?
Yeah. He's got a new production company as well. This is the new logo, Bold. So he's being bold, very, very kind of douchey lefty, like bold, brave, resilient, courageous. Right, we'll hear him out. So what's it again? Israel, bad guy, Palestine, good guy, rather than Israel, bad guy, Palestine, bad guy, Israel, good guy, Palestine, good guy. Very complicated, messy. Please stop killing each other. It would be nice if you could come to your senses. Let's move the Israelis to fucking Mars or something, and the Muslims can have Io or something like that on one of the moons off Jupiter. That's what Elon should be doing. Like, if you want to help the world, Elon, get to Mars quickly, give it to the fucking Jews, and then sort out one of the moons around Saturn or Jupiter, whichever one it is that's in 2001: A Space Odyssey, the one that we're not supposed to go on. Put the fucking Muslims, all of them, tell them that Mohammed is on fucking Io, and get Hashem on board. And that's how we'll sort it out. Like, so that's what we need. Like, just get rid of the Jews, get rid of the Muslims, and everything will be happy. The Hindus and the Catholics, they'll go on grand. They'll be absolutely fucking fine. Hindus will put up with any old kind of shit, as long as they've got cows walking around, and a bit of fucking charas to keep them mellow in the evening. They'll be fine.
He hates all adherents to my religion. He's an irrelevant Nazi and a drunk. Sadly, all the important neighbours are on my side.
That's Britain, America,
and me. Don't forget me.
Wait, India. I mean, okay, yeah, sure, yeah. The Indians are notoriously fucking Zionist, and it's disgusting. But you know what? Could he have, invested a little more, both thought and money into portraying those countries instead of having to fucking display card it to us?
Well, he's been inspired. His wife has just been on the phone to him and say, "Listen, I've gone into labor, my waters have broke," and he's like, "Well, hang on, I'm making the fucking video. Like, priorities here. Like, have you not just heard the news? Like, India and Pakistan are at war here. I have to make this video. Like, I'll be there. Like, it's not like I'm gonna miss anything. Like, I've already been to the first one. Like, what's the point? Like, what, he wants to stare at a fucking human being, crawling out of a vagina and then watching 9 sacks of blood dribble out onto the floor. Like, if I look at it, it's going to be like 2 or 3 years before I can go back inside it, because that's going to be the abiding image I have in my mind. Like, every time I take your knickers off, just this big fucking enormous flesh wound and staring at me and quivering. It looks like Ruth Coppinger's forehead, like the way it is at the minute. So yeah, he could have put more work into it. But again, it's fucking lazy. Like just like, oh yeah, Indian, right wing, Pakistan, left wing. Like I know nothing about Pakistan. Like I shouldn't have to. I don't, but I can't imagine that they're very, left wing or tolerant. The same with India. I know their current prime minister is somewhat. I think he's kind of right of center, but that's it for Tig, isn't it? It's like pro-Israel, anti-Israel. That's where the line gets divided, and everything else is to be ignored. It's just that fucking simple. Left wing, right wing,
Right.
good, bad, black, white.
Well, I suppose he has to like me then, because I'm pro-Palestine. So I guess I'm one of him then.
Yeah, well,
in his mind.
I doubt it. Like it would, unless you agree with every fucking single thing. Like, and
All
again,
right,
what's the solution from this guy? Is what that what magic solution is there? The 2-state solution, and that will solve it. Like so, that will then Israel will be happy, Palestine will be happy, and then never the twain should meet. I'm telling you, it's a 2 fucking planet solution. That's the only real solution. It just won't. It won't fly. Like the two of the people. It's teacher's solution. It's like you can't get on with each other. You have to be separated. You're not sitting beside each other. You're not being in the same class. You're not even being on the same planet anymore. Like we're sending you to fucking Mars. We believe that's where fucking Moses actually wanted to go. But the rockets didn't show up. And what's his name? Space Moses. Fucking Weinstein, one of the Weinstein brothers. He'll lead the charge. He wants to get the Jews off the planet. That's where he sees, the next Moses is to take the Jews off planet, head to fucking Mars and out into space and colonize space. That's what the world needs, and that's our gift to the universe. Space Jews.
Oh God, no.
Yeah.
Let's just fucking nuke each other until we're destroyed. We can't allow this to escape containment.
Just get them off the planet. Going fucking out into the universe. It's a vast expanse out there. There's plenty of room. You are the chosen people. Go forth, go all the way forth and multiply. The universe is yours. Go and spread the word. I believe here are the coordinates to Nazi planet. Off you go. And then the Packies, just all we need to do is send up 2 white women in a rocket first to Io, and then they'll all follow because they're all fucking mad for it, Anyway, back to our man here in red. What's the red for? Like it's just his outfits, isn't it? Like so, it's just.
I think he just took a bunch of shit out of a drawer, and because you have to distinguish between one and the other. I don't think it's actually symbolic of anything like related to the country or anything like that.
Yeah, it's just wardrobe. Yeah, okay, limited wardrobe. All right.
I stand with him too. You should be ashamed of yourself after what he did to you and me. It's the exact same playbook. You're just jealous that I'm in the big league now. Dude.
So yeah,
that doesn't even make sense. The Indians are Zionists because they've been plagued by fucking Muslims all their fucking lives.
Yeah,
These
well,
people blow themselves up and kill Indians.
Again, you can only infer what the fuck he's talking about. So Ireland, as portrayed by Tig, is the moany, whingy guy who's trying to shame other people into thinking as Ireland should on the world stage. So again, because we've been under the whip of colonialism, then India should what? Recognize this only makes sense in the context of the outbreak of the skirmish between Pakistan and India. Otherwise, there's no reason to do this at all. Like to my knowledge, India hasn't come out and said, okay, we're rowing in with Israel here, and we're going hell for leather. We're sending troops to Palestine to finish the fucking job off. Like so what's happened is there's been an attack in India where some Islamic fundamentalist group have gone into a park. They've shot and killed like 26 people. I think Tig may be taking the conspiratorial view, like, okay, well, this is not actually Islamic fundamentalist or some terror cell. It's actually it's India itself who sent these guys in to, as a false.
Oh, is that what this is about?
Well, I don't fucking know. Like, that's what I mean. Like, so I doubt it's so layered. As that. It's just so. It's. I think for him it may be a case of like just India bad, Pakistan good, but there is that obvious basically. Okay, well, India, about colonialism, so just as Ireland does, therefore you should know that this is what the British at work. Or maybe it's the Zionists themselves, like that. It's actually it's Mossad. But if you get into that line of thinking, well, then that there are no terrorists anywhere ever. It's all like everyone. It's the grand conspiracy and the great flaw in the grand conspiracy that every fucking thing is a conspiracy from the moment you get up in the morning to the moment you go to night. That nobody has any agency over anything. That it's just everything is a imperialist conspiracy or a Zionist conspiracy, and that there's no there are no actual terror groups out there anywhere, or there's never been a genuine revolution. And that's not to say that certain powers have their fingers in them or use them to their advantage, but I can't accept that. Okay, well, what's happening in what happened with those people who died in India, that it couldn't possibly be just some fucking terror cell in Pakistan. And there's arguments on both sides. Okay, well, the Indians are using it to their advantage because their Prime Minister Modi, or whatever his name is, he's using this as a way to remain relevant and popular. And the same for the Pakistani government, like, well, that they're using it for their own advantage as well. And they've been throwing, I don't know, shit at each other across the border. And a couple of, they sent up a couple of planes, and apparently Pakistan took them down. And I don't know. I'm tired. I'm done.
Yeah. Look, it's an old story. It's an old story. It's been going on for, well, the fucking beginning of fucking known human existence. There's always some underhanded shit going on, and you have to spend time parsing things out. You can't just look at it and think categorically and think, yeah, I know exactly what's going on. In that case, if you just may as well not fucking think about it at all, because you're probably going to come out with some fucking brain dead shit like Tag is coming out with now.
Yeah, and that's why he's taking it down, because it's like it makes no fucking sense, like, and it's retarded, like, to throw this up, like. So you have essentially two countries who have nuclear weapons that have the potential to destroy each other. Now we know they won't, because it's a spoiler alert. Like, we're tired now of waiting for the end of the fucking world. It's getting to the point of like, oh, for fuck's sake, just do it, just so we don't have to live under the fear of it. Oh, now it's over here, like it was. Oh, Ukraine. Oh, that must be. Is that being settled now? Is it? Okay, that's being settled. Okay, what do we do next? Okay, India, Pakistan, your turn now. Like, you fool all the people and terrify them that the world's going to end because of you guys. Well, we fixed this area of the world now. We're actually going into Ukraine now. We want those fucking precious minerals. And so we're going in there. So the war's over. Okay, Pakistan, India. What? Oh yeah, there's a lot of gold and uranium over there. You two pretend to fight for a while, and we'll come in. Who fucking knows, right?
Yeah.
To frame it as, okay, well, India good or India bad because they're right wing, and Pakistan good because they're what? Who even knows what wing they fucking are, or because they're oppressed Muslims, that therefore that they should be pitied, and it's time to put the Indian flag in the profile. It's horseshit, and I think that's the only reason he took it down, is because he realized, well, actually, if I put this up, it's going to cause trouble, because he doesn't know himself which way the left is going on this. It's like, so he's going to isolate his own people. It's like, oh fuck, or maybe he had a conversation with some of his fucking like-minded individuals, and he was getting some pushback on siding with
that has to Pakistan. Be it, because I'm not buying the fact that the idea that he thought about this after putting it up, because that's not Tag. He doesn't think much at all, and I don't think any of the sycophants in his fucking Patreon would have said, hey, Tag, that's fucked up, man. So it had to have been, just he went to the weekly fucking Palestine vigil and he got the download from them, and like, okay, that's what we think. Okay, I agree. Let's do that.
Let's hear him out. What are we?
Yeah.
47 seconds in. He should have made this a 3-part fucking episode. It's so rich.
Stop wasting your time on him, will ya? They bring it on themselves, those lads. They're a different breed. I think I've got everything I need, guys. Thank you. Oh, maybe just a photo of all the important neighbours together. Great. I suppose I'll stand next to you, will I? Best buddies and all. Yeah, maybe. Or you could maybe stand kind of over there. The camera won't see me all the way over there. Silly. That's the plan.
Jesus Christ, man. You're just fucking punching me in the face with it, man.
Yeah, I know. It's like, Israel are racist. They don't like the Indians.
Why don't you want me in the picture? Well, buddy, you're not like us, really, are you? You know, you're a different breed. Thanks for all the support, though.
Actually, you know, there's a very, very close relationship between the people of Israel and the people of India. Yeah, and there's, you know, very strong economic connections and diplomatic connections, you know. It was like this guy just made this shit up. You know, because, it has to be racism. All white people are racist all the time to every other race.
And again, I just don't like it. It's just he's short on solutions. Like I don't understand what he fucking wants. Like
no, there is no solutions.
Kill all the Jews. The final solution is that what he fucking wants. If that's what you want, come out and fucking say it.
Actually, yeah, that's the only fucking solution that you could possibly read into this.
Yeah, because they're not going anywhere. You know, they're not going to just have a sudden fucking eureka moment. It's, oh yeah, you know what, this killing shit that we're doing, it's bad, like, and it's not good for humanity, so let's stop. Let's just stop now. We spoke with the fucking great Maddie, and he's put us on the right track, like that, you know, we are all one, and let's just, you know, embrace this new one world religion under the great Maddie and wait for the fucking the last imam to come back. No, it's not going to happen. So just come out with a tie. Instead of marching up and down the fucking streets saying free, free, free Palestine, free, free, free Pakistan, free, 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 whatever the fuck it is, say what you want. And it can only be a case that the only way to solve this problem for you and your fellow travelers is to kill all the fucking Jews. So say that and then deal with the Jews. See how it goes. See how long it takes for Mossad to show up at your fucking house and have a chat with you. But please say it. Like, say it loud and say it proud, as you would fucking say, instead of all this free fucking Palestine and come into Ireland. If they don't want you, we'll take you. We will cherish you and love you, and in kind you will, you know, spit in our fucking face because of human nature. Because you don't welcome a host under those circumstances. You get there and go, okay, this is mine now. And I don't like your shit. I don't like your ways. This is haram. There's fucking haram everywhere. What's with all the haram? This haram needs to be crushed and sorted out. I don't like you, these homosexuals. I don't like these women walking around tempting me with their golden hair and flesh on display. That needs to be controlled. And it will be controlled, because it's everywhere you fucking look. It doesn't work, and we're seeing it now in Sweden, and we'll touch on it when I hadn't planned it, but I'll mention it now anyway. When we listen to this Hashem tape, he mentions a certain Islamic movement, which goes back to kind of 2012 and prepping movement, and again, we forget that outside of our own bubble or Western bubble, that the same things are happening in other cultures as well. So this whole fucking movement called Village Islam, where they are prepping because of the eventual collapse of society, and they have this movement throughout Europe where they're having their own Muslim communities. I believe in the common vernacular, ghettos, as you see in Sweden, because they don't like the state that they're in, because the state, and especially in Sweden, don't like how these guys act. Well, under their laws, they don't like how they act. So they're going in, they're taking their children from them because of their belief system, because when they put them into the schools, and it's a very secular system in Sweden, these Muslim guys, they don't want their children being taught that, homosexuality is okay, that men can be women, and women can be men. And so when they object to it, the social services come, take their children away from them, and give them to good fucking homosexual Swedes. And they resent that. And then that leads to, guess what? Burning the fucking place down, killing them, bombing them. But oh no, let's not talk about that. And you can't blame the people. Like, and again, we don't know under what guises they got there. Like, everyone thinks that they're just, floating in from the fucking sky and landing on the ground, or somehow they're magically making their way from Pakistan, and all these far off places, but not a bean in their fucking pocket, but somehow they managed to pay some trafficker, 10 grand to get here. Pull the fucking other one. They're being flown in at the expense of the state, and you can go down whatever route you want if it's okay. If it's, well, they're bringing them in for cheap labor. They're bringing them in to invade the country. It's a UN army. It's a fucking Jewish conspiracy. It's the Kalergi plan. It doesn't fucking matter. They're here, and they're here, and this is what will fucking happen, because they won't adapt. And probably these guys, these guys from Islam probably have more in common with what's classified here as, the far right, which would make it a nice alliance as long as they fucked off when we're done
afterwards. Yeah.
But that's just not going to
no
happen. So they'll want their own piece of the land, because they don't want to, leave Sweden. These guys, they want to remain there, but in their Muslim village, as they call it. And when the village tends to expand over time and get bigger and bigger and bigger until it consumes all, and then there's just one large village, and then the villagers go to fucking war with each other, and then guess what happens? You end up with a partition. So please, Tig, as you fucking desecrate the Irish flag there by putting a Palestinian flag on it, you may as well put a fucking an Israeli flag on it, for all you matter. What does that say to people? What message are you putting out there? Like, Ireland for the Palestine, or it's solidarity with Palestine? Guess what, Tig? We all feel fucking sympathy for Palestinians because of what's happening to them. The same as we felt sympathy for those Israelis when they were killed on that day, and every poor fucker who dies unjustly, and especially children. But there's not a fucking thing you can do about it on an international front. And if you want to be so kind as to invite all those people to come and live here, well then lead by example, and put them up in your own fucking house first, okay? Do not lead by example, and then maybe you can have the moral ground to stand on that. Okay, well, look what I did. I'm willing to do this. I'm giving up my fucking home to welcome these people at your expense, mind, as well. So you have to essentially sponsor these people, much as I would if I brought my mother-in-law over here to stay from the States. Well, then I would have to sponsor her, so I'm responsible for her fucking welfare. So you do that rather than get €800 a month from the government to put one of them up in your fucking spare bedroom. And then maybe we will listen to you. And until then, shut the fuck up, pick up a banjo, and sing like the dancing fucking monkey that you are. Anyway, this fucking guy.
Jeez, okay. Yeah, I have nothing to add.
Yeah, and look at this. Like, this cunt has better teeth than an Irish person. 80 years old, and he's got perfect fucking teeth. Not a filling in the fucking... any of those teeth. Like, so stay where you are. Continue to chew on whatever vegetables these people eat. Yeah, we're done. So, but thank you, Tig. I appreciate the new material, because it tells us a lot, and it's hard to get an age-old conflict into 1 minute and 39 seconds, which is probably why you shouldn't do this to begin with. And he's isolated himself because or maybe he hasn't. Maybe he has to take this side, because that's a lot. That's all of his fucking support. That's his whole gig is based around support for Palestine and Islam. So he's painted himself into a fucking corner here. So again, it kind of deepens the mystery as why he would take it down, because you think, it's going to fly well with that set of people, unless it's something to do with funding. I don't fucking know. It makes no sense why he would take it down at all, unless he's just holding it back for another time, like he just realized he released it too soon. His normal schedule of releasing, one video every 4.5 months, he just got the timing wrong. or the moment passed. Who fucking knows? Like?
He planned to release it like months after the it's relevant and people have forgotten what it could possibly fucking mean. Yeah, that sounds like Tag, all right.
Yeah. All right, let's put Tag to bed. Fuck. Right. Stop there. Right. Where are we? Does that bring us on to the Maddie? Does it?
I believe so. Are we missing anything?
I don't think so. Let me have a look at
so much has happened.
The list. This fucking Maddie interview is an hour, so where are we? 1 o'clock. Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I'm proud of us.
Yeah. So we've gone through Tig. We've gone through Mr. Squishy, Kevin Flatley, Ruth Coppinger, and Murphy. Oh no, we forget to do Macron.
Shit! Oh man! Oh God! Why? How did I forget that? I must be out of my mind, because that is like probably one of the most entertaining things that have happened in a fucking while. Are you still up for taking a look?
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Look, if you've watched this video and your takeaway from it is what the media is telling you it was, then you're gravely mentally ill. Oh, you have it there yourself. Okay, all right.
Did you hear this cunt just fucking poison the well there? Did you hear that awful fucking logical trap that he set there for people? Like, so if you disagree with it, that's the no true Scotsman fallacy right there. Like, if you disagree with me, only a retard would disagree with me. Only a true Scotsman would know what I'm talking about. Fuck you, politics. That's where you should fucking go. Fucking hell. You're crippled.
Some things I'm not willing to compromise on, and this is it. This is a good example of it.
But hang on. Stop it right there. Like, so hang on. You're like 1 minute away from being a full-on Russian asset. So anything that comes out of
1 minute away.
Yeah, like sorry, you're already there. Like, so I just wanted to give you give you some hope, or to give the listeners and viewers some idea like that. There's hope for you. But okay, so you're a Russian asset. Just they don't know it. They don't know it yet. You're a sympathizer. So anything that benefits Russia, you're naturally going to jump on it. And anything, like, I would be the same as well with these guys. Like, so, my initial reaction would be, okay, anything that discredits these guys, great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's fucking dig the knife in. But at the heart, we have to always be aiming for the truth. Don't sigh. Like, even if it fucking kills us. Like, so I've no sympathy for fucking any of these guys, especially the guy who's actually not in frame at the moment. Like, just to look at them, they look fucking pure evil. To me, and a hoodie and a shirt, like, that's the devil right there. You should never wear a hoodie and a shirt. It's just like, it's ick. It's like,
what's that phrase? The banality of evil.
Yeah,
there's not like explicit. There's not horns growing out of their heads.
No, it's this is what it looks like. This is what evil actually looks like. It's this is the wardrobe of evil. This is like Bill Gates. This guy gets stressed. This German cunt whose name escapes me again.
Yeah, Mers. He does actually look like Bill Gates. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, it's the jumper and short effect is you see anyone wearing a jumper and a short who's not like 86 years of age and it's not 1962, they're evil. Just take it from me. Like there's nothing good. Anybody who wears this, and this is worse. Trying to look, casual and hip, while at a meeting. They're on a train. Yes, they're on a train to Ukraine. Is it? Is that where they're going?
I don't. Hardly on a train.
It is a train. It is a train.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's why what's his face from Britain was talking about going through Poland or something.
Yeah. So that's why he's talking about going to Poland. But anyway, we're getting distracted.
Right.
So the big question is around this thing here.
Yep.
And this thing here. So it comes out like that. The news is, depending on your angle now, whose propaganda you like, but there's people who are saying this is a handkerchief, and this is a cocktail store, or this is a bag of Coke, and this is a bump spoon. So the Russians are saying this is Coke and this is a bump spoon, and then the
Russians. I mean, there's your bias already.
But where did you get the source from? Tell me your source. Come on, what's the fucking source?
Common fucking people. Yes, it's fucking top heavy with Russian sympathetic people. But that happens when there's a straight down the middle divide. Especially when there's, here's a house that's on fire, and then you have a mass amount of people saying, no, actually the house is fine, even though, the fucking structure is fucking collapsing in on itself. No, that house is still standing up straight.
Okay, well, I'm going through Russian TV archives. I'm finding a hanky in Putin's presence, and then I'm going to bring it to you, and we're going to do the same fucking thing. Like so,
do it. That would be great.
I will. I'll find the Putin hanky. If anyone's listening and wants to help me, which I understand, there's going to be no sympathy for me because I'm essentially trying to advocate for Satan here. But yeah, so the big question is, is this thing, is it a handkerchief, or is it a bag of cocaine? Now, I have no doubt in my mind, as I rub my nose because I talk about cocaine, I have no doubt in my mind that these fucking guys, either have indulged in cocaine or do and continue to, amongst many other fucking things. Because there's a certain personality type that that wants power, and power comes with it's vices. Well, it depends. I was going to say vices, but
okay.
That's why this guy should never be in fucking power. Like he sees them as vices, like, and that's going to be drugs and women, and then that's not enough, and then it gets twisted and it goes off in weird direction. It doesn't help when you look like a demon. It really fucking doesn't. And I will say, as we'll say in a minute, the body language, very, very peculiar. It's very, caught in your bedroom with your dick out, as a teenager. Oops. But to my mind, it would be. You would think they'd be more careful. But I would find it a bit, difficult to believe that you would just accidentally leave a bag of Coke laying on the table when you brought the press in. Now, I haven't taken cocaine, so I can't speak to that. Like if you're
on Coke,
if you're on Coke, if it's like, okay, well, there's everything around you just become it's an irrelevancy. Like, so I don't know. I would have thought you'd be more aware. You'd be more kind of hyper aware of your surroundings.
Paranoid. Yeah.
So I don't know. And the difficulty around this really is there's no high quality footage.
No.
The best I could find was, from AP, Associated Press's website, and that's all the footage is 720p, which is great for this show because we couldn't show you anything above that anyway. But there's no high resolution photos. But then there are some high resolution photos, and from both sides of this, let's call it a debate. And one of them clearly shows it's a hanky, and the other one clearly shows it's a bag of Coke. And both of them are, it's like, okay, well, that's AI and that's being manipulated, and that's AI and that's being manipulated. And we live in the age of digital manipulation. So we may never know, but I think what we do know instinctually is that these guys are fucking degenerates. And so it would be no surprise.
No, not at all.
If they were regularly taking cocaine, and it would be no surprise if this was found to be a bag of coke, then nothing would fucking come of it. Because I've seen people excuses already. Oh well, so fucking watch, or everybody and their uncle's taking coke. They deserve it. They're busy.
Do you remember the time when a bag of coke was found in the hallway of the White House?
No, I don't know.
Oh my God, it was like 2 years ago or something, or maybe even 2.5 years ago. And yeah, it was just, fucking found on the ground in the White House, and just someone dropped it.
Yeah, well,
who knows who?
Yeah, we're fucking, we're not naive, so we know these guys are not only involved in taking it, but most likely are the ones who are responsible for bringing the vast majority of it in.
Yeah, they have to get it from somewhere, right?
Yeah, and it's not fucking Anto and Johnner who are, making deals in Colombia and, organizing this, rather complicated fucking supply chain.
Yeah.
And then distribution network to keep a worldwide cocaine industry going. And we know from history about the operations with, the fucking CIA to, funnel money. And, our good European friends here would be no exception to that business and that carry on, but the mystery is, is it a bag of coke? It's already over because nobody's going to admit it's a bag of coke. So these guys will say it's a hanky. But Macron, he has some form in being shifty. There's another video from 2 years ago where he was. Do you remember when they were talking in France about the pension cuts? Or the age, they wanted to raise the age from, I think it was 62 to 64 before people could retire. And the French got themselves in a fucking tizzy, and they were burning shit and spreading cow shit all over the place in protest. And fair play to them, at least they know how to protest, which is, setting shit on fire, which really works. Just as we found out today that, the state has finally admitted that, yes, Kuluk, the IPAS Centre Kuluk will not go ahead. Because it's not financially viable, and there's many other factors. They said that that they're not going to go ahead with it, but it might have something to do with the fire and the beating of the workers and the setting fire again and again and again. So I wouldn't advise people to do that, but there is a template out there that works. We've traveled around the country trying to explain this to people, the varying degrees of success. But some people still persist with, no, it will be grand. But it is what it is. And so we'll play the video anyway.
Yeah. Let's see for ourselves here.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a long walk. Are we back in Poland?
It's through my bathroom, huh?
Yeah. It's literally. Yeah. We came through Germany. Yeah. And then we made it to France.
German bedroom and
we got through the border.
Right.
Make a photo and after that you will be allowed to have a drink.
Yeah.
Super. Yeah.
Starmer looks like a dick.
It does. I don't know if they're evil or if they're just all fucking autistic. Like this looks like a special needs class.
They're just like fucking nerds, socially awkward nerds.
Yeah. Look at this guy.
Yeah. He looks surprised.
But the energy change as well. Like, so, they come into the room. Oh, look at that. There's that handoff. And that's nervousness right there. Look, he's rubbing his arm, like, so, as if he's got something to fucking hide. And there's no reason, like, so I was thinking, earlier that, okay, granted, you're in there with the press and they're taking photos. You realize, you left your dirty snot rag on the table.
Sure.
It's not a good look, so let me get that off the table. But you wouldn't be that embarrassed about it or had a further think about it. It would just be, hang on, just let me pick this up and I'll put it in my pocket. You wouldn't palm it.
Mm.
in one hand and then sneakily
Well, we'll
shove
see
it
that
in the other.
happen.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'll never finish my point about what he was doing during the French riots. I got distracted with Kulak there. So he was on television anyway, telling people essentially to, they've never had it so good, and they need to suffer. Remember that? Remember it was told us that in Ireland, like that. We need the pain. We really need to make us better. We need the pain. We have to take the pain during the austerity years. Spoken like a true fucking sadist, like. You need the pain. You want the pain. You deserve the pain. And he had this watch, this expensive watch on his arm as he was talking about it. And it's valued anywhere from, who you believe, from £2,000 sterling to £80,000 sterling. I love the internet.
Wow.
But as he was talking about that, and then he banged his watch on the table in the studio. And then he became aware of his watch. And as he's talking about the watch, he put his hand beneath the table, took the watch off with his other hand, palmed it into his pocket, and then brought his hands back up. And the watch was missing,
Ooh.
Yeah, so he's fucking self-aware enough to know, like, okay, there's something amiss here. So really, the snot rag theory, I'm moving away from it, because there's no reason to palm a snot rag, and it's not like nobody saw him pick it up. No, it's again,
like if you want people to not notice something, don't draw attention to it.
Yeah, or just if it's clearly a hanky, well then just pick it up and stick it in your pocket and go, okay, let's move on. And then all this shiftiness. So we're saying, like, we'll go back to them coming into the room, like, so there's high energy. It's all laughs and giggles. Like you mentioned, you came through Germany. Then he's saying, like, you came through the jacks in my bedroom. So,
well, was he referring to Poland when he said you came through my toilet?
Maybe he could be calling Poland a toilet,
but his toilet.
Yeah, because they're on the train.
Okay.
So again, to be on you can see the shape of the carriage there. So obviously, like, this is the meeting room. Then they obviously have to have their separate carriages, to sleep on. So the German chancellor's, obviously his private quarters is just beyond this room, or it could be the next one up. So for Starmer's got on at the whatever part of the train, then he's had to walk down the carriages. He's gone through his bedroom,
that makes more sense.
Then he's gone through his toilet, and then to come in here. But it would be nice to think that he's referring to Poland as Germany's toilet.
I mean, that was kind of retarded of me, because there would have been an international incident. And, okay, fair enough. I'm retarded, man.
All right, so let's say a high energy from Starmer. Which again might suggest cocaine use, really.
It's a long walk. I'll be back in Poland.
It's through my bathroom, huh?
It's literally. We came through Germany, and then we made it to France.
No, wait, hold on. I'm not being retarded. Those two lines of communication were one thing, like, first talking about him walking through a toilet, and then, I had to come through Poland. What the fuck, man?
Hang on. Hang on. I'm not sure, because obviously, where's the fucking train at the minute? Like, are they in Germany? Are they in Poland? Like, are they in Ukraine? Do we know?
See, where did he get on the train? It couldn't have been in Ukraine already, or
no. So we don't know. Do we need to pull up a map of Europe?
Well, it goes Germany, Poland, Ukraine. So
let's track the conversation if we can.
It's a long walk. I'll be back in Poland.
It's through my bathroom, huh?
It's literally. We came through Germany, and then we made it to France.
No, so what I think is happening, right? So I think that the train must be stopped on the border, between Germany and
In
Poland.
Poland. Right.
So he's
Okay, I get it now. Okay.
Yeah, so he's walked from Germany to Poland, and then he's literally come through his bathroom, which is behind him, which is in Germany, and now he's in Poland or Snowland. It could be Snowland. We could be mishearing Poland, and he's actually talking about the snow, or Blowland would be more. Yeah. But what we were talking about, the package, the mystery package on the train. It's fucking brilliant, really. Like it's the start of a Hercule Poirot mystery, really. You know, 3 politicians on a train on the border between Poland and Germany, heading to Ukraine. The lights go off. There's a bag of Coke on the table 1 minute. The lights come back on, and the French president is dead with a mystery powder sprinkled all over his fucking nose. And then this guy, like, if the lights come back on, I think that's what happened. We just missed the lights going on.
Yeah, we got through the border.
It's took all that beautiful high energy, and then and this chap here as well. Like, so he moves the glass, and then immediately grabs. Let's call it a cocktail store for the moment. Grabs the cocktail store and then hides it.
Yeah. Which is, you know, if there was a pen on a table, a nervous person might do that with the pen, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. But for me, if, you know, again, we don't know, but I'm just trying to think if it's me, obviously you're going to be, you know, nervous because, you know, you've got the press there. But I don't know why they would be very nervous. It's not a natural situation. Let's put it that way. It's not a natural situation. So you have photographers there. We don't know if more are coming in, but as we've seen, there's obviously people there because somebody's filming it to begin with. We can hear, you know, voices in the background. We can see people milling around. And so for me, if I'm having a drink there and I have my cocktail store, one, like, what the fuck you doing? Like, who you know, has a cocktail store? It looks to me like it's a glass of fucking gin or vodka or something.
Yeah.
It looks like a cocktail, maybe to store the ice around. But generally, if it's on the table and there's people coming in, I would just pick it up and put it into the glass, like. And there doesn't seem to be a watermark on the table either, because if you've had a cocktail store, then surely you're storing the drink, but there doesn't seem to be any sort of liquid on the table, or powder, for that matter. Yeah, but again, to you know, hold it between the hands. Like I said, maybe he is just nervous. It's just, you know, something to fiddle with. But it's almost at the exact same time that he picks up the cocktail store / bump spoon that Macron reaches for the hanky / bag of Coke. Yeah, you see how quickly he picked that up? It was like whip. So it's not just your casual, let me grab that and I'll just pop it in my pocket. It's a whip, which is, it's a guilty swipe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like clearly they're setting the scene for the photo op. You know, that's standard.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but it's too quick for it. It's a guilty swipe. It's like leaving a used Johnny on the table, and then, you know, your auntie and uncle arrives and it's like, whip. What was on the table? Nothing. It's
what? I'd leave that on the table.
It's
you
a
know,
wrapper.
I'd want them to know I'm still going strong.
There you go. Yeah, a different class of people. So watch. Yeah, there you go. Hiding it, the ancient rub it, and then look at everybody's now. Like, granted, there's pictures being taken. Yeah. But
what is with Stormer, man? Ooh.
Yeah, and then into the slide, into the pocket. Yeah. Yeah. So I've slowed it down now. Sorry, we just go back a little bit because I want to see this guy grab it as well. It's a pity about the quality of the video.
Yeah, I think that was intentional. You know.
Yeah. And again, I've seen people online saying, you know, this isn't a cocktail store because of the shape of it. So we can see there, you know, straight down, then it comes out.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's just pixelation and stuff.
Yeah.
But you know what? I question if it's a cocktail stir because it's just lying on the fucking table.
Yeah, so
Like,
it
and
should
it's
be
like,
in
what?
the. It should be in the.
Or on a tray. Like, where are they preparing their drinks? It should be where the drinks are being prepared.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can't know. But I did see. Now I researched cocktail stores, and as I was researching the cocktail stores, I had a moment. I go, "What the fuck am I doing with my life?
Yeah.
Why am I looking at cocktail stores at fucking 3 o'clock in the morning? Why am I, trying to find out how long the length of an average cocktail store?" Like, so this is the level of dedication I go to. So the average length of a cocktail store is 5.5 inches.
Okay. Wow, that's actually quite big.
Yeah, that's half the size of an average Irish penis. Just so in case there's any foreign women looking in. So yeah, so that's quite long. So that would be, essentially the height of the glass there, or maybe a little bit bigger, which would make sense
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
you don't want a tiny fucking cocktail store because it's
Yeah,
a
you're
bit,
only reaching into the liquid, then you may as well just use your finger.
yeah, it's a bit pointless. This doesn't look 5.5 inches to me.
No.
Okay. Now I've seen cocktail stores the shape of golf clubs. So if that is, coming off at a right angle there, then it may well be a a golf club cocktail store. I'm not familiar with the bum spoons, but I imagine it's just essentially a smaller version of a spoon. So it's going to be straight. I don't know if it goes off at a certain angle, if that's easier for posh people, if they like to hold their little finger up and hold the bum spoon out here and just bringing it from the side, so it's angled, and then but again, is it popular for bum spoons? Like people carry their own paraphernalia? Is it like will it like is it a €20 note does not
It's
do,
all
or
a bit weird, isn't it? I mean, just fucking like everyone has a set of keys on them. Just use your fucking keys.
yeah? And again with the baggie, like isn't it a bit common for like a fucking the president of the country to be going around with a baggie? What did he do? Get off the fucking train, meet someone in the Jacks? Did he make a phone call? Listen, oh fuck, I left my stash at home. Listen, I'll meet you in the Jacks, just on the Polish-German border there, platform 7. Just a fucking an 8-ball. Bring an 8-ball with you, and I'll take that off you. Because I would imagine if you're a bit more sophisticated, you're not going to run out. There's no need to have a baggie. That you would have your own fucking special case, like a cigarette case, something like that. Just a nice maybe a 17th century mahogany Coke box, with an 18-karat gold-plated bum spoon to go with it. It's just a bit common if you're wearing a fucking a $2,000 watch, but you're going around with baggies in your pockets.
Dude, he's wearing a hoodie.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to resonate with the people, the common man. And so he's sending out a message. It's the optics, like people would turn on him if he brought out an 18th century mahogany Coke box. So
that just sounds cumbersome. Come on, if anything, a vial, a little plastic vial with a cork or whatever in it, and then you dab that out. That's very handy with powders. And by the way, I've never seen a fucking baggie like that. It's
normally like sell it, or they have that kind of a seal on it as well, don't they? Like the
yeah. Look, if I didn't know anything about this, like I didn't even know who these people are. I'm a fucking alien. I just landed on the planet, and like maybe like a few weeks. Oh yeah, that's a glass, that's a folder. I get all that, right? But then you show me that still there and ask me what's that on the table. I'm like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. It doesn't look like anything.
Yeah, if I was looking at it and someone said, "What's that?" I'd just say a piece of paper or a hanky. Like the last place I go is bag of Coke. And the problem we have being humans is someone shows you a picture and goes, "Oh look, it's a bag of Coke," and oh yes, it's a bag of Coke. If someone said, "Oh look, it's a dead budgie," and then people will be going, "Oh, that's a dead budgie," or it's a white budgie. So it's the power of suggestion. But it does look like in this blurred image here, it could be a plastic bag with Coke in it. But the problem with it here is that there's no kind of transparent elements to it, isn't it? It's like fully.
Like it's a
Coke, but
full.
it's fully white, like so.
Yeah.
So it hasn't been opened, like so. Surely, if it was opened, there would be some sort of crease, or and again, I don't know how full the bag is. Is it filled to the brim? Like, is it vacuum packed? Because like with the glass here, we can see, you can see the liquid, and then we can see, it's completely transparent there. I'd imagine if it was a bag, well then, if there was a bit of Coke missing or it's been partially used. Well, then up here we would see, transparency. Whereas if it is a tissue, well, then the tissue is white. So maybe and if it's folded over, maybe there's a nice bit of French snot wedged between the tissue there. But again, we just don't know. So anyway, we play it in slow motion. We just have a look at the palming action.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the nervous rub again. Because there's something amiss, like because you granted you may be a little bit uncomfortable because you have to pose for the cameras, and they're all fucking autistic, so they don't know how to pose, But this guy is like, he's a smarmy, like, so he's no stranger to posing for the camera or hamming it up. But that's self-comforting. That only appears when you're under, a high level of duress, and if you're palming off a bag of Coke, and you're the fucking what is he, president or prime minister of France?
President.
President. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, and that's pretty stressful. And like anyone, like you could forget, you could have just had it in your pocket. It's well known within their circles that everybody's doing it, so it's no big fucking deal to just lash it out on the table, take a quick bump before the press comes in because you've been up all night on the train,
or maybe you weren't expecting the press, and the press came along with your friend, the Stormer, in this.
Yeah, it could be. And this guy's obviously a heavy drinker as well. Look, this guy's barely fucking taking a sip out of his, and he's completely down to his one. Like his gone. Like he's probably 5 or 6 in at this stage.
Maybe it's only Macron who does the Coke, because when you do Coke, you tend to drink a little faster.
Yeah, and the glass is kind of frosted, so maybe this was full of Coke, and he's poured it into the bag or something like so. Someone just brought it. He's that wealthy. It's like, bring me a glass of cocaine. And then he heard the press was coming in, so he's like, okay, get me a bag. And he's poured it. He's poured it into the bag, but forgot because he got excited when Starmer came in. Look at this fucking guy. What did the English do to deserve this fucking guy?
Well, I mean, they didn't do anything because they didn't fucking vote for his party or him.
Nice. A gift, like he's just awful. Everything about him just screams awfulness. We're fucking, what did the human race do to deserve these people as leaders? Like, look at this guy is like fucking, where's Waldo? Without the hat on, like it's just sad.
He's Bill Gates' even nerdier cousin.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look at that. Like a French man can't hide his expressions. Like so, he's much as they try. Where look, this is just perfect. Like you got the English cunt expressionless. No matter what happens, the French guy who can't contain himself, and the German guy who's just thinking about Wiener Schnitzel, and can't wait to get home to beat the dog. Yeah, but look at this. There's something going on. This is guilty, and it's like he's spotted someone across the room who saw what he was doing, and you're kind of giving him that right ways there. Was it's a bag of fucking Coke. Shh. Don't say a thing. You know yourself. Keep it on the DL.
Yep, we'll take care of you.
Yeah, and then it's like the guilt kind of transfers from him to this guy because he gets very fucking shifty looking now, and he will stare across at him for some sort of moral support in like, I can't handle this guilt alone, I'm English. Dude. There, look, here it goes.
Oh man, that's Kino.
Yeah.
Look at those daggers. Though.
Yeah, look at this. I think the coke is just kicking in with him now. Like he's like gurning. There's something definitely like this guy is autistic. Like there's no doubt about it. Like he's even so uncomfortable he can't. Or is he grabbing his dick? Is he? He just says the coke again, isn't it? Like I can't feel my dick. I can't feel my dick.
Maybe he's putting his hand under the table, as in "give it to me." Just doesn't it have that look where you're pretending not to look and you're just passing your hand under the table? Yeah. I swear to God, Merch is cracking me up, man. He's fucking hilarious.
There's some sort of meme there or something, isn't there? Like this.
Yeah, when that face, when, yeah.
Why? What's he doing? Yeah, it's like, give it to me, give it to me. Is his hand going under there? Look. He's gonna. Maybe he just throws it under the table rather than put it in his pocket. There we go. Look, he's throwing it across the starmer. Pretends to put it in his pocket. Maybe that's what's going down. This is just the fucking starmers out of coke. There's a coke drought in the UK.
Oh yeah, this is a drug deal.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He's heard that Macron has the last ounce left in the whole of Europe. He says, "Fuck it, I'm getting on the plane." There will be a problem. Like I know there's diplomatic immunity, but we have to be careful, and there's Russian agents everywhere, so we have to be really careful. Meet me on the fucking train. We'll do it on the border, because then there's an issue. Like the Polish authorities can't get us, the German authorities can't get us, because nobody knows where the jurisdiction is. Make sure the train is parked exactly on the border.
Oh my God!
I'll come in, make a joke about bring Merch there as well, like, because I know I owe you money. Merch is on us, like, so he'll make sure it's a proper deal. We'll go in, have the press there. No one will notice anything. We'll do it in plain sight, because of the magic circle they're both involved in, like, so it has to be all above board. And our great friend the Maddie, we spoke about that last week, I think, in not great detail, but he'll go into that as well for us later. So it has to be visible, and then everybody will get distracted. Was it a hanky? Was it coke? Or maybe no, that wouldn't have. They wouldn't have foresaw that. And then it's a simple drug deal. Rather complicated drug deal, I have to say, especially for such a small amount of cocaine. But as anyone who will ever know who's taken any illicit substance, when there's a drought on, the price up to the roof, and you would fucking travel the length and breadth of the planet if you hear that there's somewhere, like I remember as a teenager, like I traveled the length and breadth of the country for a bit of hash, especially during a drought. Like Jesus fucking Christ, something happened in Afghanistan when we used to have actual hash in the country when it wasn't fucking drenched in soap or essentially muck and glue and baby
toenails, shopping bags,
you fucking name it, rubbish tip basically. That's the green wheelie bin pressed with glue thrown in just to bind it. You would travel to the next fucking county if you had to and pay over the odds. You get more tinfoil than hash, but fuck it, it was worth it. So a drought will do terrible things to people, especially with coke. I hear it's highly addictive,
and Starmer just kicked out thousands of immigrants from Britain, so naturally that has its impact on the drug trade.
Exactly. So it's finally making sense. The real issue was not the hanky. It's discovering the drug deal that's going down. And this guy's, just all smiling. It's all very fucking strange from,
it's
high
so
energy,
creepy.
isn't it? There's like high energy to, maybe there's like some sort of fucking spirit that is taking them over or something. So high energy to, it's like all their souls leave their body except for Macron, like that's because he's fucking French. It's they don't know when to stop making facial expressions. Just fucking stop it, like for Christ's sake, for half a fucking minute. It's too expressive. This guy's a fucking retard. Like that face is perfect. Like it's just. You know. Are you doing coke? No. Are you sure? Did you ever do coke? You did, didn't you? Smile if you did coke. Oh fuck.
Oh, so true.
Oh, look at this awkward Nelly. Like, ugh. Yeah, so we're none the wiser, unfortunately. Like, is it a bag of coke? Is it a tissue? We may never fucking know. But I did find one. It was not AP but AFP, which I think is the French subsidiary of Associated Press. So they issued a high resolution photo, which does show it clearly as a hanky,
right?
But then that linked to the video. So there's a whole video. So we're getting essentially, but what's it? 1 minute and 41, and even that, not even 1 minute and 41 seconds. So essentially, 70 seconds or so of the actual clip, but there's footage from the outside of the train where they come onto the platform, where these guys are there beforehand, and then there's a series of press photos after the event as well when they leave the room. So there's one telling photo after the event is over where they're getting up to leave the train, and there is, like, if you've got a sharp eye, you can actually see what looks like, but at least to me, it looks like cocaine, not in the fucking the bag, which would suggest that there's definitely something going on. Just let me grab that fucking photo. I'll stop sharing. I've stopped sharing that already, have I? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Right, where are we? Okay. There we go. No. So I don't know if you can see it there. Can you see it?
If I squint, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like, so I'm more inclined to believe it was coke, and especially look at this fucking guy, like out of his tits. Starmer's even like
they all are.
Yeah, Starmer's got a personality. It's like, you look, a little big giant fucking lump of it. You never even noticed it under the fucking telly.
Oh yeah, because Macron was sitting in front of it.
Yeah, blocking it. Like, look at him. He's delighted. He's like, there's no coke in the UK, and look at him. He's just yeah, baby. Let it flow, like setting off coke bombs all over the fucking place, like. What
Look,
a life,
I know the excitement of, like, it's like, you're just moments away from, like, you're going to take this amazing drug, you're meeting up with your friends, and you're almost high, anticipating being high.
Yeah. Look at this guy is off his tits. Look at the veins are bulging out of his neck. Look at that. I've never seen this guy that joyful in my life. Like, look. He's so happy he's even swallowed his bottom teeth. I like this German guy. I hope I never hear him speak. But he's sort of like a kindly grandpa, isn't he? Almost, senile and just shit-faced happy all the
Sitting
time.
there smiling.
Yeah, just grinning away no matter what you say. It's like he's just breaking his heart laughing. I'll pop out. What could go wrong? Like all Germans are good people, aren't they? Okay, we'll put Starmer and Macron and Mersch to bed. Not that they'll sleep. With all that coke flown around. I wish I was there. Like that's kind of it's like a postcard you want to get, isn't it? Like
yeah.
yeah.
It's a lovely friends photo. Yeah.
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 Wish you were here, dead stripper in fucking caboose number 7.
Douche says no rings on the table. Suspicious. A friend of mine pointed out, hey, what about those supposedly confidential folders on the table? You know?
Oh, the folders, yeah. Yeah, they're not open though, are they? Like so.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a page exposed, and of course, if you write something on the front, right? But it was so low res, like
Yeah. Yeah, and again, it wouldn't be the first time that documents got leaked because they are just fucking people, or reptilians, depending on your outlook. Which the great Maddie, also believes, of course, that the Jal is a reptilian, a one-eyed reptilian.
The Dajjal is the Antichrist, right?
Yeah, the Islamic Antichrist. Who knew? Even the devil has a religion. Yeah, so the Antichrist. And again, I'd forgotten about the reptiles. And David Icke, who's still alive. Yeah.
Yeah, on X, Twitter. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, because he was very kind of in the now there for a while, but he seemed to. Well, he fell off my radar anyway. Once you go as far as reptilians, there's nowhere left to go, really, is there? Within the world of conspiracy and for Ike, is he still touring? Is he?
Yeah. There's no stopping that man.
All right, yeah.
But you know what? I will say this for him: solid tweets or posts, whatever they're called now. He even cracked a good joke in one there a few days ago. So check out his Twitter X.
Yeah, and would we be surprised if we suddenly turned around one day and it's like, okay, there's a fucking 7-foot reptilian on CNN visiting Donald Trump in the White House, and it comes forward that yes, those strange spherical objects you've seen in the cloud are actually they belong to the reptilians, and it would make sense in some strange way, wouldn't it? That if you go with evolution, that that the dinosaurs didn't just vanish, like so. We evolved from apes, and we're the apex predators on the planet, and the most intelligent beings on the planet. But somehow the dinosaurs just croaked it, or they made their way towards avian. They become birds, but we go off in another direction. So it wouldn't be too much of a stretch.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it? Like, wouldn't you think that? Like, okay, well, it wouldn't just be mammals. Like, there wouldn't just be us as the peak of mammalian evolution. That there would be some sort of reptilian equivalent, and then not just reptilian, but then aquatic as well. Like that, there would be a highly evolved aquatic.
Well, fucking dolphins, man. I mean, all they're missing are these things that we have.
Yeah, or feet. If they ever make it on land, the women are fucked. Like the dolphins love a good raping. Like they just go fucking shit crazy in the ocean. They're raping everything that fucking moves.
Yeah, and they love ganging up on poor porpoises and beating the shit out of them.
Yeah, imagine that. Fucking, you think of problems with foreigners now? Like if like carloads of dolphins arriving day in day out and staying in hotels, looking at our women.
Oh, that has to be a cartoon sketch.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be too much of a stretch. But then the question would be, well, why are they hiding? Why would they? Why wouldn't they be visible? So I don't know. Maybe something happened in the past. But I don't know. It's it's the land of conspiracy, which doesn't really get you very far. Right, so I didn't make a pot of tea, so I'm going to have to make another tea because I think we're probably going to be...
It'll be a while.
2 hours.
I need to empty my bladder in preparation, so yeah. All right.
Oh, cool, right. We'll be back in 5.
Care of it.
Okay.
Cool.
grinding to survive. They say work hard, you'll get ahead, but it feels like a lie. The council's got no flats for us, we're too well off, they sneer. While others waltz in, no questions asked, and we're still stuck right here. The ladders have to reach, it's a sick, cruel game. Chasing dreams of a home, but it's all the same. No dice on a 650 mortgage, but they'll take 1,200 instead. Living in overdraft, our breaks too hard to catch. Kick to the curb, second class in our homeland, too bad. We've got forms on forms of paper maze. It's Kafka in a suit. Every blurt's a gatekeeper, every no feels like a boot. They want your life in triplicate, your so long dotted lines. But the buncher shakes its head and says, your dreams don't fit our times. No cats, no dogs, no Irish need a pie. They freeze the rent, but it's a lie. We'll pay down the line. They say they build more houses, they can't even show up at the door. We're all pretty sick of this, it's as if they don't care at all. The ladders have to reach, it's a sick, cruel game. Chasing dreams of a home, but it's all the same. No dice on a 650 mortgage, but they'll take 1,200 instead. Living in overdraft, our breaks too hard to catch. Kick to the curb, second class in our homeland, too bad. We're sick of the unfairness, the rules that don't apply. Watching others get a leg up, but we're left to wonder why. No background checks, no waiting lists, just keys handed out for free. While we're burning through our paychecks, an ocean of brown is all we see. But we're tougher than the system if we just keep our heads high. We'll keep on pushing forward even when we wonder why. Found a place, it's a rip-off. Rent to own's a scam, but we'll sign the dotted line, 'cause that's all we damn well can. It's me and my guy, shitty high rise, a cynical reprise of the comedy block. Through anyone's voice is a real demise, but we'll never give up, even on the chopping block. They stacked us all together. The biggest mistake we're making our plans for our big retake. Darkness consumes, but it won't actually win. When we come for them, they'll beg us to relent. Shelf life, tyranny has a shelf life. Tyranny has a shelf life. Tyranny has a shelf life.
I march no longer. I fight no more. You can send out all the tracks never last. I'm done with war. Wind him up, bring him back. Conscript deserter. The world drink is loose. Wind him up, bring him back. Conscript deserter. The proof is in the juice. O'Connell's Boulevard, Phoenix Park, Tick-Tock Liquor, Thunderbird. And now that we have totally lost all composure, we will wither from exposure beneath the sun. Na 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 na. Wind him up, bring him back. Conscript deserter. The world drink is loose. Wind him up, bring him back. Conscript deserter. The proof is in the juice. If you see me at the bottom, please bring running shoes. And if you see me getting caught up, yeah, you know what to do. I'll march no longer. I'm done with war. Send out your snivellers, but I'll march no more. I'll march I'm done with war. Send out your snivellers, but I'll march no more.
Oh, had to stop that in a hurry. Yeah, that was a lounge cover of Worm Drink by Clutch. Check those guys out. Blast Tyrant is a fantastic album, which I stole that song from. And I never really actually looked at the lyrics until I decided to make an AI cover of it. And then I realized it's actually an anti-war song. I think, about being a conscript that ran away and is being hunted down. And that's dedicated to the, what was it, like a tiny battalion or something of Ukrainian soldiers who went over to the UK to take part in the Victory Day parade last week.
Oh, yeah.
And then they vanished.
Oh.
Nobody can find them. They got out of Ukraine for a legitimate reason, and then they just, because, why would you go back to Ukraine?
Yeah.
to die, you know?
I thought that's the ones they couldn't even march, could they? Like, they were all out of sync when they were marching as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Maybe they're just 9 random guys who just blagged their way over, like they weren't. They were just looking for a way out, like.
Yeah. But to be fair, we've seen a lot of videos lately of excuse me, European armies marching, and they're not marching. They're it's like if you got a group of children and got them to role play doing a march, a drill march. That's what it looks like these days. There's just no discipline whatsoever. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ukraine's in the same boat.
Yeah. Me either. Okay, well, cue this interview up. Now, where are we? There we go.
Man, you guys in the chat are fucking gas. And I have to say, welcome to me, myself, and God. Good to have you aboard. I think you found a good lot here.
Okay. Can we move those camera positions around?
Yes. Yeah, I remember how. Wait. Hold on. Customize. Where do you want us? Up here?
No, can we separate them at all, like, or? So,
I think you're asking for too much here, man. Shape, vertical, square, no. Size, nope.
That might be it. Yeah. Go back there a bit up.
Yeah.
Bit bigger.
Yep.
Yeah, just under the kind of ridge on the cassette there. If you can just a little bit bigger.
Oh, yeah. that ridge. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, cool.
That's perfect. Just let me expand that, and we should be good to go. Is that full screen? There, that's full screen. Okay. Does that look okay?
Okay.
Or are we gone oversized now?
No, we're fine.
We're fine. Okay. Sorry, excuse me. I need to stop smoking. Seriously, it's fucking ridiculous. Okay. So last week we had a look at Abdullah Hashem, the new Mahdi / Messiah / Antichrist, depending on your reality bubble. So as part of the kind of research phase, which a lot of stuff was scrubbed. Like, you think there would be vast amount of material for somebody who has kind of been operating and making videos for the last 20 years around kind of cult and conspiracy material. But anyway, part of my travels, I found this interview from a website, now defunct website, called the Wake Up Project. And again, pretty particular of the time, about 15 years ago. If people can throw their mind back, there'll be lots of websites that are dedicated to kind of the truth movement and conspiracy, and they would have covered a lot of material from David Icke. Alex Jones would have been, become very popular at the time. Jordan Maxwell, and anybody who is aware of that material. So we got this interview, which I think is very interesting because it gives us an insight into Abdullah before he discovered that he was indeed the Messiah. So we'll have a listen to it. The audio isn't great, as you can imagine. It's a recording from 15 odd years ago. Would have been recorded on pretty, shitty quality material at the time, because it's essentially hobbyists back in the days. So like it's recorded either on well, it's probably the early days of Skype or something like that.
It's
pretty
what's radio blog talk. There we go. Those those that kind of service where you could just broadcast your own conversations with people, and there's these little podcast micro communities all over the place, and like anything you could think of. There's a kind of a call-in radio show style podcast before we even knew what podcasts were. Before Apple came up with the word podcast and told us how to do it. It was the Wild West of weird ideas, and I think this is what the general thing was.
Yeah, and it was a great fucking time as well, it has to be said. Like YouTube was essentially the Wild West as well. You could pretty much post whatever you wanted. And I'm sure a lot of his material would have been scrubbed at the behest of YouTube, or rather those who hold the copyright for the material, because he has made this 496 part series about the Antichrist. And again, 90% of it is, just ripping copyrighted material from various movies and TV programs. So that wouldn't have stayed up long on YouTube at all.
Yeah, it was shameless. Like if everything was stolen from somewhere.
Yeah, and again, like from going over these tapes, and looking at forums, like a lot of people found it like the most amazing material possible, and at the time maybe it was as this kind of standalone piece. It doesn't make a lot of fucking sense. If somebody out there has no kind of grounding in the conspiracy and truth movement, kind of pre and post 9/11, it wouldn't make much sense at all. But you got to take into account that there would have been a forum. Forums would have been very popular back then to go with it. So if he has a fan base back then, well, then everybody's discussing it and discussing the teams. And so in isolation, if you watch a video and it's it's a music video, and it makes no sense whatsoever. But if there's a fucking a 10-minute discussion around the material and what the video represents, well, then maybe it will make some sort of sense. But this is an interesting tape because there's two girls. They sound young enough, and they're interviewing Abdullah, and it's about this series he made, and they're asking him essentially what brought him to do this, to make this 496 series part. And he lets us know about kind of from the age of 6 onwards about what led him in this direction. And there's little kind of clues about the possibility of him becoming some sort of cult leader, which is
foreshadowings.
Yeah, thanks. Which is fucking hilarious. Like, really, when you think of it, I think maybe back then he knew, like he had it in the works, that this is where he was heading.
Kind of like me now, I know that that's coming for me. So
so you're all early adopters to the cult. Maybe the inner circle. This could be the inner circle of Howard's grand cult. So remember, you heard it here first.
Yeah, join the Discord server there. Link in the chat.
Yeah, join the cult, and the only cult where you're forewarned in advance that you shouldn't join. So the original interview, I think it's roughly about 2 hours long. So I've cut it down to an hour and 5 minutes for brevity, if you can believe that coming out of my fucking mouth. What I will do, I'll release the entire tape in its entirety. And then people can listen to that if they so wish. Quality is a bit shitty, so if you can let Howard know in the chat if the sound is okay. If not, I'll hire it up as best I can. Right, so we'll dive straight in, I suppose.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and welcome to a new edition of the Wake Up Project Radio.
Did she just do the Muslim greeting? Salam alaikum?
Salam alaikum. Yeah, so we have to remember Hashem is a Muslim. The circles he was traveling in at the time is all Muslims. So this is what we're getting a window into the Muslim truth movement around 9/11 and kind of pre 9/11. So again, at the time when I was ingesting all this material, it never crossed my mind, okay, am I interacting with, Christians or Jews or Muslims? It just wasn't a question, because the big concern was truth, and I imagine because I'm generally interacting with people who are English speaking, that there's the high likelihood that they're going to be Christian, so they have the same framework as I would. Not to say that I'm a Christian per se, but I think people know, like, a westernized brought up as a Christian and living in a pretty secular society. But running in parallel with that is this kind of Muslim interpretation of the events of 9/11 and the truth movement. So all these guys would have been watching the exact same material that we were suggesting. So, Jordan Maxwell and David Icke and Alex Jones and so on and so forth, but viewing it through an Islamic lens. So their interpretation is filtered through that lens. So we might see parallels to, the Book of Revelations and so forth and so on. They're interpreting everything through Islam and the Quran and events that are happening in the Middle East at the time. What's going on there? Why have I got so many notifications? Right, I think I need to
some people are actually joining our Discord server. That's the problem.
All right,
we need to ban them because that noise is just annoying.
There has to be a way to turn it off.
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, mute. Right click, mute server on the left hand side there.
No, I just closed the whole fucking thing down, but I'm sure
okay.
Bugging the shit out of me.
You don't need to wear it.
Yeah, so these two women are Muslim. Forgive my throat is fucked, so unfortunately you're gonna have to just deal with me clearing my throat every now and again. Yeah, so these two women are Muslim. Hashem is Muslim. I think one of the women in this tape is a convert to Islam, and all his circle would essentially be Islamic, and his following is Islamic, and the series he made is, it all relates to Islam. And again, there's references to the Mahdi and the Great Dajjal, and as we'll soon learn, the end times features kind of throughout, from his very early days to his eventual end. Whenever that may be, but it may be sooner rather than later if he continues along the lines of end times cult leader.
And I'll be co-hosting this show with Susan.
Assalamu alaikum.
And today is a special show because joining us here is the mastermind behind the phenomenal piece of work known as the Antichrist Dajjal series. So, how are you doing, Abdullah?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on the show. I think what you guys are doing is phenomenal. It's the first time I think there's an Islamic radio show that actually deals with the awakening movement and deals with conspiracies, 9/11 truth, and all this. So I think it's great. I've been following you guys' shows. You guys are doing a great job, and it's an honor to be here, really.
Oh, well, thanks so much for being here. Now, I know that I speak for so
Like, there's his first two fucking cult members right there.
Well, the lady, left hand pan is definitely wanting his cock. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, like a fangirl. Right, I can still hear that Discord chirping. How in the name of Christ do I get rid of
Is
that?
it me? I think somehow it's getting through my feed. Like, how is that even possible? I'm just gonna mute the. Oof. I'm just gonna mute. Wait, what? Unmute. Oh, that's weird. Never mind. It's muted.
Hang on. I'm just gonna open my task manager and make sure it's not. Yeah, it's running in the background there. That's the problem.
Discord does that. It's so weird. It's not in the system tray, and
Yeah.
it still runs. Yeah.
All right, it's
weird.
closed out now anyway. So we got fangirls, and you sound very young, and it's very, very girly. The old, aww, so cute.
Aww. That's why I
people when
wanna
I say that your work has truly left such a profound impact on us. I mean, I, for one, could have never imagined that, of all things, a bunch of YouTube videos would be the turning point in my life. And, I mean, I honestly don't know anyone who's seen your videos and hasn't been affected by them in at least some way. So it's really just incredible. So first I've got to ask you, what's the story behind this amazing project? I mean, what was it that really led you to this path and inspired you to decide to undertake this journey?
Okay, so basically, like, ever since I was a little kid, I've kind of had this inner feeling inside that something just isn't right, and that we are living in the end times or close to the end times, and even to the point to where when I was about 6 years old, I was in school in Egypt, and I was outside playing in the playground with the rest of the kids, and I just had this sudden urge inside me to get up and pick up some sand from the ground and to write all over they had like this open basketball court area, to write with the sand on the basketball court area in Arabic that the end is near. And then I went inside and spoke with one of the teachers and told him to come out and to see this message that was really important. And I brought her out. Of course, she freaked out and said,
Whoa.
And she kind of looked at me like I was the omen child, and then erased what I wrote. And ever since then, I've just kind of been fascinated with the end times and stuff. And then as I grew older and I moved to the United States, I kind of, drifted off into my period of Jahiliyyah and got...
Huh. What a story.
Yeah, so it's a great fucking story, like, so, and again, it's kind of cult leader material right there, like from the age of 6. Like, it's like the opening to the fucking Omen or something, isn't it? Like, it has that kind of visionary tale about it, where there's this child in the playground. You can almost see the shot from above, it's like it comes from out of space, like, and pans all the way down to the earth, where it's just hovering like 20 feet above his head. And there's this Arabic child. There's a sandstorm in the background. It's a sunset, and there he picks up the sand in his hand, and each grain of sand falls slowly onto the playground, and it spells out in Arabic, which he hasn't even learned yet, but he can write fluently in Arabic at the age of 6, and he spells out the end is nigh. Like, it's fucking beautiful. Maybe it's horseshit, maybe it's fucking true.
It's possible, it is possible, and that's the kind of stuff that gets stuck in a kid's head and then makes them a giant fucking asshole who later then makes a cult.
Yeah, so it goes one of two ways. You make a cult, you become very successful, or you're some crazy naked dude walking down the road with a fucking one of those sandwich signs on you that says the end is nigh, and hollering and screaming like a lunatic. But you're right. It is very probable that it's real because he was 6 years of age at the time. So I think he's 43 now or 44. So he was living in Egypt at the time. There's a lot of instability in Egypt. There's a lot of protests about Mubarak at the time. It's Gulf War One, the best Gulf War, I have to say. I think I must have been like 14 or 15 at the time of Gulf War One. I think I stayed awake for 3 days fucking solid, watching CNN, watching the war happen live. The last live broadcast war, like the best war has been in the last 30 years. Like, you know, you have, you know, great performances by, you know, Storman, Norman, Schwarzkopf, the general, George Bush Senior. Like, like what an actor! Like, you know, you got fucking Iraqis being burnt alive. Those horrific images that are still burnt into my mind.
I didn't realize it at the time, but the initial bombings of Baghdad in the Second War, when I, you know, was old enough to know what the fuck was what, and I was, you know, I joined the anti-war movement. I was watching that shit on TV, just waiting for the first bombs to drop on the city. What a fucking theatrical thing! And you know what? That's George Bush Jr. trying to recreate what Daddy did.
Yeah,
when I think about it. Yeah.
Remember after 9/11, like he came out with this hammy speech. They tried to kill my dad. I'm like, that's why he's going in to finish the job off. And they were calling for the time for George Bush to, you know, finish it off, but he withdrew, you know. But yeah, so every minute or every day, like, you'd have, you know, the news was just filled with the war in Iraq, and then you've got, you know, images of I think the Kurdish people within Iraq where they were gassed, you know. So you've got these horrific images of, you know, thousands of these villagers, you know, being poisoned with mustard gas. Then you've got Scud missiles being fired into fucking Israel by Saddam. You've got the horrific images of Iraq being carpet bombed, oil fields on fire, you know, the whole cloud filled with black smoke. And this is going on while this guy's 6. The whole of the Middle East is in disarray, like, right? So, and people think, oh, well, you're 6. What would you remember as a child? And you touch on it, you'd be surprised, like, you know, they're pretty formative years. So if that's on the TV, if that's, you know, spoken about in the house, like, and, you know, I think Saddam was a Sunni, and Iraq was predominantly Shia, but the Sunnis held all the power and the Shia were being oppressed. So this has got to be constant in this guy's household. You know, there's, you know, this is, it's spreading to Egypt next. It's, you know, it's the end of the fucking world. And it could be seen as that. Again, if you're looking through the world with a religious lens, like, how could you not think, okay, this is it. This is the end of the world, you know? And I was thinking that watching it on the news, because, you know, at the same time you're watching this, then you have, you know, in one ear, you have the American propaganda, and then you've got your own homegrown propaganda. Like, everyone was in favor of like, from a, you know, mass media perspective, you know, everyone was in favor of this because, you know, Saddam had gone in to Kuwait and attacked the people. And then even prior to this, there was the Iran-Iraq war that's going on for 8 or 9 years as well. So you've just got this constant fucking nightmare going on in the Middle East, like, and again, people were, you know, so, well, you know, America has to go in and it has to protect Kuwait, of course. Well, then, you know, anyone with half a brain would go, okay, well, you know, is this really about protection, or is this, you know, do America have, you know, a vested interest in Kuwait? And of course, we all know, yes, of course they did. And again, it was all really about money, you know, that, you know, Qatar owed Iraq, you know, billions, but we're not going to get into that. So just, that's the frame set. That's basically the fact that this guy, you couldn't help but think it's the end of the world. And the Russians were going to get involved as well. Like, they were, you know, going to go against the Americans. And then me as a young teenager. I'm freaking out going,
Yeah.
this is the
World
end of the
War.
fucking world. The whole world is going to blow up.
Yeah.
Even to the point that one day I was coming home from school, and a military ambulance drove down the road, and a military ambulance siren, when it's on, sounds exactly like a fucking air raid warning. So I'm walking home from school, then I hear this fucking I thought, oh fuck, that's it. It's the end of the world. Like somebody's launched a nuclear weapon, and I sprinted home as fast as I could.
Whoa!
Burst into the house, turned on the news.
We're all gonna die.
Yeah,
okay.
Nothing, like nothing on the news. Oh, thank fucking God! Like, don't I look like a retard? But yeah, so we can see how a 6-year-old child in this environment would be obsessed, thinking it's the end of the world. And it sounds like you just had a shitty teacher, instead of, okay, well, what's going on, Hashem? Like, and then he might have opened up and said, well, I hear my mother and father talking about, this is the end of the world. It's, what's happening in Iraq is foretold in the Bible. We're Shia. This guy Saddam is clearly the Antichrist, as was foretold. He'd have a giant, thick moustache, the gel, and so we can understand this. And then throughout his life, so this is his formative years. So this has got to be impressed in his mind. But then it doesn't happen. The end of the world doesn't happen, which it never really does. But the conditions to suggest that the world is ending always seem to be there. And in a biblical sense and, a Quranic sense, the world has ended like fucking loads of times. The Antichrist has been here at least 15 times. It just, just the time you live in is like there always seems to be this Antichrist figure who arrives and, carries out biblical prophecy. It's almost like it's a manual on how to fucking run the world. And these are the events that, have happened and will happen again and again and again.
Yeah, that's interesting because, do you remember that thing? There's no big deal. The plant that blew up in Chernobyl and, a bunch of people died of cancer. One of the trumpets, the wormwood will make the waters bitter and many will die from it. I forget the exact wording in Revelations. Well, Chernobyl means wormwood. So you could read it as, oh my God, this is a sign of the end times, except, it's as exactly as old as I am. So,
Yeah. And so again, the Bible, the Old Testament, especially what we can take it as is, it's a series of books. It's essentially a library of, human existence and, what tends to happen and what has happened and what repeatedly happens. So in that sense, it's an interesting book to study, but like anything, if you immerse yourself in it, well, then you can't help draw parallels in the real world. And again, if you're of a certain mindset, like Hashem, eventually over time, you're going to start, seeing parallels within yourself with these characters in the Bible. Now, it's a very rare individual who goes, do you know what? I think I am the fucking Messiah. It's a very rare breed, and it usually happens under certain circumstances. But at least at this stage, he hasn't had that revelation that he is indeed the Messiah. Just a 6-year-old child, special event. He hasn't said he's gifted, but to be writing "The end is nigh" at 6 is pretty fucking advanced, and especially in Arabic, it's a pretty difficult alphabet to learn. And again, most 6-year-old kids kind of struggle with writing a sentence. It's it's normally "I saw the man" or "I am happy I went to school," stuff like that. So the end is nigh is a little bit complex. So he may be stretching the truth. A little
Maybe
bit.
that's what he thought he wrote out in sand, and it just looked like
Squiggles.
nonsense.
Yeah, and you know,
the teacher came along and said, "What the fuck are you doing with all that sand? Look, people have to play basketball here. Would you fucking get back to playing with the other kids, you fucking weirdo?"
yeah, or he probably misspelled it. It was probably cunt whore or something like that. Like, so the teacher lost their shit. Like, gave him a good hiding. Yeah, and so then from there he goes on to say that his teenage years, whatever Arabic word he used there, I can't remember it, but essentially it's what he's saying is he just lived the life of a heathen. So much like the Amish will do their Rumspringa, but it's an extended period for a Muslim where they're not called to the faith and they're not living the life of a Muslim. But luckily for Muslims, it's very forgiving religion, more so than Christianity. With Christianity, you have to, actually repent and do something to earn forgiveness. But with Islam, it's, get on the ground, bang your head off the ground a couple of times, say a couple of extra prayers, and then, all is forgiven. And as long as you have a mustard seed of faith, all will be forgiven. And you won't go to hell, but in your place, a Christian or a Jew will be sent there instead. So it's a pretty cool religion if you're looking for an out on the old sin front. But we might get there. I'm getting ahead of myself, so we'll listen to him talk.
Yeah. Involved with school, with college, with making a career, filmmaking, all these different things, and it wasn't until a bad point in my life to where I really was fed up with everything. And after working with people in Hollywood and of this sort, you sort of get introduced into the occult rituals that they're involved in, and you start to kind of realize what these type of people, who these type of people are. And then I just started researching the occult and finding out really what they were doing. And I decided that it was time to get out of there. And I began to pray consistently, and it wasn't only until the point when I decided that I was going to just be completely honest with God and tell him that I submit myself to him completely to just show me the truth, to help me make sense of the craziness around us. So that's basically what I did. And after that, things just started falling into place. I just started meeting the right people at the right time who would open my eyes to different things. And at the same time, I was doing my research and kind of putting together pieces of the puzzle. And it took years, really, to come up with the Antichrist Dajjal series. I mean, before I even started making videos, I'd already been engulfed in the research for about 3 years. And that's really kind of where it went.
Wow. I was going to say, how long did this whole series take you? I mean, it's 483 episodes. I mean, that's astounding.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't think anybody's even come close to doing a whole series, one congruent series on anything.
I didn't have too much of a personal life at the time, so
yeah, I can imagine.
The Antichrist Dajjal series just kind of consumed my life for the time until I made my move out of the United States and back to Cairo. So,
how many people helped you with the project? Was it just 2 of you or more?
With the project, it was me and Joe McGowan. I was
so Joe McGowan is his lifelong partner, not in the sexual sense. But when they were making their documentaries and especially when they were investigating occult movements in the States, the two guys worked side by side. So I assume they probably met in college and they carried a relationship on from there. Still friends, and Joe McGowan is also a member of the cult.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so probably his second in command. So it's not looking good. It's not looking like this is just some natural progression. But I don't know. Again, it could be that he received, divine inspiration, and then it just became apparent to Joe McGowan that yes, okay, I will follow you to the ends of the earth, or the two of them just decide, okay, fuck it, let's go down the cult route here.
Yeah,
seen
look,
how we've
a
seen how
lot
it
of
works.
people have this conversation, you know, but these guys actually did it.
Yeah, and that has to be, respected because they've made a success of it. And it's not to say that, every cult is, a bad cult. Really, it's just the community when you think of it. It's only if it goes sour that it becomes a problem, and there's a high probability with a doomsday cult. It's kind of baked into the project that, especially if you're, prophesizing. Well, then eventually, like, people get pissed off. They go, come on, dude, when's the fucking end?
Yeah, you can only delay it so much. Yeah.
I want to go to heaven.
Hmm.
I want to go to Jenna. It's a fucking Pornhub paradise up there. You can do whatever you want. There's a hall full of pictures of all possibilities, and you can go and, have sex with whoever you want, to be man or woman. There's no sin in Jenna. And, in the Christian sense, this is where people get confused, because they go, well, Christianity and Islam, they're just essentially the same. There's a heaven in Christianity, there's a heaven in Islam. There's no sin in Islam heaven, and there's no sin in Christian heaven, right? And take out of the equation the fact that, if there is a heaven or fucking not, right? Just take that out of the equation for a moment. So when we talk about a Christian heaven where there's no sin, that means there's people don't sin in heaven, because there's no need, because you're looking at basically your pure spirit, pure goodness. You've left behind the material world and all the material needs and wants and desires. So there's no need for that anymore. You can just essentially, you're just being, in Islam heaven, there's no sin, because everything is permitted. So there's nothing that's wrong. There's no prohibitions. And that makes great sense if you fucking had a life of, haram, 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 haram. Are you looking at your toes? Haram. Did you scratch your neck? Haram. Did you look at that girl's hair? Haram. Haram, 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 haram. Would you like a toasty fucking bacon? Haram. So then, but when you go to Jannah, oh my God, there's a fucking endless row of fucking sausage factories that you can just go into and munch your way to. You're in heaven. Like, just eat a whole fucking pig if you want. You have sex with this, that, or the other. Everything is permitted. Anything you can think of, you can do it. Again, it's essentially, it's VR heaven. So anything you can do, like, and that's kind of, it sounds attractive, doesn't it? It's like, oh yeah, well, Jesus, I could do anything I want. But you do get bored, really. But this is eternity now. An eternity of, like, it's like, ugh, it's been, it's been Eon 7. I'm sick of fucking, mutant lizards. There's no fun in it anymore. Like, it just doesn't hold the same value that it did on day 2 or day 3. So that's, people should know that, that it's always put forward that, oh yes, well, Islam is essentially the same as Christianity. It's not. It's the same thing as what Hashem is doing now. It's a synchronicity or a synchronism of, different religions. So heavily borrowed from Christianity, heavily borrowed from Judaism, and borrowed from Hinduism, and then, mash it all together, and we come up with fucking this magical religion of peace called Islam that's spread around the world, not exclusively with the sword, but predominantly with the sword. And it's still growing, but thankfully it's also contracting as well, because a lot of people who have lived the life, especially under strict Islamic regimes, are sick of it. They want nothing to do with it. And that's why you'll find the most vocal critics of Islam are former Muslims. They know what it is to, live under this system. And people are leaving in their droves in the Islamic world. But the problem is, those who are most vocal about it, and, strong adherents of the religion are and can be particularly dangerous, especially when jihad is baked into the religion as well. So we have to be careful. And that's not to label everybody who's, a Muslim as, oh my God, they're a danger. They should never be allowed into the country. They shouldn't be tolerated in an instant. Or maybe that is a good argument to keep it out. But that's a strange society that we'll end up living in. And that's not the point. I'm getting sidetracked already. But yeah, so we'll carry on with Hashem here.
Oh, by the way, just wanted to say, they basically said, "Hey, Hashem, go. How does it start? What are you about?" And then he gave this 3-minute, 4-minute kind of thing about being a child and being weird and then being a degenerate and then growing up, and that was it. There was no follow-up questions or anything. It was just straight into, I like your YouTube series.
Yeah. So again, they're young girls,
sure,
and they're enamored with the guy, and they're delighted to have him on. One girl who's fawning over him, she's watched every fucking episode for it. It may as well be George Clooney in there, so she's essentially throwing herself at the guy, and that's attractive for women as well. This mystical dude who seems to have the answer to every question you ever had, and he doesn't. He's just gonna blind you with mysticism and kind of non-answers. But yeah, it's it's a tried and tested method, and men use it and women fucking love it, or so it seems. They fall for it all the time, and then of course the men get blamed because, as we all know, women have no agency and really should be kept indoors and wrapped in a blanket to protect themselves from men and themselves.
Joe McGowan accompanied me with much of the project.
Oh yeah, sorry, Joe McGowan.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
Cult. Yeah. Formed cult. Yeah.
Hashem. Abdullah, come back to the room. Anti-broadcast. Okay. So Joe McGowan, so he's still a member of the cult. And I think it may be the guy we looked at last week when we were looking at the flood of blood. I think the guy sitting opposite me in the chair, I think that may well have been Joe.
Oh.
Joe McGowan.
I thought he was just a drug addict that he picked up off the street and got clean.
Yeah, but he could be a drug addict. Are you going to be surprised to discover, 2 months down the road that there's a serious drug problem within the cult? I love the leader. I feel so elated. Yes, because when you wake up every morning and you have your cornflakes, it's fucking sprinkled with MDMA. That's why you're in a state of bliss all the fucking time, every minute of the day. That's why you can't sleep at night. That's why you're only sleeping 4 hours once a week.
But he wasn't really involved with the actual making of the series. He, as you know, if you watch the series, he came with me in the Brilliant, Prophet Yahweh documentary, and he was with me at times with the documentary.
Yeah, so he mentions the Raelians. We haven't touched on that. I think we thought we would last week.
Yeah, I think that's an episode on itself, Yeah.
Sorry. 1 second.
Yep. Yeah, so this is a big episode in this guy's life, being sued by the Raelian cult. It's cult versus cult.
Oh, mother of fucking God. Yeah. And then he talks about this Prophet Yahweh as well. So I think we mentioned him briefly last week as well. So Prophet Yahweh is this African-American dude who can magically make UFOs appear at will. And Hashem and his buddy, they made a documentary where the UFOs failed to appear because the wind wasn't blowing in the right direction to carry the helium balloons that were, being released by one of his accomplices at the time. And then they got into some argument, and it went a bit sour, the relationship between the Prophet Yahweh and the Prophet Hashem. Who knew all these prophets that they would gather together like and duke it out to see who will become the supreme prophet? I don't know what happened with Prophet Yahweh, but I imagine it didn't end well for him. So maybe sometime down the road we can have a little look into what happened to Prophet Yahweh. And there's so many characters that are in this series that we'd forgotten about. So once in a while we might dip into that lucky bag and see what we can drag out and have a look at it with new eyes, kind of 15 to 20 years. I'd love to do something on Jordan Maxwell. That would be that would be fun. So if you ever wondered what it was like to be a Mason, stick with us when we have a look at the work of Jordan Maxwell, which I like. I love Jordan Maxwell, I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
He's great information. But you got to be careful, with an open mind, as we always say. You just might believe everything you hear.
Dr. Octagon and such. But it was mainly just me and Joe, and Joe wasn't involved with the entire series. So.
Okay.
Oh yeah, what was the deal with Dr. Octagon?
What's the deal with Dr. Octagon?
Yeah.
It's really kind of a long story, but Dr. Octagon was one of those characters that kind of showed up at in one of those weird moments at the right time at the right place, and he opened my eyes up to a lot of things, but he had a different vision for what he wanted to do. I'd rather not speak too much about him because
Yeah, so
I have some thoughts on that.
Okay.
Maybe he was the guy that gave him the cult idea. But at that time, he was too God guy to, really I can't take advantage of people like that. Because he just thought so highly of himself. But then, over time, when they, parted ways, he started saying, that is how it all works. And maybe I should start a cult.
Yeah. Maybe. We don't know. I tried to look into who Dr. Octagon is or was. I can only find reference to an American rapper who goes by the name of Dr. Octagon, but I will have a look further down the line, see if we can figure out who it is, because he doesn't want to talk about it, which piques my interest. I'm more interested in what people don't want to talk about than what they do want to talk about. We're all sick to death of listening to people talk about what they want to. It gets interesting when it gets uncomfortable, and it's like, and again, if these two women were any good, they would have pushed them on it, but it's tricky because he's a guest, and as we know, when you have a guest on, you want them to be comfortable and relaxed, and you don't want to spook them. But it would have been interesting to hear more about that, because again, something's gone wrong, So again, he did say the direction he wanted to go in a different direction. So it may well be that Dr. Octagon wanted to go down the cult route, or maybe what Dr. Octagon was into was just too left field for Hashem at the time. But again, it's all we can do is speculate, because we don't know who the fuck Dr. Octagon is. Sounds like a Marvel character, really.
Yeah.
But we will find out who he is. If we don't, if anyone who's listening, if you can have some spare time, do a bit of research, see if you can dig up anything on Dr. Octagon. It certainly sounds interesting. It sounds like a character. I can't imagine it's some accountant somewhere if you're going by the name of Dr. Octagon. I think kind of, if you're calling yourself Dr. Octagon, you've got something fucking going on, and I want to talk to you. I want to see what's going on in your world, because it sounds like a fun night out. Never know, if you're going out with Dr. Octagon, you're coming home with a few stories in the morning.
Or 3 days from then.
Yeah, exactly. If you're coming home from, a night out with Dr. Octagon, it's not a good night. It's 3 days at least, and you're not sleeping, and you're coming back with some sort of venereal disease, whether you like it or not.
You saw how it went in the series, and so I'd like to kind of.
Oh, there's a clue. So he said you saw how it ended in the series. So the answer to my question is actually in the Dajjal Antichrist series. Now the problem I have is that I don't have 4 fucking weeks to watch the 200 and what did she say 83 part series, each 10 minutes long, like, so that's a lot of material to go through. And after I watched 10 of the videos, I felt like I was being fucking brainwashed. I have to say, like, it just felt like some sort of MK Ultra experiment I subjected myself to, and even immersing myself in this Abdullah Hashem material for a couple of days. Like, I found myself, 2 days ago, I'm walking around the fucking house and going outside, and every kind of hour and a half, I find myself repeating in my head, what's the term? It was a apostolic or fucking whatever chant there. It's gone now, thank God. But Al-Baki apostolic. I'm just walking down the road or walking down the house, and in my head I'm chanting Al-Baki apostolic, Al-Baki apostolic. And what the fuck is going on? Like, how suggestible.
Funny.
Say again?
It just sounds funny.
It does sound funny. Maybe that's his fucking trick as well. Like, but I'm going around chanting for this fucking guy, giving my precious energy and sending that out to the universe. Al-Baki apostolic. But again, it could be just my, hyper suggestibility. And that's why I've got to be very careful with this material, and very careful. If I ever meet the man, I might look into his eyes and he might hypnotize me, and I'll immediately become a member of the cult and his most devoted follower as well. So, if we do decide to head to Manchester, break into the compound, and expose the whole cult properly, just make sure you get me out of there. Just don't leave me. Don't leave me trapped in his glare. I'll be like a fucking, like this bitch, like a bunny in the headlights. I'll just be trapped there forever.
Wait for that topic, but.
Well, what the fuck just happened, by the way?
What do you mean?
You repeated this Arabic phrase 3 times, and then my internet crapped out.
Really?
Yeah.
That's magical words, man. I'm telling you.
It must be some kind of invocation from some grimoire or something.
What's it? Al-Baki apostolic.
Oh, stop it! No, no, don't fuck with this shit, man.
Now, you've delved into some places in the series where few people have ever dared to venture before, which makes it all the more controversial. So, obviously, there's some information which is pretty hard to swallow, and I'm going to be honest with you, some of it was just pretty dark and intense. I mean, in fact, we were discussing with Akronar when we interviewed him, and I think he put it perfectly when he described the whole process of watching your series, like swallowing a box of razors. So,
wow, there's a compliment. Watching his series is like swallowing a box of razors. Yeah.
I mean, she's got, fellatio on the mind. Come on.
But she's not wrong. It is like swallowing a box of razors, or razors, not erasers.
Well, so that's twice you mentioned swallowing something.
Yeah.
One thought. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
There's a lot to swallow.
A lot to take in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a big hole to fill, so to speak. Yeah, but watching that material, it's again, a lot of it can be very, very fucking dark. Especially, like, how could it not be dark? You're talking about the end of the world and existence. Pretty dark stuff, and a lot of conspiracy material as well is pretty dark. Especially if you start getting into the occult side of things, and if you start accepting that the world is run by demons and reptilians, and that you're essentially powerless and you have to be a member of an occult elite who control everything, and you're this kind of helpless pawn just floating in the ether, and there's nothing you can do. You've no real power. and then you study endlessly, and you look deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and you get no further, you know. And again, for an impressionable girl like this, who sounds no older than 18 or 19, it can be easy to get swept away in it. And again, she's offering her mouth for rent here, so we can see the effect it has on her. You know, she knows that she shouldn't be ingesting this material because it's like swallowing a box of razors, but she can't help herself and wants to swallow his box of razors repeatedly. Like,
why is it that you tend to focus so much on the negatives as opposed to the positives? Or I mean, does it even matter?
Good question.
Yeah. It's always the same, isn't it? Like the negative, like accentuate the negative rather than the positive.
No, it's not that I focus so much on the negative rather than the positive. I just believe that in order to truly understand and appreciate the positive, you got to really delve into and understand what kind of evil is around you. And the Antichrist Dajjal was a mixture of my own life experience plus the research that I've gone into. I mean, the world is a messed up place. There's a lot of evil going on, and
all right, something's going on for Morgan there. He's slipped off and muted, so that I take that to mean something's going on there. He had to mute himself, but whew, buddy, this girl, she knows something's wrong for sure. Thus the very, very appropriate question: why are you focusing on the negative, man, so much? And that's a question a lot of people in her position should have been asking themselves. There's kind of a fetishization of negative things that I think has been accelerated by the internet. You're back.
Yeah, apologies for that. Just had
no bother.
Respected company.
Yep.
Right.
Just put that back a few seconds.
Where are we? 7:24.
To focus so much on the negatives as opposed to the positives, or I mean, does it even matter?
Yeah, you said it's a good question. Why focus on the negative? Because if you're gonna program someone, like fear-based programming is perfect. As CIA would tell you, like if you pump out fear into an individual, you essentially break them down, and once you have them completely broken down, crippled with fear, well, then you can rebuild them as you so wish. But in his defense, if you're going to explore the world and go on a search for truth, well, then you're going to run into some pretty fucking dark material, because the history of mankind is pretty dark. You can't get away from it, and some people will focus to their detriment on the dark and forget about the positive. Other people will just focus purely on the positive, and I don't want to deal with the dark. It's too dark. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at it. That's probably more dangerous than refusing to look at the dark, because they're just like the people who will fucking kill you in an instant. The people who've never had a dark thought, I will tell you, they've never had a dark thought, never carried out a dark deed. But if you meet anyone in your life who told you, no, I never had it, how could you think that? That's shocking. How could anyone have that thought? That's fucking,
they're hiding something.
Oh yeah, they're hiding a lot, like a lot. And it's better to embrace the dark, or explore the dark and integrate it into yourself. Explore all the horribleness, all the terrible deeds that you could possibly fucking do. Okay, explore it. And I don't mean go out and do it, but in your mind, like just let your mind go where it will. And then, you've explored it. It's these people who never, it always tends to be the people who've never had a dark thought. These people who present themselves to the world as, these, beautiful, clean individuals who've never even had a wank. Tend to be the most despicable, demonic people on the planet, you know. Even the likes, even the people we're supposed to fucking despise, like a Crowley or a LaVey or all these guys, you know. And, you know, I understand people that, you know, get terrified because, oh my God, these are obviously demons. But what harm did they do on an individual basis versus, you know, some politician, say George Bush Senior, who'll get up and preach to the masses about, you know, don't do drugs or just say no, and you know it will be a long and painful war. Give me a fucking break. These are the demons, man, that we have to contend with. But you have to explore the dark. The problem is just to, you know, make sure you don't go so far in that you lose sight of the fucking light from where you entered, because if you go fully dark, it's just not a good place and hard to return from. And the people around you will just go, I can't stick you into some sort of institution for people who've, you know, wandered into the dark and can't find their way back out again. But she's right. And again, people want some message of hope. So, you know, and especially people who are going to be attracted to some, you know, messiah figure. They don't want someone to just, you know, fucking depress the living life out of them, like everything is terrible, we're all going to die. If there's no reward, you know, if it's like, you know, okay, it's the end of the world, we're all going to die a miserable death. According to Hashem, we're all going to be eating each other. You know, killer whales are going to, you know, come out of the ocean and start chewing on people. You know, famine, death, disease. The bees are coming to get us. The insects are coming to get us. The plankton will rise from the ocean and swarm upon the humans and eat their flesh and eyes and hair and everything. You know, it has to be some
redemption.
Thank you, Jesus fucking Christ. There has to be some promise of, you know, the heavenly realm to go to, and that we will be the chosen ones, like, and the rest will perish, but we are the elect. The meek shall inherit the earth indeed. And that's what Hashem is. I think he's figured it out pretty well these days. Like, so it's, again, he has his followers, and as long as they follow him and dedicate their entire existence to him, well, then they will survive the plague and the flood and the dolphins and the killer whales and the plankton. They'll all be a-okay.
No, it's not that I focus so much on the negative rather than the positive. I just believe that in order to truly understand and appreciate the positive, you got to really delve into and understand what kind of evil is around you. And the Antichrist Dajjal is a mixture of my own life experience plus the research that I've gone into. I mean, the world is a messed up place. There's a lot of evil going on, and you know, jinn are real, reptilians, jinn are real. I mean, the whole. I mentioned in the series an experience that I had as a child where have you guys watched the whole series?
Oh yeah.
I haven't gotten through the whole thing, and you know why? It's interesting. It's because I don't know why, but you know, when I first found some of your videos like about a year ago, or I think I saw 3 episodes, and they were just, I don't know. I must have hit the darkest, ugliest pieces, and I just couldn't. I could not swallow it, honestly. But then we had.
Oh, she couldn't swallow it.
It's just too fucking much, man. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe, you know, the you know, this Hashem guy is, you know, like he's got some supernatural force going on, because not only are these 2 children fucking talking about swallowing stuff. The fucking chat is a fucking horn fest right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been watching it, but Jesus Christ, would you just go take a cold shower, guys? I know, Miss Pagina, you just had a shower, but you need another one. Just turn that dial all the way down to cold. Jesus Christ, man, calm down.
No, I'm not watching the chat. I'm captivated
You're lucky.
by Abdullah's voice.
But this girl, she had the right fucking instinct. She looked at 3 episodes and was like, "Yep, no, that did really bad stuff to my brain. I'm not doing it anymore."
Yeah, that's a very important point. Instinct, trust
Yeah.
your instinct, not to your own detriment. Now, sometimes they're wrong, but generally, if something like this, something new material is presented to you, and it turns your stomach, go with that good instinct and go, no, not for me. This is going to be detrimental to my health and well-being. I don't fucking need it.
It's with age that you learn to discern like what is gut and what is kind of ingrained kind of brainwashing or what have you. You can tell the difference, or what's your desires overriding your more spiritual high instincts. It takes time, but if you just get wrapped up in a cult from your fucking late teens onwards, then there's no fucking hope of you figuring that one out.
She did this interview, so she's like, you gotta watch some of it. So I started from part 1 and I got to 150 and I loved it. I was like,
buddy.
Why did I
Yeah, sucked in, so to speak. Now you have me at it, like so she watched 150 episodes. What's that, 1,500 minutes, or but again, you can see how like it's because a lot of the material is captivating if you're delving into kind of conspiracy theory and someone's presenting themselves that they have the answers and the mysteries, especially any sort of occult mystery material. It's people fucking love it even to this day. The amount of people who listen to podcasts about mysteries and the occult, and especially women fucking eat that shit up like there's no tomorrow. And again, it's not just women, it's men as well, because everybody wants to know, like, what's the mystery, what's the answer to life, what does it all mean? And then if someone presents themselves to you, well, I have the answers. And they don't have to have the answers, they just have to convince you that they have more knowledge than you. And 99% of the people, if they're honest, will admit willingly that they know nothing. And unfortunately, to our own detriment a lot of the time, we're pretty trusting creatures, so we're easily led astray, and that happens by not listening to your instincts. But it's a hard balancing act because, like you said, we've been conditioned to respond to many stimuli. So sometimes your instincts are off, and you might miss out on certain opportunities because the instinct was wrong. But we have that primal intuitive sense when something is off. It's a physical sensation as well. You just know, and especially if we're talking around cult material or someone who presents themselves to you with all the answers to the mysteries of the universe, and especially if it's leading you into a dark place. And 150 fucking 10-minute episodes. Like, if anyone tries to subject you, if they can't get their point across in, say 8 hours, let's be fair. Well, then it's probably nonsense. If it takes, 483 episodes to make clear to somebody what the fuck it is you're trying to impart to them, there may be something wrong, like jargon. If you find someone who uses jargon a lot when they're trying to explain something to you, it's probably because they don't have a clue what the fuck they're talking about, and they're trying to mystify you. It's like, you can't blind them with science, blind them with bullshit. So this may be a case of being blinded with bullshit, or it could be just the case that Hashem, at this stage in his life, he's presenting this material to people, because that's what tends to happen in the truth movement, And he mentioned earlier that he was researching for 3 years. That was a big thing, a big comeback for people when you're presenting them with this new information that you haven't properly researched yourself anyway. But you throw it out there, and then someone questions you, and it's like, do your research. It's like, well, can we not just have a conversation about it, like, and explore it together? No, fuck you. Go off, do 3 years of research on everything I've just said, then come back to me and we can have a...
I remember that shit, man. Jesus Christ. What a fucking cop-out.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, do your research. It's like, oh, fuck you. Like, you do your research. How about that? I think the common parlance is sources. What source? Where's your source? What source? Chicken source? Curry sauce. It's the same fucking deal. Like, so people are looking to say, well, actually, maybe you have a point, and I haven't researched this properly. But who's time? Like, who really has fucking time, other than the young, to sit through a 483-part documentary about the devil? So obviously he's obsessed with the material. He's pumping this material, and it may well be with good intentions. He's just trying to present to the world his findings, because I'm not getting the impression from this, anyway, from listening to him, that he's any real plans to create a cult, that he's not trying to mislead people. And maybe he's trying to get laid, but who isn't? Especially at that age, in his early 20s. And not a bad looking guy, as we see today. Like he's aged well as well. He seems to grown into his,
give him that.
His handsomeness. Like he wasn't as handsome as a younger man. I think whatever the beanie, it's that magical beanie. There's something going on with those beanie hats. There must be some magical element to those beanie hats. I think it's since he put that magic beanie on, that just start taking off from the devil's beanie. So hang on, we'll carry on. What are we? 8 minutes in? Holy fuck! We're in trouble, people.
See the 3 darkest pieces that just chased me away, because this is brilliant, So I intend to finish it.
Genius.
Haven't gotten through it yet, but okay, go on.
So anyway, when I was a kid, I had this weird experience where we were walking out of the masjid, me and my mother, after the Eid prayer, and she'd given me like £100 to give to a beggar, or to give it to like sadaqah for Allah. And on the way out, I saw 2 women standing there. One was a heavier set built woman, and she was wearing black, and then there was another woman that was standing behind her, and she was wearing more like a black cloak. And I'll never forget this in my life. I was walking out, and I look, and I see the skinnier lady, the thinner lady, standing behind the heavier set one. And I look into her eyes, and she had reptilian eyes. And she looks at me, and I stop at my feet. I'm a child, okay? I stop at my feet, and I'm overwhelmed with this feeling to just give the money to the lady that was with her. So I give the money to her, and I'm kind of like paralyzed in my stand there. My mom jerks me or whatever, and she's like, "What's wrong with you?"
That's child abuse. His mother's jerking him. Like, what's wrong with these fucking Muslims? Like,
fucking hell, man.
Okay, right. We'll cut that out. So what he sees is as a child again. So at the age of 6, riding with the sand, the end is nigh. Then meets a reptilian, or sees a woman with reptilian eyes. This is straight out of David Icke, isn't it?
Yeah.
And again, if you remember back, do you remember those videos that would have been on YouTube all those years ago, where it's a television program, and then they zoom in on the person in the studio, and then the screen kind of degrades, and you can see the person, half their face kind of into reptilian, or a kind of a zebra effect. And then they zoom in on the eye, and it's a reptilian eye. That was a big thing for a long time, like where
I remember that.
Yeah. So just that's how you could tell that George Bush, you zoom in on his eye, he's a reptilian eye. Anyone in a TV studio, it's a reptilian eye. And then someone discovered that lighting, and so when you have light shine in your eye, and the light's on a stand, well then it tends to reflect in the eye, and you can see it there. But again, that's not to say that somebody has seen, because I've seen some weird shit in my time. I've never seen someone with reptilian eyes, but I do remember going to see a friend who was in a mental ward. Let's just might as well be honest. Like, so, he'd been he voluntarily, after he damaged himself, he decided, okay, it's probably best that I go with the authorities, and they put me in this place and give me some heavy medication while he sorted the shit out. So I went with him. I went to visit him, and anyway. That's a story for another time when I know all these people a bit better. I think I told you about it before. And so I went to kind of visit him 2 days later, and he's telling me, "Listen, I need to get fucking out of here. Like, these people won't let me out. They won't release me." And so I was going, "Well, who's the consultant here?" And then he told me it's such and such this lady. So I said, "Fuck it, like, come on, we're going. Like, I'm taking you out. Like, we're going." And he's going, "No, I can't go. I can't go." I said, "What do you mean you can't go?" I said, "Come on, just come with me. You said you wanted to go. Let's go. Get in the car. Like, I'll take you for a drive. I'll bring you back in the hour." And he's going, "No, what happens if I open the car door and jump out while we're driving?" I said, "What the fuck? Are you going to do that?" Like, and he goes, "No." I said, "Then what the fuck? Come on, let's go." So we're walking out, and then we ran into the consultant, and she was going like, "What's going on? Where are you going?" I said, I'm taking him out. Like, he wants to go for a drive. I think it'll be good for him. And then she started fucking laying into me, like, and laying a guilt trip on me. And what about this and what about that and what about this and what about that? And I'm just saying, look, he wants to go, like, he's going. And then she scowled at me, and her eyes, I swear to God, like, and I wasn't a child, but every part of her eye went black, like the whites of her eye.
Whoa.
Was just, pure fucking black. And it freaked me the fuck out. Like, I said, right, I'm going. Either come with me now or stay here. But I've never had that experience since. And it scared the living Jesus out of me, I have to say. Like, thankfully he got out and he was okay. But I did see that. So we can't just dismiss a sham offhand, or people in general when they say they've experienced this. Now, it may have been a hallucination. He may be lying. Again, as a child, he may have just imagined it. It could have been a reflection. But strange phenomena do happen.
Yes.
When you're a child, and it's easily dismissed by adults. Like, I remember as a kid as well, looking up at the clouds and seeing two perfectly shaped faces of old men. And I mean, heavily detailed. Not just, that looks like a face, and again, lots of strange phenomena when you're a child, and I don't think it's just always because you're a child and you don't know what's happening. I just think you're more open to certain phenomena when you are a child, and just over time it's kind of it's drilled out of you to dismiss those things, or to take that kind of scientific approach. It's just it's an illusion, it's a reflection of light or something like that. But the problem with all of this is there's no satisfactory way to prove it one way or the other, and it's very alluring to have somebody like you're immediately interested. Somebody walks into the room and starts telling you about this prophetic vision they've had as a child, and all these wonderful experiences where they've met people with reptilian eyes, and they've been abducted by fucking aliens, and and then Stanley walks in from accounting and starts talking about spreadsheets. For fuck's sake, not again. You and your fucking spreadsheets. Would you ever shut up? A sham. So it's interesting. But we can't dismiss phenomena out of hand. And especially with children, because it's a magical time, and we're too quick to dismiss children and what they have to say and what they have to tell us old cynical fucks,
Absolutely.
Yeah. And again, I need to find out who Sham's mother is, because jerking your child off is just it's not on, He did say that, like, so we'll when we interview him, we'll ask him about that in depth, like, when did your mother first start abusing you?
Oh man, I feel guilty about laughing at that. Man, that's bleak.
Yeah, you started this whole fucking with your reference to the sucking and swallowing, and it's just
but not child abuse.
I know, but like it's clear as day. You heard him say it. His mother jerked him.
All right, come on, let's go. We're going to be here all night.
I was like, Mom, that lady had reptile eyes. That lady had cat eyes. And she was like, what are you talking about? And when we turned back to look, the lady wasn't there anymore. So that was kind of like my first experience that, and they say that children are a lot more sensitive to things that other people can't see.
Absolutely.
It was one of those moments. So So the
Yeah, or she could have been wearing contact lenses and walked into a shop when he turned around. So we can't discount that either. Like sometimes it's it's the most obvious answer as well. So yeah, and contact lenses, they aren't a new thing. These kind of cat's eye lenses as well, and that's the shame because that's the world we live in now, where there's very little mystery fucking left. So if you want to look like a reptilian, you can actually have the surgery to make you look like a reptilian.
Oh my god, this reminds me of like the early 2000s. I was just kind of hanging about in Ayr Square doing my thing, waiting for friends or whatever, because no one had phones really back then. And just sat down beside me on the other bench was this dude, long hair, dressed like Neo. And then beside him was similarly dressed, but more just woman goth dress, and she had green eyes, and I was like, "Are your eyes green?" And she explained, "No, these are contact lenses." So I don't know when those came out, but those guys were fucking cool, man.
Yeah,
I was like, whoa. So who fucking knows when these. Yeah, people have been mesmerizing people for, centuries.
Yeah.
Millennia.
Especially women, like, Jesus Christ, like, it's all that makeup about to make you, so you can look good with your friends. Go fuck yourself. Like,
reptilian gin idea was kind of in the back of my mind through my own personal experiences. And then when I started reading the research and experiences of others and all these people who are encountering weird beings in weird places, and they all had kind of like certain features that matched the features that I saw, it made me delve into it a little bit more, and that's where I came across David Icke, that's where I came across other people like that.
It's funny, that just reminds me of, I remember when I was going through my awakening process, right before I came to Islam, I saw some weird things, and I remember I was walking down a busy street in San Francisco, and I just had this really heightened sense of things at the time, and I remember I just looked at the eyes, and it was like I could see who was evil and who was good, and the evil ones were just looking at me like, we know who you are, and it was the weirdest thing, and I could see the other people just looked really humble and sweet, but all these certain people in the crowd were just all looking at me like, we know who you are. It was like I had just come to Islam and they did not like it, and it was just a very, very interesting experience. I will certainly never forget. But that brings me into the
yeah, so I'd like to know how she came to Islam, because that to be look at the timestamp. Ming
11/11.
Yeah. Because to me that sounds like a drug induced state, or maybe it's just an enlightened state. So something happened, and normally there's some aggravating factor that causes somebody to have that kind of that moment in their life,
peak experience.
Come about. Like, so it can be prison, a nervous breakdown, a drug induced episode, a breakthrough with meditation, or stroke. They're all pretty similar. But then I think so. And again, it's easily dismissed as some sort of mental disorder or mental defect. But I think it's just really, it's a heightened sense of awareness. But it's also, I think, dangerous that if you're going to, where you think you can judge people just based on how they look. But we have people who you can tell us they can see people's auras. So I think with this lady, it might be a case of just a heightened sense of awareness after this particular event where she can see people looking at her in a strange way.
Yeah.
That's
What's
probably
this weird bitch looking at me for?
Exactly. So I'd imagine there's probably this wide-eyed fucking lunatic walking around the town, staring at everybody, seeing who's who's good and who's evil. And then there's just people who are generally like, oh my God, don't look at her, and smile like, yeah, hi, crazy fucker, how are you? Nice, yeah, please leave me alone, stab me. And then people who are looking at her like, oh my God, get the fuck away from me. And she might be confusing that, and again, they'll touch on this a little bit further. It's very interesting because when people do tend to have these breakthroughs and are convinced that they've had this kind of spiritual enlightenment, the most important aspect that people seem to miss is what happens kind of afterwards, and especially immediately after these kind of breakthroughs can be very telling.
Next question I wanted to ask, what do you, like, I just wonder, like, okay, you detail, right, so beautifully how they put all these little messages in all their movies and their songs and all this stuff, and I'm just wondering, like, why do they do this? And, like, is this like some cat and mouse game with us, or is it like, does it make the game more interesting for them because it'd just be like too easy to run right over us? Or, as somebody once used to say a lot, he used to say, the devil has to tell the truth. Like, inserted in his deception, he also has to tell you the truth. And so I'm just trying to figure out, like, why do they give us these clues? Like, is it to make a joke out of us, or is it, I just don't know. Is it they have some sort of contract with the law that they have to do that to be totally fair? I'm totally clueless.
Okay, it's the way it works is basically what you were saying about that they have to tell us the truth. They have to have the truth open in front of us for us to willingly accept it and willingly want to be hooked into the program. Yep. That's just how they work. In their world, everything that is fiction is truth, and everything that is truth is actually fiction. And they also do it for mind control reasons. I mean, 90% of the planet is under extreme mind control right now. And they program you with certain ideas, certain thoughts, certain ways of acting, et cetera, and they implant into these films and these shows, and especially children's shows, these triggers, these little triggers to where if you were to hear the phrase or see the shape or whatever later on, it would subconsciously push a button inside you to make you act a certain way, even though you're not even aware of what is going on. So it's pretty dark. And see that's how really the darkness began to emerge for me when I was involved in I was training under a lady who worked for HBO to be a film director, and I was involved in film school and such, and I was making good connections. We were working on documentaries that were supposed to be on. Yeah. So through my contacts with these people, through meeting Patton Oswalt, through meeting all of these famous...
He said Patton Oswalt, yeah?
Did he?
I'm sure he did. Let me go back a few seconds there.
Yeah.
Which is a strange name to mention.
Yeah.
So maybe we need to look into Patton Oswalt. He seems to have some knowledge on Hollywood occult circles.
Documentaries that were supposed to be on. Yeah. So through my contacts with these people, through meeting Patton Oswalt, through meeting all of these...
Yeah.
Didn't he go into... Oh, yeah. He had severe... what they call Trump derangement syndrome, and he made a TikTok or an Instagram or something where he was crying like uncontrollably.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, when it's been said now for a while by many people, look, you're not turning on your fucking camera to record you crying. That's not real. You either cry or you don't. You don't think, oh, wait, give me a second before I cry. I'll boot up the fucking camera.
Yeah, and action, Oswald.
Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, maybe this guy, he really did mix in these circles, and Patton Oswalt is a fucking creeper who, like, because how many people did that video, Instagram or whatever, reach, and like, oh my God, this is really real, and it's, oh my God, an existential fucking crisis in the world because a Patton Oswalt is crying. Big fucking blubber bastard.
famous people, I began to realize that on a certain level, they were aware of exactly what they were doing. And when they would explain, of course, in the beginning, they didn't tell me the full truth behind, why they were putting these certain images, such. But when I began to realize, it really brought me down to a dark point in my life.
I was going to say something, now I just lost my train of thought. All right. Sorry. Go on. Nimmer, I think you had a question.
Yeah.
Ask him.
Oh, well. Yeah, well, we know that the kind of strong opposition and all the difficulties that you've had to face along the way for exposing this information. I mean, with all the crazy death threats and the lawsuits and whatnot. I mean, you literally put your lives on the line for this. And I mean, you can only imagine the kind of trouble that you guys had to go through. In fact, I remember watching that episode where Ewan McGowan got real sick while filming I think it was the documentary about Prophet Yahweh. And yeah, and oh my God, that was some creepy stuff. That really freaked me out. So, you guys yeah.
That wasn't as creepy as what happened that I left out. The stuff that happened that I left out. See, when we were filming the Prophet Yahweh documentary, and here's something I'll tell you guys that really not a whole lot of people know about. But and I didn't put it into the Antichrist is Jealous documentary just because at the time I didn't even know how to fit it in. It was so awkward and weird. But so we're going out to make this documentary, right, about Prophet Yahweh and this UFO cult and aliens and all these things. And we're out there and we're filming, right? And one night, the night that Joe McGowan started feeling really ill and stuff, and I was having this nosebleed, like, rewind a couple hours before that happened, we'd gotten into this big fight with Prophet Yahweh. And the documentary is almost off and stuff, and it was kind of a long story. But, as I was going home that night, and Prophet Yahweh had already, warned us and threatened us in a way, we were walking around in Las Vegas, okay? And all of a sudden, we find that Joe McGowan disappeared from with us, And then after that, the other guy that was with us just seemed to kind of disappear and got lost. Like, we're walking around and stuff, all of a sudden we turn around, we don't see him there. Maybe they just went back to the hotel, maybe they went to grab something to eat, we don't know what's going on. Until the third guy left, and it's four of us. And then what happened to me was I just completely black out. I completely black out, and I find myself on top of one of the Las Vegas casinos, right, on the roof, and I'm standing. No, it gets better. I'm standing there, and I have my jeans folded in my hands, and I have my shoes on top of my jeans. I'm standing there in my boxers and my shirt, and I have no conscious memory of what has happened. It's been like 5 hours. It's almost, pleasure time, and I'm just standing there, and my nose is gushing blood.
What year did that movie, The Hangover, come out? Because this sounds like a scene from the fucking Hangover, like.
Hangover. 2009.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that old. So sorry, but could you fucking follow that story? I thought maybe I'm just tired. I'm finding it hard to kind of focus on what that guy is saying at any fucking given time. But then he started telling that story, and it was all over the place, and he was jumping here and there, and I get the gist of the story. But
yeah, so what's happening is he's making this documentary on the Prophet Yahweh.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe we can have a look. And you just type in there what happened to Prophet Yahweh, so we can put my curiosity to bed while we're doing this as well, about what actually happened to him in the end, if he's still alive or if he was busted or he died or whatever. But in any event, so they're making this documentary about the Prophet Yahweh. It's not going according to plan for Prophet Yahweh because the aliens aren't appearing, and his whole shtick was that he can make aliens appear at will, but only when the wind blows in a northeasterly direction. But he's not telling people about that. So you can imagine that you have these guys making a documentary. It's not going according to plan. So we can say the Prophet Yahweh got cold feet and said, listen, you're not putting this fucking out. If you put this out, it's going to ruin me. everyone will think I'm a fraud. I want the footage. And these two guys are rightly saying, no, well, you can't have the footage. That's not part of the deal. The deal was we're making the documentary, and come what may, we're going to release it. And then there's a back and forth. If you do this, this will happen. If you do that. And then maybe Prophet Yahweh is doing his spiel. And I curse you, a plague on your house, a memory loss. May you end up standing on the top of a building in Las Vegas with your jeans folded in your lap, wearing your vest. But what I think happened was that they pissed off Prophet Yahweh, who may well have been, a charlatan and a gangster, and that he's fucking roofied 4 of them. Because he's pissed them off, so he's fucking drugged these guys, which makes perfect sense to me. Like, you go out with 4 guys, one guy drifts away because the drug starts kicking in, so it's like he sees some shiny object in the corner and just wanders over towards it because he's out of his tits. Then the next guy, and then finally Hashem, it kicks in for him. So he's just walking around out of it, not aware of anything. Drug kicks in heavily. Blacks out, wakes up maybe an hour later, again, completely out of his bin. No recollection because he's being roofied. So he's wandering around Vegas, God knows what the fuck he's doing. And then eventually crashes again and finds himself on top of a hotel in Vegas. Now, this would be around the same time that the movie, The Hangover, is released. And it does sound exactly like a scene from that movie, The Hangover. The guy's gone missing, and then they find him on top of the casino in Vegas.
Fucking way.
Yeah, but the guy in Vegas is sitting down on top of the building, after they've been looking for him for a couple of days. It's the whole fucking premise of the bleeding movie, but that just could be a coincidence. I'm more inclined to go with the roofied because, I think Yahweh is, a charlatan and a gangster. And I'm drawing on my own experience, my own misspent youth, where I, along with a friend, purchased moderate to large amount of Purple Hearts, they were called at the time. So essentially, antidepressants that were supposed to be, if the doctor prescribes them, you take 1 or 2 a day. So we decided, and they're only £1 each at the time as well. So it was a good investment, So we decided to take 8 each, because the first 2 weren't kicking in quick enough, and we just thought,
oh no,
we thought, well, if we keep eating them, and we'll go, because we thought we were being ripped off, as you do when something's kicking in, easy, like these aren't working. Do you feel anything? No. Do you feel anything? No.
Oh no.
And 2 hours later, we find ourselves knocking on, random strangers' doors trying to buy hash. People, get the fuck out of here. Who are you? And then maybe 5 hours later, I woke up because I was being unceremoniously kicked in the ribs by somebody. And what me and my good friend had done was we had gone to one of our friends' house, who was out. She's gone out for drinks with other friends, and we knocked on the door and didn't get an answer. Now, this is unbeknownst to me because this was relayed to me after the event, like a day after the event. But we had knocked looking for her to see if we could come in to her house for a nice chat. We didn't get an answer because she had a babysitter in there, like a young girl, maybe 14 or 15 years old, looking after her kids while she went out with her friends to the pub. So we decided that it was a good idea, when we didn't get an answer, to kick the fucking door in, to get into the house. So then we burst into her house, terrified this poor fucking girl. And she had no idea who we were. I had no recollection. I still to this day have no real recollection of this happening. So we decided to go into the house, and then completely fucking out of it, and just crashed in the woman's kitchen for a couple of hours, or maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes. But anyway, the girl contacted the woman, and so she rushed home, again, not knowing who had kicked her door in, in her fucking house. And so then when she saw it was us, I imagine she was relieved, but still kind of pissed off.
Yeah.
And started kicking the shit out of both of us. on the ground. So then my next recollection is waking up in my house. The following morning going, what the fuck happened? Like, so then I got in touch with my friend. Do you remember last night? No, not really. What happened? And then he'd some kind of, did we go to fucking Sandra? Do you remember going to Sandra's house? No, I don't remember what Sandra's house. So then we went around to Sandra, and then she fucking chewed us out. And then I start getting little flashbacks of, oh fuck yeah, oh shit yeah, oh yeah, I kind of remember that. So I would imagine something similar has happened to Hashem here.
But of course, it has to be some kind of like mystical experience that ties into like his whole life as this, you know, series of events that culminate to him being the fucking inheritor of Peter's throne.
Yeah.
You know, yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Have to be, because you know, yeah.
Dude, what a fucking story you just told. No, you didn't tell me this before, and I'm fucking pissed off that you haven't. What the fuck, man? How long are we doing this for? 22, fucking 4 years, man. You didn't tell me this story.
I know there's much you don't know. I can only release so much.
Yeah, you gotta space it out. Yeah.
I got it. We did. We started to get into some of these stories maybe a year and a half ago, and you said the same thing, and I took your advice. Yeah, and again, you know, when it's the right time, you know, when the planets align, and you know,
and you finally remember them, because you know you have so many memories that you can only remember so much.
Yeah, and there's a lot of trauma attached to many of them
Yeah.
too. Like, so
Yeah, of
be
course.
careful, you know.
Like that story, Jesus Christ, I'd have forgotten that for a whole decade. I'd have just shame.
Yeah. Oh well, that's like it's just there's so many other stories attached to that. That just like no, I can't do it. Trigger. Yeah. So we go to Hashem. We'll see what Hashem makes of it. But I'm convinced that's what's happened. A close second is ripping off the premise from that movie. What's it called again? Fucking
The Hangover.
The Hangover. Yeah.
But like my whole body is covered in blood. I have no conscious memory of what's going on, and I don't even know where I'm at. And I was not under the influence of any sort of intoxicant or anything like that, for people who might imply that. But
how would you know? Like, that you're aware of. You see, that's the difference. Like, he's under no intoxicant, but he doesn't say that he's aware of, because he's left out the fact that he's just had this big fucking hoo-ha with the guy, or can't seem to factor that in, that maybe he's been slipped a Mickey, so to speak. Not an Irish Mickey, but an American Mickey Finn. But that would be my first thing, is like, what the fuck happened? Like, or then to think back, did I have a drink? Yeah, and we need to find out about this fucking Yahweh guy, if he has a history of drugging people, or if he's related to Bill Cosby. Like, that's enough for me to cast aspersions on the whole race, just based on if Bill Cosby's doing it, the best of them, they're all at it, you know.
I asked Grok about him, and he kind of dropped off the face of the earth in 2005. After like starting from like 1996, he only like made some appearances on Coast to Coast.
All right, no history of allegations or drug abuse or drugging people.
His past: prison time for assault, IRS scams, polygamy, and mental health medication.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah. So, you know, there's a few things going on with that guy.
Yeah,
so
he has form, let's say.
Exactly. You know, if out of all this cast of characters that we're meeting tonight, including Paul Murphy, if someone's going to, you know, slip me a Mickey, it's going to be this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul might slip you a different type of Mickey. But don't go drinking with him, and, you know, especially if you see something, you know, stiff and hard in his pocket, It's probably not a Mars bar. Let's just put it that way. Like if you're going out drinking with Paul. But anyway, we get distracted by the cock again. Right, let's keep going.
So I think I'm like back at home. I think I'm in Mooresville, Indiana. So I put on my clothes or whatever, and I just start walking until I get to this lady's house, and I think it's my house, you know. And I start knocking on the door, and nobody's answering. So I break into the lady's house and I go to sleep. And the lady comes rushing in there. She's threatening to call the cops and stuff. And then that's suddenly when I start to regain consciousness. It was the weirdest experience, and it matched what a lot of people have described during alien abductions and such. But I never, and I still don't want to think that.
Yeah, you weren't abducted by fucking.
Oh, dude, you know the thing is, right? You know, yeah, these are young girls. I don't think they're as young as you think they are, but they're obviously young enough that they obviously have not had any experiences with drugs. Because we know, I'm sure a few of our friends here in the chat can agree, you know, it's probably drugs, man.
Yeah. If you're you know, if you're getting abducted by aliens, you know, I've never, you know, I've read a fair few books about, you know, alien abduction, and I've watched movies and documentaries. Never once did I hear the part of, you know, after they returned me to Earth on top of a casino, I then proceeded to break into a stranger's fucking house and fall asleep on the floor. You know, it's normally they brought me up, I was anally probed, and then they left me in the same place, which to me again sounds like another roofing experience, just with a different outcome and by a different individual. So the Prophet Yahweh, in his kindness, roofied these guys and let them on their way. The Prophet Cosby would have, you know, abducted them, anally probed them, and then released them back in the same location where he abducted them from. Like, so be thankful for kind false prophets, let's say.
Yeah. He was just did it for the sport, you know. I've had a friend like that who like just no big deal. I'm just going to put LSD in my friend's beer and then watch what happens.
That's a hanging offense in my book. Like, fuck.
Look, dude, you can ruin someone's life with an unexpected trip.
Yeah.
But luckily, we all survived, or you know, maybe he fucking spiked me and I didn't even realize it, and that's why I'm crazy now. I don't know.
Daily spikings.
I badly need to piss. Can you hold the fort?
Yeah, we'll listen on a little bit.
All right.
Actually, we'll do some research on the Prophet fucking Yahweh. We'll get an image of him anyway. That would be interesting, so people.
Oh yeah.
The Prophet Yahweh. Now, let me see if I can find. Of course not. So I have hundreds upon hundreds of pictures of biblical scenes. Right, let me try again. I will share this screen once I find the guy. Maybe we'll put in the Prophet Yahweh UFOs. That might help. Nope. Right, let me try one more search there. No, this fucker seems to have vanished from the internet. Okay. Let me try. I'll put a balloon in there as well. That might help. No, very scant results. Is it just my imagination, or does Google give you less and less results to your search term these days? I remember you used to get kind of millions of search results, but not anymore. Okay, we'll come back to that. We'll see if we can get a picture of Prophet Yahweh, but we'll have a little listen on. We'll see what Hashem has to say.
That was even a possibility. what happened, but it was just all around weird. It was all around weird. And when I got back, Joe had his eye problem, and we just know in our hearts that it has something to do with Prophet Yahweh. Not validating him as the prophet of the aliens, but saying that maybe he had some sort of jinn working with him. Really?
No, he didn't have a jinn working with him. He put something in your jinn, is what most likely.
Sorry, what about jinn now?
He said so. He's saying that he doesn't know for sure if Prophet Yahweh was in fact a prophet, but he is sure he was working with jinn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're a Muslim, then yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and so I was saying that he's not working with the jinn. He put something in his jinn, which caused him to, end up on top of a fucking hotel. That's a great fucking night out for me. And it's a more interesting story that the Prophet Yahweh, drugged you rather than because once you get to the UFO, it's like then it's really now I'm doubting everything you say. Do you have any proof of the UFO? No, not really. You just you lost a chunk of time, and then you woke up in on top of a building. Like why? What kind of fucking lazy aliens are we dealing with here? Like that would just pick you up in the middle of the Vegas Strip and take you away for a couple of hours for what? To impart knowledge, is it? To download information into you for 2025 when you reveal yourself as the fucking next Messiah, and then just drop you off on the top of a building. Not very, intelligent aliens there if they're going to impart the knowledge and then leave you in such a perilous fucking place. Then you go for a little nap in some randomer's house.
And you know what? Look, the story began in Vegas. I mean, that's not, that doesn't inspire confidence in the rest of your story. I'm sorry. Even if, people aren't fucking lunatics, when they go to Vegas, they're more likely to become lunatics.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's fucking Sodom and Gomorrah, you live the fucking spirit of that place. It's like going to, what do you call that place where they have they pass out the beads and
Mardi Gras.
Yeah, that place that got flooded.
There we go. The Mardi Gras. Yeah, and what happens to the fucking what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas rule? Hasn't he just broken that as well? Even if it's aliens who abduct you, if it happens in Vegas, it's like, shh, you're not supposed to mention it.
Yeah, that's why there's all those abductions in Vegas.
Yeah, because the aliens know, no one's going to talk about it. You break that rule, you're out of the universe forever.
Oh my! Oh God!
I'm sorry, that girl that's on the left pan is making such fucking sexual noises. It's annoying the crap out of me, man.
I think it's telling us more about you. It's just
oh, fuck off! No, I swear to God, it's like it's disguised as laughter.
So how did you guys deal with all that? I mean, you guys still continued to, you went on with the project, and so what kept you going despite all of this?
What kept me going is the desire inside to expose these false prophets and to get to the bottom of the system, and the promise that I made to God that no matter what, I put my trust in Him, and that He'd protect me along the way. And really, He has. At certain points in times in my life where I wasn't sure if I was going to make it or live another day. God has always been there to save me, and I'm just appreciative of that. And I've learned over the years to gain a kind of larger and larger trust for God. I just put my faith in God, and everything just seems to work out. So,
all right, that's good. But
yeah,
now He's left Himself open. The why carry on to expose all these false prophets. So, he should be welcoming of people who put him to the test to see if he is indeed a false prophet. And again, I don't know, maybe he worked his way through all the prophets and then just came to the realization, because in Islam, I think like 30 false prophets are foretold. So he got all the way through 30 false prophets. And then it was like, okay, well, it must be he. Yeah. He just, woke up one morning, looked in the mirror, and came to the realization that, yes, he indeed is the last standing prophet. And then would have announced himself to the world that he is indeed the next Messiah. Has he? I can't remember. Did he say he was the Messiah or not? Or I think it's other people making that claim, isn't it? He's the Mahdi, so he's oh no, because he did say he's the successor to Jesus and
and he
Muhammad.
says he's the true pope, and
True pope, and okay, yeah, all right, so just good to know that that's his guiding principle, is to expose false prophets. So maybe he will make a documentary on himself, and he will expose himself, so to speak. I'm sure he has already, but in a different context. And that would be a great way to finish off a series, wouldn't it? Like that, he exposes himself as the Dajjal. Wouldn't that be the perfect ending to that fucking series? Bring it right up to the 500 mark, and then the big reveal at the end. It's him. What a shocker! What a brilliant ending! Nobody saw it coming. Like right out of I didn't blindsided. Like I couldn't fucking believe it. Like it was the last thing I expected. It was him all along. It was the Scooby-Doo fucking method. It was the first person we saw in the cartoon. Ended up to be the villain.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I thank you for that, because, your series changed my life, and I mean, I'm here right now. I couldn't even have imagined that, so.
Oh, yeah, she's so ready to dedicate her life. And
Yeah. Fuck me. I mean, I just don't like people fucking even saying, oh, thanks for, picking up that block of cheese for me at the shop. It's like, no, I don't want to hear about it. But he's sitting there listening to people telling them that that their lives were changed by a series of 10-minute videos.
What's going on with that sound wave there? Can you see that? Can you see a man with a beard wearing a beanie cap, holding a reptilian head where his groin is, and then his legs beneath it? Like, what the fuck is going on? And there's grey aliens here. Look at him. Look at the grey there. Grey there. Look at the eyes. Wow.
I think you're tired, man. 4 a.m.
I think I'm high. I'm tired high. I want to be 19 minutes in. There's only 40 more minutes to go.
I mean, inshallah, you're going to keep going and keep growing stronger. So we saw that he had to deal with a lot of criticism for some of the extremely graphic and explicit content in the series, particularly that episode about Kathy O'Brien and MK Ultra. I remember watching that, and I couldn't even sleep that night. But I understand you obviously included that to make a point, and it's true that we all try to constantly protect ourselves from being exposed to stuff like this, information like this, when the fact of the matter is that this is commonly happening around us and can happen to just about anyone, And in fact, now that I look back at it, as difficult as it was for me to watch that, I think we all need to see this in order to truly understand how unbelievably sick and sinister the system actually is. And I thank you for putting that in, because it opened my eyes. And so.
Yeah, you did get a lot of criticism for the Antichrist Dajjal series for a lot of things, and really the Kathy O'Brien parts and the female parts were some of the it wasn't criticized as much as some of the other things that I said in the series, but to me it didn't matter. I was telling the truth the way I knew it, and when you're trying to explain to people things like MK Ultra, and you're trying to explain to them the sexual subliminal messages in movies and cartoons, but you have to show it to them. You know what I mean? For them to believe, you can't just censor everything. I don't believe in censoring. I believe in everybody has their own free will. If somebody is going to get on the series and watch the MK Ultra episode with Kathy O'Brien for a devious purpose or whatever, then, you know, that's between him and God. But God knew my intentions when I was doing it, and that's the way I look at it. I know one of the other things that people really opposed to was the fact that, you know, at some points in the series, I seem to advocate the use of you know, natural substances to break down some of the you know, the programming that people have, and that's another statement that I stick by. I mean, really, you know, here's how I see it: your local pharmacy and your doctor and the pharmacist and the prescriptions that you're getting are a lot more dangerous than any sort of
absolutely, exactly.
And some people really do need something to kind of bring them into an altered state of consciousness where they can kind of, you know, see a different reality than what they've been programmed with their whole life. So it's, you know, the Native Americans used to use a natural drink made of plants that grew in the Amazon and North America, and a drink called ayahuasca.
Here we go. Here we fucking go.
Game over. It's done. We knew it a week ago. Yeah. That's when it fucking began. That's when it ended. That's when he's already realized that he is indeed the Messiah. He's just hasn't been able to bring himself to say it publicly. Same deal with Ike. Did Ike take ayahuasca before he had his, or did he just have a breakdown?
That's when he spoke to the moon and it told him all the secrets of the universe. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he went on Terry Wogan, didn't he? And announced to the world that he was the next Messiah. And how long did it take Ike before he recanted on that? It was maybe a good decade or so, was it? Or
well, what do you mean by that? Because even on Wogan, he was saying, "No, we're all the sons and daughters of God."
Yeah, he came out first in his tracksuit, like, so the color purple, I think, was it?
Oh yeah, he dropped that very, very soon into the mid 90s.
Yeah, and then he came out initially and said he was the son of God, and then I think it was when Wogan pushed him, he then said, like, well, no, everybody is the son of God. I'd have to watch that interview again.
Yeah, and then the Late Late Show follow up.
Oh, did he go on the Late Late Show?
Yeah, Gay Byrne interviewed him for like 3-4 minutes.
All right, did he have enough? Like, or who gave up first? Did Ike walk off?
You know what? I didn't watch till the end because I was thinking we'd watch it at some point on the show, and I tend to just leave things like that as a surprise for myself.
Is that a cop out right there? Like, you just couldn't be fucking arsed. I'm like, do you have the material there now?
Yes, I mean, I have. If you want me to pull up the Gay Byrne,
yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
yeah,
all right. It's in my YouTube history, so let me just summon that because it is interesting, and you know he was a real politician about it because Gay Byrne, you know, brilliant fucking interviewer, really, except for that R.D. Lang thing I'll never forgive him for. He drilled down on that question, you know, because, you know, it's a Catholic country, very fucking serious. So he wanted to, you know, get him to admit, we're all sons and daughters of, you know, the Godhead, but I'm the Primus Inter Pares, the first amongst equals, you know. Do you want me to share this, or will I?
Yeah. I'll stop sharing this for a second.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Here we go. I miss this Late Late Show. I really do. All right. 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Friends, our next guest was a goalkeeper for Hereford United Football Club and Coventry City. He had to give up his sporting career because of incipient arthritis. After that, he was elevated to the lofty ivory tower of BBC Sports as a commentator. He was then cast to the ground again when he joined the Green Party in Britain and became their spokesman on various affairs. Now he's upwardly mobile and with a vengeance. He's written a book called The Truth Vibrations, in which he says, amongst other things, that the world, the planet as we know it, is destined to be destroyed in the near future unless we, all of us, all the peoples of the planet, change their ways and get into line with the natural environment and start protecting the world and start protecting the environment and the planet. Otherwise, things are coming to a crunch. Inter alia, he also claims to be the Son of God. He claims to be the Son of God. How you're going to react?
Don't you love Gay Byrne, at least in this era?
Yeah.
Like he really gave him a fair shake there, and then boom with the punchline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah. As an aside. Yeah. Please welcome.
He commits blasphemy. Hello, blasphemer, heretic, welcome.
Yeah. Bring out the logs and the fire.
React to this? I do not know. He's David Icke. David. Hello. How are you? How are you? Sit down. Good to see you.
Isn't that quite the fucking uniform, huh?
Yeah. It's no beanie.
And it's not all... yeah, right. I mean, come on, you're just copping out with a black beanie. Like, especially these days, you know, how many people wear a fucking beanie? But this guy is just going all out. But you know what? His start was in football.
Mm.
What does that look like to you, what he's wearing?
What are we talking about? The get up, like?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't tracksuit, like, it's just a fucking...
Yeah, it's a team tracksuit. He's on Team God now.
Okay. Captain, like.
yeah. The stripes make him captain. Good eye there. Yeah, because I was wondering why stripes. Could you not find something that's solidly one color? But no, man, you're thinking right here, man. All right, let's watch.
You do claim to be the Son of God, David?
Yeah, let's get it right. We're all the children of God. We're all created by God, by the thoughts of God. When we think, we create an energy field. When we think thoughts of love, forgiveness, and peace, and all the things we want to bring to the world, we create a certain kind of very positive energy. When we think thoughts of hate, of all these other emotions of anger or fear, we create another kind of energy, a very destructive one, which, if it's in big enough quantities, destroys the very life force of creation, which comes from the being some call God. The name I'm given is the Godhead. Now, if we can create by thought, what can the Godhead do? This master spirit at the center of all creation. He can create almost anything he wishes by thought, and he creates us by thought.
Well, do you claim to be the Son of God? Because he won't.
I just want to say, I don't know if... Actually, no, I won't blame my mental illness on David Icke. It started way earlier before that. But this is my jam, you know? Like, this is how the universe works, right? What he just described.
I'd agree, absolutely. Like, so, and again, like, so, you know, spitting truth, like, is, you know, as far as we're concerned, like, so it's hard to argue against it, you know. And again, I see that's the thing. You see, like, would we recognize a prophet in our own times? But I think prophets of old kind of left when it was actually the prophecy was going to be fulfilled open. You know, I think modern prophets tend to, you know, put too close a time frame on it so they don't give themselves the time. But again, that's what we're saying earlier. Like, you have to kind of recognize the truth. Like, so, take the truth for what it is, no matter who's telling it, and eventually, we come to realize if the people are charlatans or not. And I'm not so sure about Ike, if he's just a con man or if he has, something of real value to tell people. But again, it's all down to, parts of the puzzle, isn't it? Everybody holds a piece, and these people, they don't just appear out of nowhere and become popular for no particular reason, be it for, good or evil, so to speak. But yeah, a lot of what Ike says, resonates with a lot of people. A lot of people agree with it. But again, if it didn't, he wouldn't hold any sway or traction at all.
Absolutely, you've got to, you have to have the truth, and then you have the fly in the ointment, which is the lie that, allows you to have some kind of power. Because if you tell someone the absolute truth and you give them the perfect download of exactly how the universe works, then they're fine. They don't need you anymore. So, there's always some kind of level of duplicity with these people where, like, look, we've got to keep these guys coming to our lectures, buying our books. Or maybe, I'm just projecting onto David Icke. A part of my brain really thinks he had this mind-blowing experience. It was a little too much for him. He had like a break, and he was unfortunate enough to have an audience that brought him in front of the world, the Anglosphere, this side of it anyway. And he made a complete ass of himself, and he's just been kind of making do with what he had since then. But it's hard to say. I want to address Miss Pagina's comment. Oh, he'd expect us to enjoy pain and fake it till we make it. Arm chopped off of you. Oh, no pain. Guys, no scream. I'm not a supporter of this thing of where you just, ignore all the bad and just focus on the good. Like you said, Morgan, earlier, that is just as bad or worse. You can't ignore reality, but there is a potential within us to retrain our minds. And as we retrain our minds, the universe tends to align to meet our expectations. However, that is, that there's a potential for someone to get in between you and the Godhead there and say, you got to join my cult and go on this starvation diet and, fucking do all these weird, eccentric rituals I made up in order for you to really get down into this. And, then suddenly, you're following someone like Osho Rajneesh, just needed to clear that up. I'm not, a fucking nutter. She also said Ike's just the Russell Brand of today, or, of his day, more properly said.
But these people always present themselves, and see, I think the danger when people have these experiences, and I've had similar experiences as well, is that when you go to that realm, and then you return to normality, like it's a big fucking adjustment for people, but we have to, operate in this realm, so it's difficult, and there's lots of, constrictions, and it's essentially like, you play by the rules of the game you're involved with, so to speak, and there are rules and limitations. So I think when people hear this notion that, okay, oh well, you just manifest your destiny, like, that is okay. Well, people take it, okay, well, if I just sit there and bring certain things, material things into being, that's just not going to happen, or it's not some magical spell where you just it's like, let's sprinkle some dust or say some incantation and then
it's not The Secret, that documentary and book which it's like someone made a mint out of that, man. A few people actually.
Yeah, but I think there's real truth in that. If you have a clear picture in your mind of what you want for yourself, and not in terms of I want a doggy or a fucking Porsche or something like that, or maybe it can be as simple as that for people. But you want your life to improve in some way, or you want a partner, or you want it all. That you have to, first of all, actually believe it's possible. So you have to see it in your mind, and then you have to action it. And I think that's the part people miss out on is the act. Like, you have to be an active participant in making it manifest. You can't just sit on your hole and nothing comes easy from it. And again, the people who generally tell us this or feed us this tend to be extremely wealthy people, and I don't know if that I don't know if that's just the case because what they're actually saying works, or just people are so thirsty for it that they're willing to hand over their money to get the secret, whatever the secret may be. But to my mind, when I see someone who does it for wealth, and glory, especially wealth, that just sours me. And that might be just the from growing up in a fucking Christian society and having Jesus as the as the central figure, where he just no interest in wealth, would have nothing to do with it. And again, that could be a mind fuck from the wealthy who just basically so happen to impart that into our mind. Said, okay, well, the way forward for the plebs is to turn the other cheek, have nothing to do with wealth, be happy in poverty. The whole blessed are the poor. And in many ways that's true, because you're not encumbered by the trappings of wealth. So but again, it depends on the type of poverty. If you're talking about grinding poverty where you're a Biafran, starving, like, and severely malnutrition, well, there's no blessing in that. But I suppose if you're poor in the modern sense, where you don't have the trappings of a large house and cars and businesses to attend to, and where the real precious gift you have is time, and that's all wrapped up in this preservation of fucking wealth. But again,
well, we have to consider that the Bible was written in Hebrew and Greek, and these languages that frankly have a lot more going on for them than English, at least when fucking King James and even the older versions of the Bible were translated, had going for it. Also there's agendas already in there, like, oh yeah, this word in Greek, and means something like really fucking profound. Well, let's just dumb it down to the most convenient English word that relates to that word, and you've got yourself good social control mechanism there.
Yeah. So and there's no shortage of interpretations, so again, I think when someone like a Nike comes along, I think it's, on the one hand, it's easy for people to outright dismiss him as just some fucking crackpot, some nutcase, and then the other extreme is people to swallow everything he says without any sort of critical examination. And I think that's the important thing, is for people is to discern the truth as much as they can, given the tools that are available to them. And historically, people haven't really had those tools. Now we're at a stage where we have all these tools available to us, but it's worse because people are, it's easier just to ask, Chat GPT or Grok, tell me the truth about this, and you'll accept that more than you'll accept from another human being, because it presents information in a way that looks factual. But the magical thing is, because it's based on human behavior, it fucking lies to you too and tells you what you want to hear. There's no escaping it. Like, so you got to have your critical faculties intact.
Yeah, it's crazy. Weeks ago, I saw this. It's not a meme; it's a picture with text on it, and it said, ChatGPT knows absolutely nothing about the field that I've studied in for years, but it's an expert in everything else. I'm not going to give that any more
Yeah,
thought.
there's no need. It's an expert in everything I know nothing about. So is everyone.
Oh God, yeah. Right. Shall we listen to Ike defend
let's listen.
himself against accusations of heresy? Or no, it's not heresy. It's what is it? Blasphemy to say that you're the Son of God? Yeah, it is. Okay, fair.
Because Terry Wogan said to you on the Wogan show, you claim to be the Son of God, and you said yes.
Well, I am. Yes, I'm saying that. What I'm saying is we're all the children of God, but some people come to earth. Jesus was one. There were many more before him, who are actually part of the soul of the Godhead. It's God incarnate on earth. That's what Jesus was. That's what these other people were before. To try to bring the truth to a planet that has lost that truth for 12,000 years, and as a result of which we have taken this wondrous planet to the brink of not existence.
Jesus said, I and the Father are one.
Mm-hmm.
That means he was the Son of God. Are you claiming that too? You and the Father are one?
We're all one with the Father.
No.
Oh, yes, we are. We're all one with the Father. What I'm saying is...
That's not what I'm asking you. You see what he's doing here? He was asked, are you the Son of God? Well, no, we're all the Son of God. But the thing about it is that there's people that come along and they're actually a part of the soul of God. But he didn't come out and say, I'm the next in line. He just kind of left that floating out there.
As did Jesus, like, he wouldn't say it either because he knew as soon as he did like that, he'd be fucking strung up. Like,
Fair.
See, well, like, I want to go back to the ayahuasca for a minute, like, because I mentioned it briefly that the kind of important thing after someone's had a breakthrough experience with something like that is in the immediate aftermath. So in the Hashem, we're not going to get through the rest of the Hashem fucking thing tonight. It's just not gonna happen.
We'll
wrap this up shortly. So in the immediate aftermath of having that breakthrough, or experiencing ego death, as Hashem essentially goes on to say that's what happens when he took ayahuasca, and he classifies it as getting rid of all the old programming. Well, then the important part is the reprogramming. What happens once you've essentially formatted the disk, and then like what do you reformat it with? So that's what I'd like to know about Ike. Immediately after that experience, what did the next 2 or 3 months look like? And the same for Hisham. Like, so we know with Hisham that his entire life is essentially being end of times, Islam. That's his focus. It seems that after his breakthrough with ayahuasca, that hasn't really changed. He hasn't re-imprinted onto Christianity or anything else. It seems pretty much a linear series of events for him. But like prior to Ike, I don't know anything about his life prior to this. Like I wasn't aware of him as a football player. Nobody really wants to listen to a football player, what they've got to say outside of football, So it'd be interesting to know what Ike was like prior to this event. And I'm sure there's got to be that information out there. Like somebody has to have written a book
somewhere,
what this guy was like prior to that. But again,
but you know what? Actually, of all the, I'm aware of at least 2 documentaries about Ike, and none of them go into that.
Yeah, because that's important. Like, so you have to, if you're going to understand the man, you have to know who he is before and after something as significant as ego death. Like, because it's very fucking important. Like the same with Hisham. Like if we never knew anything about him prior to his claim to be, the Messiah, well then people might be more inclined to fall for it, or Where if you know who this guy is, and we haven't discovered anything, terrible about him or, damning, but we just have a better understanding about what would lead a guy to think that he is the Messiah, and the same way with Ike, like, so I don't know anything about him up until he presents himself on the Wogan show. That's the first time I think most people would have heard of him at all, like, and then he was essentially destroyed from that interview. Like, he was, roundly mocked, distanced, lost his whatever chance of a career he had. And again, like, it's because he's well known as well, and then to like, you kind of feel sorry for. Well, I remember feeling sorry for the guy because he's obviously had this experience. He has this knowledge that he feels he has to impart to the world, has the opportunity and the means to impart it, and then is ridiculed. But there's a redemption arc from, because he comes back, maybe 10, 15 years later, people go, well, actually, you know what that guy was saying wasn't actually that fucking nuts when you take out the claim to be, the direct son of God, which I think he is in a roundabout way. Kind of, he's saying like, well, everyone's a son of God, but he's a kind of favorite son, like he's the second born child, like the firstborn was Jesus, or special characters appear every now and again, and he's one of those special characters,
Yeah, there's nothing like being brought on to a national TV show and fucking relentlessly mocked to make you feel more like Jesus.
Yeah, that's going to, in that sense. But I can imagine from just a personal, like, to experience that, and then to have people on the street laugh at you and point at you. And he did go back onto Wogan some fucking 15 or 20 years later.
Oh yeah, I forgot
and
about
Wogan
that.
apologized to him because, Wogan didn't bring him on to, discuss it. It was just okay. I can imagine the meeting, like, oh, David Icke is, claiming to be the son of God. Bring him on. This will be fucking great sport. And then Terry Wogan, mocked him relentlessly. And Terry Wogan was a sarcastic son of a bitch and a great presenter as well. Like, would be much more polished than Gabe Bourne, and loved in the UK, especially, like, and Ireland, like, I think they named part of the fucking BBC building after him, like, after he passed away. But a massive television star in the UK and radio as well, like, beloved by the English nation. They do love a good paddy, it has to be said. And I think that's why they took Ryan Tubridy on on the radio over the UK. Maybe he might be the next Terry Wogan, But yeah, let's listen to Ike here, and we'll hear him out, and then we'll wrap it up until next Friday, and then we'll return to it.
I'm sad. It's over almost.
That if, as Jesus was and others were before him, an aspect, part of the soul of the Godhead, then these beings are the Godhead incarnate.
Then we are all sons of God and children of God in that way.
Well,
but are you special?
No one's special.
But have you been singled out?
The message that comes across all the time is the Godhead loves all of us as if there was only one of us. No one is special. But there are certain people who come to Earth at certain times, and to other planets too.
That's fucking special, David. By definition, separate from the others, right?
Yeah, it couldn't be clearer.
Cardinal.
Yeah.
What a shyster, man.
Yeah, he just can't bring himself to
come out and say, you know what? Yeah, I am the second coming of Jesus. But you know what? He'd have left RTE Studios, and there would be an angry mob of fucking Catholic zealots, and they'll drag him out into fucking Parnell Square and fucking burn him on a cross. And then the world will say, Jesus Christ, I didn't know the Irish were Jews.
At times have tried to help to sort things out. And they are just the Godhead in a physical body. This great transformation of Earth that's already is already underway, is being guided not by yours truly alone, but by the whole of creation. Because if this planet is destroyed, the whole of creation is thrown into chaos, because, planets and stars are not there because the Godhead fancies it. Wouldn't it be pretty? Everything is there, it has a purpose, it has a meaning, it has a reason for existing. And if one of the planets or whatever ceases to exist because of the way we treat it, then the whole of creation is threatened. And my goodness me, I'll tell you this, it is threatened very much at this time. It is a matter of years if we continue to turn out this energy of hate, of anger and fear and all these other emotions that we have made into an art form on Earth.
That's very proto fucking cult there, like end time stuff, right?
Yeah.
I'm with him up until everything absolutely has its place. If there was one speck of dirt that, or debris or whatever that was suddenly to not exist anymore, then the whole of the universe would actually collapse in on itself because, this is the immaculate order. Fucking the physicists have said as much, right? However, this idea that we, the part of all of that, can somehow fucking make that thing disappear that destroys the whole universe is fucking crazy. Because it goes back to, that atheist criticism of Christianity or, Judeo-Christian beliefs, where, like, the idea that, well, why did God create Satan to tempt Eve, and then why were we kicked out of the garden? Like, well, why does God do that? Like, why would God give us the capacity to destroy His whole creation? Yeah. That's stupid, and I really think he was. Now that I listen to him, going for the cult leader angle. But then, he realized, that's not working, so I'll just be a conspiracy theorist instead.
Yeah, and the big red flag was, Green Party member. Like, if that you need nothing beyond that. Like, anyone who puts themselves forward for a member of the fucking Green Party, like, there's something inherently wrong with him. And thank God he stayed away from politics, because, could you imagine if that fucker had got into power with that running through his head? Like, and again, that's pretty much Green Party policy. It's essentially a cult, really, when you think of it. And they still hold many of his views, that, the world is ending. It's only a matter of time. It's just the prophecies of the Green Party just keep shifting by a decade.
Yeah, it's very. I was thinking about this. It's a very 90s fucking mentality. That's what we were all kind of going on. It's, what we're going through now with the group, the We Green agenda, Greta Thunberg. It's just the reason why we all see through it is because a lot of us are old enough to remember the 90s when we've already been through this, man.
Yeah, it's just, they forget, like, they think people have a lifespan of 20 years, like, and nobody can remember any fucking thing. So right, where did we finish with Hashem? What were we on? Was it the 20-minute mark, so we can keep it?
Yeah, shy of 20.
Yeah. I think it's a good cliffhanger anyway.
It's a good introduction. Yeah. Like, he ended with his story about getting spiked and then coming very close to sexual assault.
Yeah, and then the ayahuasca. So that's where we left off, where he's admitted to it. Yeah, he takes the ayahuasca, and he's taken it many, many times. And so then when we come back to it, we'll pick it up there from the ayahuasca diaries of Hashem, which was expected. We had a feeling that there was some level of entogen or ethogen? Entogen. There, thank you. Entogen use, and I have a suspicion that it may be widespread within the community, and that many of the miracles he's performing may well be, whilst his adherents are under the influence of certain substances. Maybe not ayahuasca, but maybe a couple of mushrooms here and there, and
CIA grade LSD.
And again, he has the form and he has the knowledge because he's done his research, as we all have, and he's read up on MK Ultra and mind controls and trauma-based mind controls and fear-based mind control. And there's nothing like no captive audience like a captive audience dosed up to the fucking gills on a high-grade LSD.
Yeah, just ask fucking what do you call that guy? Fucking the musician who lived in a desert with his Charles Manson. Yeah.
Manson, yeah. Yeah. That ended well. Right, we'll leave it there for tonight, today, tomorrow, whatever fucking time it is. Where are we at? 7 hours. 15 minutes.
We hit the casino standard. I'm proud of us.
That's good money's worth, 7 hours for nothing.
Yep.
I think it's worth it.
We'll do it again.
We'll do it pay attention, Tig, if you're watching. There's no excuse for a fucking 1.5 minute bit. Maybe it took 6 hours to film it. I don't fucking know. But it's only, will that's, lacking from Tig. And we want more from you, Tig. We recognize the talent and the skill.
There is talent there.
Yeah, and the singing. But, it's not good enough to sit at home and, meditate and wait for it to manifest outside your doorstep. Or just be honest and say, look, I'm fucking done. It's not for me. I've gone full-time into activism. That's where the future lies for him. And he's off to Pakistan to do a documentary about the horrible Indians. And maybe we'll tune in for that. I still haven't found his fucking documentary, his Emerald Horseshit or whatever it was called.
Yeah, like I was saying in the chat there last week, we heard about it. I was saying, look, it's going to be one of these fucking things that come out in Sundance or Glastonbury, and only like a handful of people will see it. And you can't find it on the internet. You can't find it on any of the streaming services because, that's the whole mystique of it. That's just, I mean, so many documentaries I've heard of, and I was like, I'd really like to watch that. But literally fucking 20 people have saw it. And the creator doesn't think, I'll put that online somewhere, or at least, sell it somewhere. On Amazon Prime, I'm sure they can. I think you can put up your documentaries and they kind of sell them, with some kind of partnership deal or something. But no, it's just like, we put in all this time and energy into something, and we're just going to leave it. Yeah, just drift into obscurity. Maybe in 30 years from now, when I'm a fucking decrepit old man, I'll take out my fucking solid state hard drive and show it to the grandkids because they think it's really novel to watch something on a flat surface. But something about Palestine, you're trying to stop a fucking genocide and you make a documentary about it and you say, no, actually that's too good for fucking plebs. Fuck you.
Just putting it behind a paywall.
Wankers, man. I'm sick of them.
Yeah. All right, folks. Thanks for staying with us.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah.
Come back next Friday. We'll finish off with. Well, I say we'll finish off with Hashem, but
part 2 of 3.
Yeah, part 2 of 6. Yeah, so we'll come back and we'll finish that, and we'll see what happens within the next week. God knows what we'll be talking about by this time next Friday. But do come back and join us.
We're asked what our names are. I'm Howard.
I'm Morgan.
And I've been the one doing the fucking schizo chatting while Morgan was actually doing the show. So
yeah. We both do the show. This here, see this? This is called lack of self. belief. If I could reach across. Stop it. Yeah.
Love you, man.
Love you too. Okay.
Love you.
I'm going to sign off for a minute. When we're
right.
off air, I'll come back.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just going to grab a cup of tea.
All right.
I'll be with you in a moment.
Mhm.
Okay. Good night, folks. Good night, plebeians.
All right.
Chasing the dream. YouTube's got us on a warning tightrope, but Kick's got our back, so don't lose hope. Signal sparks, we're fueling the fight. Follow us on Kick, we're live tonight. Every week's a gamble, the bots don't play. YouTube cuts the streams, there's no way Jose. Fair use, they don't know the law. But our clips keep slaying, and our fans want more. 500 subs, we're clawing them slow. Partner status calling, but the strikes might blow. One last warning, no dispute inside. Go back up for Kick and ignite the night. In the air, fair use fights, but they don't care. Clips on the tube, stuff's climbing fast. 500 to go, but build a channel last. With a statement like rebels, fighting this dream. Howard and Morgan, we're living the dream. YouTube's got us on a warning tightrope, but Kick's got our back, so don't lose hope. Set make promise, we're sparking the fight. Follow us on Kick, we're live tonight. Metrics were wired, electric and bolt, telling the stories that need to be told. From Dublin's heart to the digital sea, Howard and Mo, we're setting truth free. So make that account, don't wait for the fall. Kick's where we'll land when YouTube drops the call.
We're not off air, man.
Oh shit.
Just playing us out with a song. I didn't realize you could finish so soon. Alright, ending the stream.